Wow. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. You know me, I'm Rebecca. It's show 141 today. It feels like we just did this. I know we always say that, but it's true. And I'm feeling good. I don't know about you guys, and I know Sam is feeling extra good. Wait till you hear him. So it could be one of them shows. We'll see if we set a new record or something crazy. But anyway, yeah, we're going to be talking about all the planets, especially in the auroras that happened this week. I could not get enough of it, but I saw more pictures of auroras than I'd ever seen. I think people everywhere were sharing them because it was visible basically everywhere, So, and the night that it happened, visible in Oklahoma, at least, I missed it, and I'll probably regret that forever. I could not believe the one opportunity. It never happens in Oklahoma, and anyway, we'll see if it happens again. But yeah, we're going to talk about why it was so red and why it's not your typical aurora. But anyway, yeah, we're going to talk about the planets and crafts and aliens, and the new drawing is out today, everybody. It's the 15th, and we have 3 new drawings to look at. So let's go ahead and get Sam Hofman on here with us and see how things are going up in Montana, because I bet it's cold. Hey, Sam, how are you today?
Hello, everybody. Cold? No, it's not cold. It's actually excruciatingly, unseasonably warm. I just did the thing where, again, I was stupid. Right before the show, my computer locked up, and I just did it to myself again. It's locking up, and it's not going away. No. How do I get rid of this?
Yeah, really.
Where's the little
you rebooted, right?
Yeah, I got upgrades and all of that, and just setting here that I don't know.
Wow, you're cutting out a lot.
Hello.
You're like,
click.
You're doing the robot.
I will.
You want to try it again? Or what?
Okay. Sorry, everybody. Well, my crappy internet. It's 51 degrees. It's way warm. We should have 1.5 to 2 feet of snow on the ground by now, and we don't. And hi, Carol Ann.
83. It's 83 for me. That's pretty warm. They did say, the weather guy, he said in 1 week's time, we had record lows for this time of year, and we're going to end the week with record highs. So a huge swing between temps. Yeah. So.
And there's a very large cutoff low rotational storm bombing Los Angeles, California today. And you guys are going to get a lot of radio voices. My mom, somebody put a nickel or a quarter in me today, and I think it was maybe
he found
50 cents. I feel a lot better than I have in the last 2 weeks. I was really, really 2 weeks ago, I was really sick, and then last week it was just hanging on. It wouldn't go away. And now I'm feeling silly and giddy, and I'll be doing the radio voice all day. So be prepared, everybody out there, for a good long show. Lots of information. We'll talk about, of course, the auroras. We'll talk about the storms going on in California. We'll talk about all the other crazy stuff going on around the planet. And hi and welcome to the show, everybody. And I'm glad you're here again for 141. On November 15th, 2025. Wow.
I know. Wow. It didn't even click. When I saw the drawings you sent me, it didn't even click that today was the 15th. But we're halfway through November. It's just saying, just saying. It's wow. Okay.
I got up at monstrously early to get my day done, and, show and site drawing day. So, I got to start early. Not that it takes me a long time to do the drawings. It was just, I had other things to do as well, and catch up on shopping.
Cool.
I
like them.
I couldn't believe it. I went outside this morning and I didn't have to scrape my car windows. That was weird.
Yeah.
And normally this time of year, I'd be out there and fighting the snow and shoveling the sidewalk, and I'm wondering whether or not my snow tires were any good, which I did have them checked, and they're in great shape. So got the snow tires ready.
It's November 15th, and I have all my air conditioners on. So, that just tells you it's warm.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I was sweating too.
Right. I was going to go ahead and get our next I always want to say contestant. I'm like, why? Did I watch too many game shows growing up, or what? My next contestant. Come on down. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring Gillian on here with us and see how things are happening in Scotland. So let's bring her on in here. There she is. Da, 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 da. Okay. How are you, Gillian? Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how are things for you? It's another week. We've hardly got a chance to talk, both of us.
I couldn't believe that it was the 15th today and it was Saturday. I thought, wow.
Yeah.
This week just raced past. It's like, I think, like, I've got cat hair up my nose. Come on.
Yeah, me too. Just watching. I was going to say that. Cat hair nose.
Oh,
well,
I can't believe it.
She wants to be on TV. Yeah.
And it actually was freezing cold the other day. And Inverness got its first snow. We did, and we got like hail and pounding rain. And then, very luckily, I was going to work as well. So I was hoping that all the drama from the sky would be finished before I had to get on my bike, you know. So lucky for me. By then it was only like doing like a normal rain, as a Scot would say. It was like, oh, it's winter, nearly. They're all going very nonchalant, and it's autumn. You know, it's not even yet.
I have a question. After, like, since you had hail, I was just wondering if the skies were, you know, really cool looking at that time or afterwards.
Yeah, like some really bizarre colors, and it was like orangey red.
Awesome. Yeah.
You know, kind of like on the right, and sort of going over the sun, and it was just when I looked at Sam's drawing now, and I went, no, Sherbet, look at that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, you know, one of my lives, I went live a couple of times this week, and you were there for one of them.
I was there on the first one, but I didn't even know that.
The sky was really vivid, wasn't it? The colors.
Yeah.
I mean,
I enjoyed.
I really wanted to see the auroras, but there was 3 days of just solid gray and raining, but not hard rain. It just seems like every time there's a solar event, that here it's very overcast afterwards.
That would be the X-Class 5 flare that we had in the middle of the week, and which was surprising and very, very an X-Class flare, people. Woohoo! Yeah, it's important. I mean, wow! Anybody that looked at the sun this week, wow! That is not anything I've been staring at for the last decade. I don't know what.
Today, when I was walking up the road towards the east, the sun actually was so bright, it was like something shining on metal, and you just actually couldn't look at it.
Right. Well, you know, again, I will say this pretty much for the record, because, you know, we've spent the last year proving it. I believe that the standard red SR, for those of you who are wondering what SR is on the monthly site drawing, standard red star versus Sol. I do believe that the standard red is separated from the dwarf yellow Sol and is heading closer to us. And here is the monthly site drawing for today on the left-hand side of the sun. Plural, with a little apostrophe S at the end of it. I will have you notice, everybody out there, that Atu and Atu's moon and Nepesity are not in this shot, because I have added a third drawing this month, which shows you the opposite side of the sun, directly opposing the sun, the opposite side, the view past Earth, facial illumination of Atu, Atu's moon, Nibiru, and Nepesity. Nepesity is placed in the left corner because actually Nepesity is directly over the top of us, and yet if we were to look straight up and say north, south, east, and west, and if we were looking east, it would be to our right and above us. So Nepesity is directly over the top of us, still like doing the close pass effect going on with rain bomb and all that. So this month I included this because Rebecca was wondering where Atu and Nibiru and Nepesity all were versus each other, so I made this drawing.
Yeah, I was getting ready to add. Right. Well, it was 2 days ago. I think I went up the street. Anyway, yeah. I've been up there a few times this week.
Great video.
That's exactly what I saw was Nipicity overlapping. I did not realize that much of Nibiru was showing, but now it all makes sense because Atu was really high, and that was different. Usually it's down towards the horizon, but I can tell it was up high, and the moon was over to the right, overlapping. Anyway, this all makes perfect sense now. So thank you. Right. And then
I'm trying to keep everybody informed, and in the nearby future, we're going to be headed towards, everything, not even including the sun in the sight drawing, because they're all going to go past Earth, and they're going to then therefore be on the left and then on the right past Earth. And of course, we'll transition to that as well. I did not include the spiral asteroid this month because it is sort of rounding in between lead asteroid and green asteroid, and I didn't want to confuse everybody with a big hook thing. But we'll talk about that next month, where she's going, because it's expected that the spiral asteroid should be turning the same direction that the lead asteroid did, because the lead asteroid used to be going from left to right for many years, and now it's actually going vertically down. Compared to like October is coming at an angle, and now it's going vertically straight down in November, and it's separating a little farther over to the left. Saturn is getting bigger. A yellow moon is getting bigger because they are coming towards us and over the top of us on the right hand side now. So hopefully all of that makes sense to you.
It does. Once you start to see them,
I go like that when you say over the top.
Everything is in its right spot. So I told Sam I gave him an A. I'll grade his papers. And yeah. All right. Speaking of grading, let's go ahead and get our teacher on here with us. Sharon. She is, I don't know how long she's been a teacher. I'll have to ask her. Let's find out. So we're going to bring Sharon on here with us from Australia. And it's morning for her, early.
Morning,
hello,
y'all.
Sharon. Good to see you. Morning.
Good to see you all.
How long have you been a teacher? I didn't know. Have you told me?
I started teaching in 2004 up until 2019.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
So a good time.
That's great. Yeah, a long time. Right.
Yeah, good 15 years. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like high school compared to my foundation phase education thing that I did.
Right.
But I think we looked after children from when I was 9 until, I was like literally getting off the school bus and taking them home to my mum, kind of thing. But
I was lucky because of the degree that I did. I could actually transition back to primary school care. And when I took James under my care, I took 2 years off in between to look after him, but just did part-time stuff. And then as soon as he got to about 2.5, I put him in daycare, and that's when I went back and thought, well, I'm going to do primary care so I can actually be around him and watch him grow up. He hated it because I was always there. And it's like, your auntie's here again. But the beauty of that is I got to see all of his friends, interacted with his schoolmates, and took care of business too, and there's so many things you can get involved in when you're a teacher outside of the school hours too.
That's why I love the library, because when I transitioned from library science degree, when I finished that one, and I thought, I love working with children and I want to make a difference. Like, what can I do? So they had said, oh, we're looking for teachers, and if you can convince us that you're going to really add something to the next generation, then and it's just magical what can happen. Especially with kids,
when it comes to high school kids, because they're a lot more accelerated in their age, they're not as open and opportunistic as the young kids. They're so innocent. They'll come up and they'll ask you 50,000 questions. And if they're not satisfied, they'll have to ask you another 50,000. Whereas with a high school student, because they've been, how would you say?
Indoctrinated?
Programmed for such a long time that they take everything in and just absorb it as fact. And you ask them questions. look outside the box. What's your feelings on this particular subject? And they just sit there. So they're harder to get to. You have to use a lot of mind opportunities, and you never let them show your weakness either, because they hammer you if they know what your weaknesses are.
Yep, and
one of mine was short
every time.
And mine was I'm short, so they always hijacked something and put it out of reach.
Here you ladies are now out doing internet teaching, and you're both here and doing an excellent job, and I absolutely appreciate all of you and your efforts. Every one of you guys has earned your individual place as a expert on our show, and I have to again, and I thought about this the other day, I have to again give Rebecca unbelievable truckloads of kudos, because this hardworking lady is doing some phenomenal things. And I watched your live program the other day, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity for everybody to see it.
You can do that.
And you've got it down. You know what you're talking about. You understand what's in the sky. I was especially checking, and you were going, and this is where the long box should be. And I went, oh, I love her. You know what you're talking about, And I was so proud of you on your last video and the last live. That's why I think everybody needs to see this.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody.
I'm proud of you all. I really am. And you guys make this work. And I'm just that crazy guy up here in Montana, babbling away. And
right.
So,
well, I love it, because for so many years, I had no idea what I was looking at. Like none. And then piece by piece, like one thing at a time started to stick. And that's why Nipicity is my favorite, because that's the first one that really made sense. All this little.
What's it about Nipicity? It's such a dynamic. I think it's the dynamic patterns, and it's all over, isn't it?
It's also, I believe that Nipicity is smaller than Earth, and I think it rotates faster. I think it has a faster spin. And there was a question in one of your comments, and I have it written down here. We can talk about it later, but I think you were actually caught up on Nipicity core and have forgotten the placement of the big 3 asteroids, which are on the left-hand side, lower side of Nipicity. And that gave me trouble for like 4.5 years trying to figure out, and I didn't want to attribute the big 3 to being right next to Nipicity. I didn't want to, because they're separate actually, and my brain didn't add the 2, but in the placement over the last 2 years, they've been right next to and in front of each other. So it's so weird. Nipicity is so small, and I think that Saturn is much larger than Earth. Not by Nibiru standards, but I think for a rock type, I think it is a considerable bit larger than Earth, which is why we see different stuff. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I know that Christopher was on his way to the store earlier.
I was getting ready to say, I do see him here now. I see him. He's checked in. He's present. So, speaking of Chris, let's go ahead and bring him on here with us and see how Vegas is. Okay, I bet it's hot. We'll find out. No, I have no idea. Is it hot, Chris? Hey.
Hey, no, summer's finally over, thank God, but it's actually raining here.
Yeah, there's a storm in California right now. It's a big rotation.
Is our weather or what?
Cut off low. This is a big storm, people. There's going to be a lot of lightning tonight. As a matter of fact, right now there's lightning and thunder over LA.
Yeah, it's like it's not as bad as LA is right now, but we're getting like rain on and off, and it'll rain like across the street, and then it'll be sunny on the other side. Literally, that's Vegas weather for you. So
much needed rain.
Yeah, much needed, definitely.
Well, good. Yeah, it did that like 2 weeks ago here, like the entire week. So I totally get it.
We have to watch where that back eddy, back spiraling, literally on land hurricane that is hitting California right now. I didn't check into the millibars, and I actually need to. But it's a tropical storm in the northern hemisphere, so therefore we can't call it a tropical storm. And now remember, in the Pacific it's a typhoon, so it's a mini, not serious, but it is a rotational, back eddying on land tropical storm hitting California right now, full of lightning, etc., and the moisture and the temperature that's going on. We've got to watch where this is going to go because there will be flash flooding for everybody. And oh, look, Christopher's got his new little heart symbol. I actually saved that picture from you the other day, Christopher. Funny that you now use it.
Yeah.
And I have that saved on my file, and it's up the top of my file, so I look at it every day now. Little heart fingers. And thank you for the
That
video
option
that
before
you
you can put
sent
a
me right
picture there now.
before the show. I took time to watch it right before the show. So awesome. And I hope everybody gets a chance to look at this, and maybe we will play it for you here in the next few hours. So stick around, everybody, and welcome to our, somebody put 50 cents in Sam show. And
I was going to say,
Yeah.
we already have a large crowd here, so why don't we
Cool.
go ahead and say hi
Cool.
to everybody, see who's here for sure.
Oh, and by the
So-
way, Jesus isn't feeling well today, so
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Right. He won't be with us, as far as I know, unless he bounces back and wants to jump on.
we can
He's,
send
you
him
know,
karma, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It could happen.
Oh,
Maybe I'll
feel
send him a
better,
link
Jesus.
anyway.
my
Mhm.
ears were
Yeah.
ringing so bad yesterday, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't even hear myself talk. It was so weird. I just had to throw that in there because my ear started ringing again just now. But they were so loud yesterday. I took a short nap early in the morning, and I got up and my ears were ringing so bad. I was like trying to talk to my kids. I'm like, God, I can't even hear myself talk.
yeah.
It's
Echo.
weird
We
shit.
had that late. We had that late Wednesday when the geostorms hit.
Right.
It was awful. Absolutely, it's like somebody's got a cymbal behind you, just going bang, 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 bang.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
I was going to say,
Go ahead.
no, I was going to mention that I know several people here, I mean, personally and on Facebook, who didn't feel well this week. Like you mentioned, Jesus not feeling well. I just wondered if it had anything to do with the sun and the auroras and
Oh yeah, sure.
you
Oh, for
know,
sure.
I mean,
Sure,
a lot of
that's the
extra
human
people weren't
resonance.
feeling good.
Getting hit
Right.
with that stellar material, it affects all the way down to the neutrinos even. But yeah, we're getting bombarded by all of this stuff. And this, of course, I didn't really even take a deep dive into the earthquake report during the geostorm because I was looking more at the actual sun than paying attention to the earth. And I should have. Although I spent the last 2 weeks, I've been really exhausted and tired and not feeling well as well, including nausea out of the blue for 20 minutes, and then it goes away, and then it comes back 2 hours later, and what the hell is this? And so yeah, I think we're all, hell, the whole planet is being affected by these geostorms, and it was an X5 flare, and that's a whopper. Though I mean, the one you get an X10, then we're going back in the Stone Age. But it was not Earth facing, so therefore the stellar material had a chance to bleed off before it did the spiral wave, because it puts out a wave that goes out, and then the sun turns, and then that wave, which is still extending off of the star, rotates, and then will side like a rolling liquid tidal wave, wash over Earth. And usually by that time, it's the extent of X class down to M flare reality will wake over Earth normally. Now, the ones we have to worry about, for those of you that don't know a lot about the sun, is when we get an X class flare that is directly facing Earth upon release. And this one that happened last week was actually over to the left side of the sun point of view and away from Earth, but the plasma wave still did rotate in on us like a spiraling octopus with arms. It rolls around in these spinning arms, and then that wake goes past Earth as the sun rotates.
Yeah, it follows the vortex spin of the Milky Way.
Right. And by the way, people wonder what the Milky Way is, and what that is if you look at the plane of the Milky Way, that is the center of our galaxy. The top half is on one side, the bottom half is on the other. The reason it's that straight line in the middle is because that's where most of the solar systems are. We, however, are not currently in the middle band of the Milky Way. We are on the upper horizon, which we just moved in because we were prior to the 2012 Mayan calendar, we were in the southern hemisphere of the Milky Way.
Mm-hmm.
And for any of you mega star watchers out there, that is your answer as to why the Milky Way has moved so drastically within the last 15 years, as well as the approach and increase in size of Orion, and where Venus is and all the other planets and everything, and the constellations have direly changed. And I hope you've had the opportunity to watch this transition in the last 15 years like I do. I watch the constellations as often as I can from my yard at night, and it's not like I go out a lot anymore, because if it's cold I don't go out. It's been an unusual transition just in the last 15 years of how much has direly changed, including the Mayan calendar and everything else.
I agree. And anyone that is an avid star watcher would have noticed things have changed dramatically. Like, you guys have the Dog Star or the Big Dipper, and you can see that it rotates around the compass points throughout the year. Well, as you can see, it's getting flatter and flatter. It's starting to look like a frying pan now, whereas before it looked like a ladle. Yeah, before it looks like back in the day when I used to look at it, it looked like a coal box, this big cart kind of thing.
With the box was a square. And that has to do with because we have now risen in the galaxy up higher. And so those two stars are now tipped, so they appear closer to each other in a smaller box, because we have risen up. Our out view has changed. Not that those stars have changed. By the way, those are stars, and most likely they are solar systems, and very likely they are a binary or trinary system that we can't even see, because there might be two smaller stars or one smaller star next to these other brighter stars. Now remember, everybody, most solar systems have 2, 3, or more stars, including some stars embedded in larger stars, sticking half out, etc.
Yep. Or behind them.
Yeah, you have to realize that the stars, what stars are a little bit farther away from what modern man science is going to try to explain to you. And I believe stars are atoms. The nucleus of the atom. Now, if you have a binary, then you have an electron cluster holding two stars, two atoms. And then that's what we are. We are an electron cluster, Nibiru, or what they call Hercubus. Momentary brain dead there. Can't pull that name. Hercubus. Anyway, I've only said that 5 million times. And so we have the electron cluster holding our two stars, our standard red and our dwarf yellow, and our two solar systems. They are attached. They always have been, always will be. And that's also including with the Big Bang model that is now changing. And I chuckle over that. Science is realizing that they are direly wrong in so many ways. And this 3i Atlas, visitor, coming to stay in our solar system, this last few months has just been I've been laughing because of how hilarious that this slap in the face is to these theoretical physicists and astrophysicists who are going, well, this is absolutely how things are, and I'm going, no. And to me, it's vindication and correlation and
when NASA goes quiet, something's up.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, and they're quiet as a church mouse right now. I'm telling you, they are. Well, we were in government shutdown. Bullshit.
No way.
Yeah, they were in there checking out all the pictures and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee they were getting their paychecks just like Congress, man. They're talking about how TSA workers don't get paid, and all that is a play on the consumer going, "Oh, I'm going to have a horrible flight and I'm going to die." This fear mongering shit world that. All of our countries are being led into policies based on fear. France, Germany, England, everybody. Now, and then there's look what's going on in Ireland, for instance. There's this big argument going on with immigrants, and that's happening all over the world right now. And unfortunately, the United States is leading the way in bigotry. let us shine. The Statue of Liberty is about ready to turn around and hide her face from embarrassment. But people, it crossed my mind. I'm sorry, I'm going left field, but I have to. It crossed my mind how freaked out everybody is about the immigrant situation. But people, we're having climate change migration. This isn't political or socioeconomic only. This is climate change. The people from South America and Honduras and the Yucatan Peninsula and everything are moving because their crops are dying that they can grow normally. Their food crops that they were living on, their stable producing crops have all changed. They haven't realized yet that they have to regrow in different ways, different kinds of foods. But the whole South America is in drought right now. The Amazon is freaking dried up, people. And if that isn't, every damn church bell on the planet should be going off warning of this event alone. And you don't hear jack squat coming from anybody out there.
No.
This is so important, people. This is balancing the 80%. It's like 78 to 80% of our oxygen production on this planet comes from the Amazon. What are we going to do without oxygen?
We've dropped 0.6% again in oxygen levels. We used to be 12%. We're down to 11 now.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah,
because
our atmosphere is made up
and stuff like that.
Well, the thing is, the atmosphere is balanced, and a long time ago, we used to have up to 20% oxygen in our
26
in our atmosphere. This is what leads to taller growth patterns and accelerated growth.
Dinosaurs were all larger creatures. The bugs the centipedes were 8 feet long, all because of oxygen pressurization ratio.
Yep. That's why whenever people come up from diving, what do? They have to climatize, and they sit in an oxygen-filled room until the oxygen levels in their blood is stabilized.
And they slowly elevate their pressure levels so that the other stuff will leach out of their bloodstream slowly rather than quickly, because what happens is those same carbonization bubbles will get into your muscles, and then you start cramping out and everything. And that's what happens to me every time I drink three Coca-Colas at one show. And I get those same CO2 bubbles in my shoulders and in my back, and then I suffer the bends from drinking Coca-Cola. I'm sure that's a great commercial for Coke. Hey, sponsor us. Yeah, I haven't got one. I'm going to go get one, and I'll let you guys talk. I'm going to go get a Coca-Cola. Be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right. Let's go ahead and look at the comment section and say hello to everybody and see what is next. I feel like I want to start with the Auroras because I have questions. But first in line on my end, at least, I see Sharon checked in first. Wow, do you ever sleep? I don't know. It's already. I was like, how'd you do that?
I'm from the future, remember?
Yeah, I know, right? She has the advantage, you guys. Yeah, it's funny.
Time machine.
Hello, Sharon.
However, I'm back. However, I got from the Amazon and no oxygen to Coca-Cola, I don't know. I think you guys are all in trouble.
Carbon dioxide. It's
I know. I'm
going to keep the planet going.
I'm laughing at myself for not keeping topic, and I digress onto Coca-Cola. Woo!
Yeah. So all of their plans for energy neutral, shove him out the door.
And is abusing himself with Coca-Cola now.
Yes.
Oh,
he's going to give himself acidosis, Chris.
Hi, Dennis.
He's going to give himself acidosis.
I know, right? It's like, I could drink them. I could drink 5 or 6 of them too, so I just don't drink it.
I hate the taste of Coke.
I
honestly hate it.
Well, I miss the original
I drink a Coke is with a Scotch
from the 70s. I drink pop only because I got to have the fizzy for my throat because of talking, and I do way too much of that. But I guess that's what the show's about. Yeah. It's talking.
You only do it once a week, don't you, Sam?
Yeah, and to the point of all even when I sleep sometimes. Yeah, I gotta have some fizzy for the throat, and then don't forget Ricola and all of that.
I must say hi to Dennis. He's a ice to the sky. Yeah.
Hi, Dennis.
I don't know how
Glad you're here.
long. I didn't know that was Dennis for a while. I didn't know that was Dennis, but now I remember. But I'm happy to see you, Dennis. And hey, I know this name. It's Caroline,
Hello,
our
Caroline.
secretary. Yes.
Hope you're well.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for that and for this. That's awesome. You're awesome. So let me find you a little
Definitely group therapy. Yes.
Yes. That's the smart cat. I don't know how she does that, but she can count.
Exactly. You
DJ,
don't call it Caroline.
Right.
DJ's asking a
Right,
question
honey.
in the comments section, all the way at the bottom, next to the bottom.
Well, hang on a minute, DJ.
Okay. I just figured I'd mention it so he knows. He knows that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
And again, she's chatty today. I'm glad. I'm glad to see her.
I hope she feels as well as I do.
So, and next I see is Caroline again. I told you she's feeling chatty. And that is right. Blocking an admin is a no.
Oh boy, who did that?
Right. I don't know, but I'm just putting that out there for anybody that needs to hear that. It's a no. Hey, Lori is here. Good to see you, Lori, in California. And counting down the minutes. I love that. I'm happy you're here. She checked in early. And so did Michelle. Michelle Cox.
Hey, Michelle.
I bet she saw the aurora. Everybody saw it but me. I was just sitting inside working on stuff, missing the whole show. And I was,
What do we all like? I mean, the other day when the hottest one was on, I thought, how can Scotland be having the third day of clouds? You know, I mean, come on.
The first time in decades, hundreds of years.
Like for 2 days, like 2 or 3 straight days of auroras, and we've got no.
I think to be calling it an aurora is actually undervaluing it. What occurred this last week was one hell of a light show in space, people. And there was a group of people, semi-reputable, that attributed this to some sort of effect because of 3i Atlas. And I'm sorry, I can't see that correlation because 3i Atlas is on the other side of the sun right now, nowhere near the off-shot direction of the X5 flare. So no, I don't.
Behind the sun with 3i Atlas now, right, Sam?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is they're attributing the moon and the stars to it immediately, and yet at the same time denying that it's not a ship. And then there's been a bunch of after date redo people out there, some newbies, popping up. Oh, let's talk about 3i Atlas, and you never saw these guys before, and yet they're coming out with these videos, and they're using everybody else's older material. And so be careful what they're telling you. Again, that Brian Cox. He did like 4 or 5 videos on it. I wish the original one is the one you should stick to, because in the roundabout way, after about 25 minutes, he finally says this has to be a ship, because it is breaking everything. And as Sharon mentioned, the industrial nickel output gassing and the CO2 envelope or coma that it exists in, and the size of it, and the output of energy, and the size of the overall comet itself not even compared to the coma, which is unbelievably large compared, and the speed and DJ's question talking about light speed and everything else like this. This thing's damn near going light speed, people. This is the fastest object we've ever seen in recorded history in mankind, from Galileo and Copernicus on. Now we don't know. Maybe we should check the Mayans and the Incans, perhaps. They might even know about it better than we do.
I bet.
Well, if you cross-reference anything in your brain and go, wait a minute, it's like every time we start looking for the spiral asteroid and we mention it, we see it in 87 photographs because we missed it before. Just mentioning a certain object, like Matim, for example. If we don't regularly mention where Matim is, we forget what's immediately just to the left of the sun right now and causing part of the really freaky ass sun effect that's going on. And we automatically go, well, the Uri's right there because we've known that for so long. But now Matim is closer to the sun than Uri is, and Uri's rising up above us and going in a different place than it was even just 2 months ago now. And it's an unusual transition, but it's really cool. and up and away. Remember that song from
My question for you, Sam, is if the sun does give out any more of these X flares, how is it going to affect the cluster group that's around us as well?
Well, that they're diodes, and if you put a diode in the middle of a Tesla coil, that thing's going to get lightning bolts and self-illuminate and static aurora. Remember, when electrons are bouncing off each other, they put off their own natural light, self-illumination, and that is what it's expected that we're going to see a lot more of that. And look at all the auroras that are going on. There's another example. If you look at the aurora borealis, and Rebecca and I were talking about this right before the show, our lead asteroid is blatantly visible in that big red crazy ass aurora in the sky at night. And if we associate this month's sight drawing to the lead asteroid, well, what's immediately behind it? Is Saturn.
In one of my pictures, this morning, you can see it coming up behind the sun. Yep.
So what color would the lead asteroid have made in
it's coming off white, yellow, and green.
Yeah. Because people were complaining, well, not really complaining, but I did notice in a lot of the aurora groups, and for some bizarre reason, all I got was aurora on my feed. But then I didn't mind because each and every one of them was really outstanding. And a lot of people were going, why is that? Why is it white? Why is there big white straight
higher intensity particles?
Well,
this is what people don't understand.
But again, look at the patterns. Just put the monthly sight drawing pattern, not the names of which planet is which or what is what, but you put that overall pattern of what right looks like, what left looks like, etc. And then you overlay that to these nighttime auroras in your mind, which is how everything jumps out at me, no matter what. Because I'm so used to the patterns that it hops out and goes, here I am. And I looked at those. I have several videos. Let me grab my list here. There is one in particular that I watched that it was noteworthy enough for me to write down. And I'm looking for it. And of course, I can't find it. Enoch.
Shall we answer DJ's question? He was asking, has the speed of light changed?
Right. Let me. I did find it. Go to YouTube and look up. Did you see the northern lights appear for the second night in a row? And they did happen. There was 3 nights of them. But anyway, yes. And as far as DJ's question, I don't believe the speed of light is going to change. I think the perception of the speed of light may change. You have to look.
How do we measure it in the first place?
Yeah, that too. It's a concept. It's some number that man threw out there, and ET didn't. I was amazed by some of the photos of James Webb and all of that, and they're showing that we're in this empty space area away from all the rest of the galaxies out there. They wonder why, and that's not.
Have a look at the background behind you, people. That is what it really looks like, but because our perception is so limited, we can't see all these high particle X-rays, gamma rays, and all the particles that make up the dust storms and everything.
But not only that, our out view, we're looking, in the startup of our video, in the start of our show, Rebecca showed the spiraling, the star going through. Now you have to think of 2 stars, but we've only got a 1-star model going, which is still the best one out there. That's why we use it. To give you the perception, we don't rotate on a dinner plate in the same place year after year. We're traveling sideways. Now, these physicists or theoretical physicists, that one, as this comes to bear, what we're seeing ahead of us to the left there is like traveling through a wormhole, which is why we perceive that it's empty space, because that's our out view. We're going in a tunnel through space.
Yep.
And everything out beyond us is also looking through gases and amplified and mirrored in a larger equation. It's sort of like using a fisheye lens. And that's what they're not perceiving properly, because they think of us in a stable, two-dimensional dinner plate Einsteinian model. And then they say, oh, look, there's this empty space hole right there. But that's not what's going on. We're seeing a hole because we're traveling towards that.
Yeah. And even one of the people watching, sorry, I was just going to say, one of the ladies watching my live, I think it was on TikTok, she made the comment about, it looks like everything's following the sun. You know, like she saw where the sun was moving or whatever. Anyway, it was just obvious, and I hadn't even said anything about that, but
yeah, and then we have to go back to the fact that the planets are between us and the sun, and we're seeing the dark sides of them, and then when they're way out, they're not illuminated properly for us. We're not seeing them because their light refraction takes a certain period of time to get to Earth. And then we are seeing some refractive light coming off at nighttime stuff now, the purple and the red, and we have for years, and Christopher showed in this one video that he made this week the early planetary yuck light that they put off the side edge illumination of their star, and how everything sort of becomes this fuzzy, hazy, glowy glare through all the particles and material and space gases and stuff like that. And again, it all boils down to the human eye, the pattern watching, and how you perceive what you're looking at. Because there's photographs that Christopher reposted today that I looked at today, this morning, and I went, oh, I know what that planet is. And oh, I hadn't seen that before on a photograph that I gave him that, you know, is well over 11 or 12 or 15 years old. And I'm still seeing things in them that I never understood before. So it's truly amazing, this information, what's actually happening. Right. And you just sort of have to guide yourself once. Boy, this is a long circle back story to Rebecca, where you have to guide yourself over time into knowing what you know. And we're still learning off old stuff.
Still learning, right? Yeah. Yep. It's nice. It's nice to be able just to go out and, you know, understand it. It's, you know, versus, but still, I love it either way, you know.
And be able to relate that to someone else. That's the beauty.
Yeah, that's fun. Right. That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So never would have thought that would, it just not one day, but over time it started to click. You know, that game memory, the memory game where you flip a card over and then you flip, you know, it's kind of like that. And over time things just started like, oh, well, that's okay. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, that's why I enjoyed so much of your video where you went live, because you were accurate. You know exactly what's where and where it should be, where it has been, where it's going, and why. And you're just like explaining to. I was really proud of you.
Neat. Well, thanks, Sam. Yeah, I'm uploading it now. So to be honest, I haven't gone back and watched it yet. So I'm excited. No, I kind of cringe. You know how you watch your own video and you're just like, so
that's why I sent you 150 clips.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's rough, but okay. I'm going to finish the comment section so we can watch the Aurora video.
Hey, Robbie.
Robbie is here.
Hey, Robbie.
Hey, Robbie. It's good to see you. Wow. Indica Land. Wow. Thank you. Really. That's nice, Jason. Really.
Hope you're warm, Jason.
I know.
Yeah.
I heard it was really cold. Really cold, right? Thank you, Jason.
He must have I wonder if he wouldn't mind me saying that he must have the longest driveway. He sent me a video of his longest driveway, and I thought, wow.
Okay.
Well, mine's like
I was just going to say, we're going to watch some of his videos in a little bit. I saved some of his, things from the past week. So we get that to look forward to. So
nice.
All right. Thank you so much. And Sharon, wow. I love it. It's just rolling on in. Sweet. Okay. Well, let's
show us your sky pics, guys.
I know.
Yeah, we want sky pics.
Thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome, guys.
Yeah. Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, little unicorn. It's like My Little Pony.
Thank you.
I was too old for my pony, so. And I didn't have any girls, so I never had my ponies, you know.
How can you be too old for My Little Pony?
I'm too
That's
old.
why I loved having the little preschoolers. You could play with all these cool little toys, and you actually had like a reason for doing that. Hi, Audrey. How's wee Lulu Bell?
Lulu Bell. Where's Lulu at? I can't wait to see her. But Audrey's here. It's nighttime for Audrey. I'm glad you're here. And Brendan in Ireland, there he is.
Okay.
I knew it. Hey.
I'm smelling sour cream and onion potato chips. I don't know why.
That's from Mestre Colette.
No, how you doing?
It's little Sam. But yeah, he never misses a show. He gets a gold star. Good to see you for sure. And there is Alexandra in Croatia.
Wow.
I know I've been waiting for her to join us because I have a video of some of her pictures.
Yeah, and get a few of your folks in your neighborhood to join us because we miss you. We had a lot of friends, even all the way, unfortunately, up in we like Russians. We don't like their government. We had a whole bunch of your friends in your area up in. It's fantastic that you're here from Croatia, and I hope to speak to you regularly. And we're all one happy family of Sky Watchers, and I appreciate you for being here. Thank you.
Me too. I'm glad she's here. So, and then the odd thing is, it says hi Kenny from the odd thing is. Okay.
Hi
Kenny. I'm not sure who Kenny is, but hello to you. So I'm not sure who the odd thing is. I'm like, maybe I know that person. Do I? Oh well, we'll see. Experimental. I know 141.
Experimental.
Hey, experimental.
6. Okay, I don't know, but that's cool. Good to see you for sure. Again, she's the one that gets a gold star. So I gotta get a star chart up so we can keep track. No. Let's keep going.
Back in the classroom.
Hey.
Age.
I know.
Age 7. Yeah.
Joe.
You get a gold star.
I know. She's a busy lady. I like all her posts and her pictures. I was impressed with her daughter just getting up and running a 5K and getting third place just out of the blue one day. She just, I think I'm going to go run. And she gets a prize or a certificate. I don't know what she got, but I was highly impressed. 5K.
Well done,
18 years old. Good gracious. Anyway.
Congratulations.
Hello, Joe. I know. That's awesome. I'd be proud. I'm proud. Okay. And Heather is here. Hi, Heather. Awesome to see you. Glad you're here. And
enjoyed the show.
There's Thomas. Good to see you, Thomas.
Hello,
Man,
Thomas.
He's a hardworking guy right there. On TikTok, that is. He's just talking away. I can't understand what he's saying, but he's doing a great job. I can tell he sounds confident. I can hear the confidence in another language.
Yeah, Thomas and I have spent a good deal of time talking to each other. And well, I tell you, he's a tiger. And I admire him for his age and his wisdom at his age. And hopefully, Thomas, you're out there getting the cosmic download from 3i Atlas like I have noticed. Have you guys noticed that all of a sudden these weird intonations for you have a minor ponderance go up in your head, and then all of a sudden there's this side answer that comes that almost has a texture and a feel to it, but yet it answers your question before it formulates into a problem. And I've noticed that many times this week, where all of a sudden it was sort of like an AI dump answer that was comfortable, and I went, and it kept happening all week long. And I'm going, how interesting. There's this new connective thought process thing going on here that it has more depth, more feeling, more oomph, more texture to it than it did even a few months. I don't know. Things are being solved easier. It's weird. It's all of a sudden, part of my mood. I feel better. It's like something
shifted.
So something has shifted in the last couple of days, even maybe since that sunburst or whatever's going on. But there's something new.
Maybe that's the solar flush they were telling us about, Sam.
Well, yeah, and then again, there was the people talking about, is 3i Atlas affecting? And all the way back to July and June and everything, when they first released the information, it was discovered prior to that, but it was kept quiet. Yeah, literally all the way like February, March, it was originally discovered, and it was just hush hush. And then amateur astronomers released it in July, and then it became worldwide. And I'm so glad it is, because this is the slap in the face that makes people look up and realize that all the rules are being broken by this. No matter what anybody says from day one in July, the moment that came into our visible human contact and knowledge ratio, and it affected all of our militaristic planetary-wide systems went on to alert.
I also look at it as the average person has become more curious about what's going on, and they're searching for truth. So they're willing to invest in more high-tech equipment as well. You only have to look at some of the guys out there with the amateur telescopes.
Sure.
And some of the best ones are from Dubai, because money's not an object there. So if you can log into any of the live telescope feeds from Dubai, look at them ones. They're amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Plus, they're at the equator, and they've got, at the equator, you've got a pure out view. The out view is centralized. When we first started watching Nibiru planets arrive in 2010, 11, and 12, the equator shots, the equator live cameras were much more clarity compared to even the Antarctica ones, because the shift in how small they were to how all of a sudden, boom, they were much bigger within a very short period of time. And in Christopher's video, we talked about how they spiraled in, and I give I handed Christopher a whole bunch of old information, and he put it together in a video for all of you folks, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to watch it somewhere in the program today.
Sure. Yeah, it's lovely. I just watched it because I actually seen, I thought it was one of your pictures, Sam, during the week of somebody else. And another gentleman that started talking to me from a channel. Sorry, I fell in there. But I suddenly just remembered, you know how you've given these pictures to Christopher to make this video? But I always wondered where some of the pictures had come from in the first place, especially when they were really tiny. And this particular gentleman was asking me if I was in one of the groups. And I can't believe how many groups are suddenly popped up on our feed, or were invited into or put into without us even knowing. And then boom, here's this story of this. I'll show you, I'll send a picture to Rebecca. It just, the gentleman asked me again today when I was working, so I'm sorry, his name, I don't know if he wants his name mentioned, or the group, but apparently he was getting blocked because he had the picture that just made my jaw drop. Like, you could see the planet lowered down from the sun and a blast going toward this planet, but it is quite clearly one of the planets. And I had wanted to ask you about at what stage this would have been at, because this poor gentleman got chucked out of a group for putting it in, because he was genuinely asking people who are doing solar pictures, well, what is this?
That would have to be generically 2012 to 2015. Generically, there have been. We have to remember that the back blow CMEs and the side blow CMEs that did occur, and then there were again some 2019, 2020 again, and that was on the opposite side again, which is what led us to start believe that separation was occurring, which promisingly did develop and transpire to fruition, where we are now at the point where we believe that the two stars are separating and going along their normal path, and which has caused, my level of concern as to why it's going to be so horrendously hot next year. We won't believe it. And again, people buy little extras of food to put away, rice, beans, you name it, just in case. I don't want to be a harbinger of doom. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. But I really do. I have concerns. I have some serious concerns.
I must have had a Marquez.
Yeah, I felt a little gloom and doomy last week, and I had to kind of sort of go, I can't go there. But yeah, I really do think that we're in trouble.
But if you've got eyes to see, Sam, you'll also see that all of these weather conditions, like you said, are affecting crops. Has anybody else noticed that things on the shelves in the supermarkets are getting scarce?
Yeah.
Or out of line or out of stock?
Or very expensive.
Not yet, honestly.
Well,
no.
They stopped making my
to...
teriyaki sauce, and I'm mad.
I know. I'm sure it's. I know.
Hi, Tara.
I can't find a decent teriyaki based sauce anymore. I'm
hey,
upset.
Marcus. Hey, DJ.
Honestly, everything is like completely stocked. They're preparing for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and where at least where I go, it's just.
Hey, I went looking for that salsa with the ghost peppers in it, and they don't have it anymore, and I'm mad. Now I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. You know, hey, Pace Picante, bring back the ghost pepper salsa. It was fantastic.
I'll send you the picture, Rebecca or Sam.
Okay, you can
see
do
this
that.
thing.
Yep. I'm making sure.
Yeah, well, marketing. I'm watching TV commercials, and I'm blown away by how little they're actually selling, because you don't even know what they're trying to sell you anymore. And there's so many metaphors coming back at us through this AI new wave of how they're filming everything, and the POV and all of this other crazy crap that now commercials have become. I see more makeup commercials than anything else, which is amazing.
Yeah, my point is too, look at Trump in the last week. He's done backflips with China. He's lifted all the tariffs. He's asking for more imported Australian beef and minerals now. And
the United States beef farmers are totally pissed.
And look at the ones that are happening in the countries like Norway and that, where they're using that new substance and it's actually injuring the cows. They're giving them this.
As far as China agreement, the great big huge new deal that he did was actually worse than the one we originally had with Biden. If he would have left China alone, we would have been fine. But then he creates a problem and then backs it off and then does a quote unquote deal, which is worse than the deal we had. And then he takes credit for it. And I absolutely looked that up. I'm not guessing. This isn't propaganda or fake news. This is the numbers, because the numbers don't lie. Remember, I'm doing economics every week, and in high level economics, I watch a lot of that stuff, and I don't just take one guy. I don't watch just one show and go, I know everything. No, I watch a lot of people about everything. Speaking of which, let's take a real quick.
Yeah, but China's in a lot of trouble right
Rodney's
now.
here. Rodney.
Hi, Rodney.
Rodney.
China's in a lot of trouble
China
now.
broke.
Linky.
It's destroyed. Its infrastructure's ruined. People are displaced. All the jobs are gone. People have all their savings removed.
Did you see that bridge that fell apart in China recently?
Bridge.
Everything's
brand new
apart in China.
It's just like that building.
It's referred to as tofu construction. It's like breaking. It's like breaking those noodles that you get, the ramen noodles. It's like breaking. That's their concrete.
Have you seen them use that to fix furniture? They break noodles up and they put it in the furniture with the super glue.
I believe it.
They're very crafty.
I believe it. Well, plastic chairs that degrade in 5 years, and then you sit on them and one of the leg breaks off. Yeah, their whole. They created this big, huge infrastructure in China, and then they went the Belt and Road Initiative, which started out as the Belt Initiative. Look that up, people. You would be shocked. It's global intervention where China has got a foothold into every continent, and they shouldn't have, because we shouldn't trust them. We should never, ever trust a authoritarian dictatorship, no matter what country it is.
Nina.
Because remember, we used to believe in a democracy on this planet back in the RFK, John F. Kennedy, RFK era, back in the 60s and 70s. And us hippies, we were working for something, for a reason. And seemingly we have forgotten that and moved to an era of greed, hate, and bigotry. And I don't know how that happened. That's not the world I grew up in. So let's hit
Definitely
reset, or before somebody does it for us. 3i Atlas. I love to start up with God hitting the reset button. I love that. Let's keep that in everything. Rebecca, send me a copy of it. I want to wear it, man. I need that as a. If I ever get a tattoo, that is the tattoo I will get.
Which one? Which picture?
God,
The finger of
the picture
God.
of God, the finger
Oh,
of
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Leonardo da Vinci's, or whoever,
That's
or
good.
did Leonardo
Yeah.
do that, or did
Michelangelo.
Mhm.
Nike
I was just
eyes.
going to say
Michael AI.
Yeah, okay. Michelangelo, God and Adam reaching out to each other in the Sistine Chapel.
Sistine Chapel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And if I was to ever get a tattoo, that would be the hand of God pushing the reset button on Earth. That'd be a cool tattoo.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't have any tattoos either. I can't really decide. I can't decide what it would be.
I have one.
If I did.
I have one rather large. I have one rather large tattoo, and it's a tarot card. And,
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't.
What is it? The
It's
King of
not in
Hearts?
police records, so I don't share it. So
King of
Right.
Cups.
Hey, Tara.
No.
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 Yeah.
no, not only that, I'm actually the King of Wands because I'm blonde.
Okay. King of Wands.
Yeah, no,
Makes
that's not the
sense.
one that I
Being a
have
Cancer.
either. So no.
I can say
Being a Cancer.
It's. I'll give you a hint. It's an arcane card.
Isn't it a Hierophant?
No, I wish I had done that one, but I started out on the other spectrum of that. No, there's another hint. But yeah, the
Hey,
Hierophant
Gillian,
would
remote
be a.
view it.
It's kind of funny. I don't know why. It's funny, but
Yeah,
I
I'm hinting at what maybe the people will be guessing in the next weeks to come. We'll see what they say.
Hey,
Arcane.
yeah, we should. If they
What
guess
is
it right,
that?
then they can
It's
come
one
on and
only
talk to
tattoo.
us.
oh,
Yeah,
here's T. I see T. Racy is here. I don't know when she finally got here, but anyway, hi T.
Hi,
Racy.
T. Racy.
Just now saw that. And Marcus, I didn't say hi to Marcus, but Marcus is here.
Hey, Marcus.
And DJ's here. If I didn't say, I can't remember. Boy, we have such a. I'm all caught up now. Thank goodness. Wow. Welcome.
And did you get NK?
Yeah, that's Nina. Yep.
Okay. Just the last on the bottom of the thread. I figured.
I don't know, but I'm
Yeah.
going to show you all. I can't remember if I told you or not, but I got to show you Buddy real quick. Before we do any Auroras, I got to show you Buddy. Because he got a home. He got adopted. Here he
Yeah,
is.
the most amazing
I know,
eyes.
there's his original
Yay.
post. This is back when he was at my house. But in
Good
he
on you,
precious.
buddy.
I know. He's like the cutest little kitty cat.
He looks more comfortable in the first picture than the second.
Okay.
Oh, he's adorable.
He's so, I know. I do miss him though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, and he's young.
Yeah.
He's only like
I
2 or
got
3
attached,
year old.
but it was a young lady, a single woman adopted him. So that's her little
Yay.
buddy. Yeah. So
Pretty kitty.
yay,
All the
buddy.
attention.
Oh man.
Yeah. He's like the best little cat. You would
And those are kitty
He's gonna
fight
get
nose.
spoiled. Yeah.
well, yeah, when he first arrived, he had fleas and they were biting his nose of all things, and I was treating that. So I know he's precious. And then his last picture, that's where he was at the shelter, and he got a new home.
He looks so
Yay.
healthy.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
he is right.
I love his eyes. He just has the most beautiful
I
eyes.
know, orange eyes. Yeah, they gave him a full, checkup and tested him, make sure he's not sickly or anything like that. No, he's all, yeah.
Nice.
So I'm happy that he won't be outside in the cold. So good.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
You think
It's only
cold.
Skinny.
Wait,
My cat's Skinny is a bully, and he would not tolerate Buddy, being too close by. So,
I'm
Things-
wondering what kind of winter we're going to have up here in Montana this year. I know that the East Coast is going to be buried, but I'm wondering if we're going to have a weird. Yeah, look at that. See right there, you
Look at
can
the
see the lead
incredible
asteroid
colors.
in both of
A
those.
pink that is almost red.
See the lead. You see that circle? If you could go back just even to those first two pictures.
Yep. Can you see the arc of it?
Can you see the lead asteroid?
Look,
right there,
look,
right
there.
there.
Oh, bummer. Hang on. I'll go back.
Right
Big
there.
red bum
Again.
shell. Yep.
there, look.
Right there. That is the
Big
lead
red
asteroid in front of its Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh, cool. Wow, that's incredible. You know, and people are asking, well, you know, if we had these, if the sun had this huge X-class flare, then why aren't the planets illuminating and having auroras too? And it's right there.
Ta-da!
Literally right there. They're being affected too in the same way.
There it is again.
That is incredible.
That is the long box cube.
Wow.
Yep.
That is
Look at
Casper.
Yeah, look at that right in the middle.
That's Casper. That's the side of a Saturn right there.
Yep.
Guys,
People are
pattern watch,
focusing on
pattern watch, pattern watch.
Yeah.
If
people
you
are
associate,
focusing
and
on
Rebecca's learned this as well, that's the edge of a Saturn again. If you
Yeah,
look at the
people are
size of something, and you
I was
keep
just
into
gonna say,
account
people are
how big Nibiru is, or how big Uri is, or how big lead asteroid is, or how big the red asteroid is, and the shape of the red asteroid, you'll pattern grab. That's the
look
side
at
of
that.
Uri. That's
Oh
the
my
side of
God.
Uri.
See, people are focusing on the skirting effect, Christopher, not looking above where the skirting effects.
Right, and I look at the dark
bouncing
areas
off.
first, not the light.
Yeah,
That's the side of a Saturn again.
look at it. Right there.
It's the edge of the
It's
planet
pushing-
illuminating.
Pushing the aurora.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Pushing it
Buffering.
out
It's
of the way.
like pushing it.
It's going, get out of my way. I'm more glorious.
That's the
than
bottom
you,
of Atu's moon and the red asteroid. And this
Look
again
at
is the
that.
Saturn over the top of Earth after sunset.
Yep.
The bottom of a Saturn is red, people.
Yep. Big red.
That's the tan asteroid in Uri at the beginning there, and now it's going over to a Saturn's yellow moon. Uri, just like the monthly site drawing, people, just illuminated in different colors.
Look at the whites.
That's the red. That's the red asteroid in front of Atu's moon again. See the shape?
Yep.
The planets are here, people. They're right there in front of your face.
Mm-hmm.
We just happened to. This is the. I was saying rather than calling it a world, this is a light show superstorm, and the planets are here and they're showing you. Look at the light, the light area at the base, at the horizon. That's the real sky. Everything's red. The refractive coloration, refractive light of how close Saturn is to Earth. That's the bottom of Saru.
It's just dancing on its bum.
The big open core of Saru.
Amazing.
Atu's moon Uri.
The other thing that's hard
They're
to fathom
there.
for us too is that they're rotating against us.
Yeah.
That's why we're getting all the different effects. They're actually rotating at the same time.
Just pattern watch, and they'll jump out at you. Look at the dark areas first, and then everything in the light will say exactly where it is and what it's. It's this light and this effect, this electrical illumination from ionized charged solar particles accelerating and bumping into each other and creating that light. Because electrons, just like the 4-foot office tube lighting, accelerated electrons in a gaseous vacuum put off light. And the reason
Just
we're
like
seeing red
neon
is from the red
light.
planet is Saturn. It's
Just
real,
like
it's
neon
there,
light.
it's happening, and all the puzzle pieces fit, people. There isn't
Look,
anybody out there find a flaw in my theory. It's not a theory anymore. It's a fact.
Look at that.
Lead asteroid.
Incredible.
See the size?
wow.
So those ribs there, that's the lead asteroid. There's
And
ribs
it's
in
at
there.
the Magellan Moon, the ion tail. Don't forget the ion tail.
Yep.
You know, all the planets got hit, not just Earth.
And that's
Look
what my
at
point
that.
was, is I wonder what all this other high-speed electromagnetic frequencies are doing to them as well.
Oh, sure. There, you know, this is why there's all these other factions here for the big grand show. This is celestial transition. This is a big event for Earth and for the people on Nibiru and Saru and the people in the craft, in the cubes, and in the Star Destroyers, the Federation ships that are here by the thousands. And now, of course, again, 3i Atlas is a higher factional civilization building event. This is a big event, people, and it's not just a light show. Yeah, that's Atu based.
Yep. Beautiful.
Now, when
Look
have
at
you
that.
ever seen purple auroras? Never.
Never. Never.
Red
That's like a
auroras were
bird's
so
wing. That
rare.
is glorious.
God, that's Isatum, the edge of Isatum right there. No, wait a minute. No, that's Nepesity. Look at the green. That's Nepesity. That's the bottom of it. There's the big 3 asteroid group right there,
Cluster. Yep.
just beside the tree to the right.
Tree. Yep. The clusters.
Yeah, that's That's base core Nepesity. Wow,
Yep. It's amazing.
it is. That's
Like,
I've not seen
last
this
year
before.
sometime, the same thing happened with Nepicity, and we saw the auroras underneath the base of the planet, the open core, everything. And I wish I could find that picture. I've been looking for it for months now. I can't find it, but we'll find it again.
Now remember, the bottom of all these planets, because of their personal magnetospheres, are glowing. Normally, even in normal solar output, in accelerated X-class 5 flare, this is super show. Look at that. That right there, that white illuminated area is the big 3 asteroid group. Remember, we talked about this in the past. On the left-hand side, it drops little tornadoes. And you saw 2 of them on the bottom of it.
Look how they're spinning.
Those are
They have a magnetic
asteroids.
field.
We were talking about won't they glow? This is that effect to that question you asked earlier, Sharon.
Yep.
These are the asteroids illuminating.
Yep.
Listen to the
Look at that
people.
ion reach. All of those objects are really there. They're just now electrically connecting and then putting off accelerated ionization.
But people will ask, why can't we see them? Why can't we see a big dark shape of them?
We do every day. Over and
In the
over and
daylight.
over again. We see variations of them. That is
In the daylight.
Oh yeah, I mean my Ring doorbell sees
about the
it
bottom of Saru
beautifully.
again.
Look at that.
And we can see them when they turn the lights off now.
Yep. They're having their own disco.
And you got to admit, we've never in our entire lifetime, we've never had a sky show like this. I mean, document. I mean, save this, download this shit, people. This is the greatest show on
Rotation.
Earth. And I'm in awe that
Wow.
more people aren't on board with Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher and our sister sites. I'm in awe that people have not woken up to what we have been proving for 15 years. How long does it take, people? How long does it take for you to realize this is the greatest show that ever was?
We have realised it. That's unfortunate, Sam. We're trying to explain it to
Yeah,
other people, and that's
I wasn't
the
talking about
heartbreak
you
we
guys.
all share. Is that how do you elevate them to our level of understanding?
Yeah, and without sending them to school, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Or insulting them
Yeah.
or offending them or
Yeah. Or boring them. Yeah. Or
they
hey,
can
here's
be
a
as
good
bored
one.
as
Or
they like.
babbling like a crazy idiot. That guy was talking about extraterrestrials. I stopped listening. I was like, okay. And I'm guilty of that because I'm excited.
I think we all
Again,
are. We're very passionate about it.
there's the
That's
lead
okay,
asteroid
Sam.
again, the Saturn's yellow moon, and the green asteroid, believe it or not, is on the left of the lead asteroid. Weird.
Yeah.
That's changing quickly. There again, the site of Uri. See the shape? See the darkness?
Yeah.
Just happens to
What
be
about
red
the
because
stars,
the
though?
Saturn is so close.
People are asking, what
Well,
about the stars shining through?
Asteroids,
Well, that's guys.
not stars. Asteroids, not stars.
Blinky things,
Wow.
yeah.
Look at the movement on
That is ion reach between planets. That's the thread link that's illuminating between Earth and whatever nearby planet. Right here is another example. Thread link. They glow because it's a super electrical superhighway. It's like ionized space lightning, but not really lightning. It's a thread connection.
Yep. Another thing that we can't see unless it's this kind of
Right.
circumstance.
Right, but they do exist. And that's what holds the planets in place, but not by gravity, but by atomic placement.
Plasma ball.
Most of the stars will vanish on the right-hand side
Yep. They go dark.
because there's a planet there.
That's right.
Oh,
And the atmosphere is what glows and illuminates. Oh, Rebecca, stop eating the cat.
That was a great reel.
Yeah,
yeah.
you know, I was absolutely on the ceiling crazy watching all of these auroras that everybody was publishing, and it was great. Thank you all out there that I got to view. And you know, the pattern just keeps jumping. Well, that's easy. That's easy. That's easy. That's easy. You know, it's like I see them so wholly easy. Because I draw the monthly site drawing, and I know the patterns, and which is how I know what's going on in my own head. And I was sitting there playing Star Wars.
You are the hero fan, aren't you?
Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
The Hierophant now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm galactically teaching off-world information. I think I could claim that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And I've spent, I think, long enough to prove, and again, Indigos never prove anything. They don't do tests, but Goonies never say die. So that's kind of a joke. I spent a lot of years. I'm still arguing in my head over all of this every week, and it's uncomfortable. But I figure it's important enough that I have to share it. And if in the future people hold me to account for that and either malign me or discount me, well, to you, I'm doing the best I can under what I know is off-world information, and there's no other way to share this to you other than a little slice of the pie. If I hand you the whole pie, you're going to laugh. If I hand you a little piece at a time, it will all start to fit in. Of course, this is where all of my friends and my expert friends here and throughout Facebook and YouTube are aware of. It takes time to develop this, and we have not been wrong. We have been so careful in our gathering of information over the years that we have earned our place in fact, not in supposition. Rebecca's back.
I'm back. Yeah.
But sometimes, Sam, that's the hardest pill to swallow for a lot of people.
What's that?
Well, sometimes when you show them a new paradigm shift, they can't handle it.
Right.
That's why you just have to let it sink in and walk away. But we are repeating ourselves over and over and over again. You would have thought that more people would have picked up and become aligned with what we're trying to say. I have a tendency to hand out the whole buffet rather than just dessert. And
I know it's overwhelming, and I apologize for my overzealous nature, everyone out there. But we have a finite amount of time on this planet, and I'm trying to get out as much information as I can to those who will listen. And unfortunately, I am reacting to the lack of viral scenario where it's just not getting out as far and as fast as I'd like it to, although I'm being patient as much as I can be. But damn it, Gumby,
formulating all new connections all over the place, trying to get our fingers in keyholes so that we can open them locks, Sam.
Yeah.
You wouldn't imagine the number of letters and things I write to people every day, trying to get us noticed.
Yeah, I'm still doing it too. I am guilty of that as well. And me, I'm just spam. Don't get me started. But we're all out here doing our job. And I hope everybody else is out there doing their job and sharing this information. Like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you think you're subscribed, go back and check, because they're knocking people off the roll regularly. Facebook is not behaving nice lately. And we love Facebook. We're going to continue to use Facebook because that is our collective outlet and inlet of information. We're in a totally different world, even just from November of last year. The rules have changed in so many ways. Bots have disappeared and AI has stepped in, which is also surprising to me why 3i Atlas shows up, which is intergalactic intelligence, II, stepping over the top of man's AI, which might be a good thing, and it could also be, point of view, bad thing. But again, and I've never been a believer in the mothership coming to save us thing. But boy, I'm ready to start believing, man. I'm telling you, I would like it to happen. I would.
Yeah, but you know what? Taylor and I were talking about that, and he gave me a reality check. And basically, he's like, when have they ever come down and intervened and saved, people? Like, we can think back of all the horrible things that have happened in the past. And how come they, what I'm saying? Like, why would they do it now and not before?
I would say that there's a lot to both sides of that spectrum on that coin.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of stuff going on where we're being saved and we don't realize it. And then there's a lot of stuff going on that we as humans don't understand, because they are looking at an overall thing, talking about 11 to 20 billion people they're dealing with. So there's going to be some cheese through the cheese grater, so to speak. And there's got to be a level of detachment when you're trying to run a race, because there's going to be, not everyone will ever always agree, and there are going to be some unhappy campers and some people that fall off the grid out of the spectrum of the progressive forward. Now, we've been changed 400,000 years ago. Everything changed, and we became more controlled. And we can go on, and I can write the next 5 books on that, on what I know alone from the transition of civilizations, cycle after cycle of Nibiru passing. Every 3,654 years, we go through some form of huge extreme change. Now, the question is, and it boils back down to 3i Atlas, are we going to go back to the Stone Age and start all over again? Or are we going to...
Well, that depends whether they determine this experiment is worthwhile or not.
I was told off-world information that this time was going to be different. And so I do have that belief pattern. Go ahead.
I understand that this is our last chance too.
Well, it's not our last chance, because no matter what, see, you have to break it down in the factions again. This 3i Atlas is a really, these are the civilization builders that are above the Federation, above the Nibiru and Saruans. Okay, Nibiru and Saru, folks, the Anunnaki, the Anu.
Yep.
The Anu on our binary system are the ones that put us here, created us, manipulated us into minors. And then when the region of space that we're in, the Federation that is running things in that region of space wants its share of the commodities from the Nibiruans and the Saroans. They're taking their tax, the king's tax or the federal tax or whatever you want to call it. Well, this upper faction is coming in and bumping us forward in our civilization to move us forward into the universe's social level. We're being raised up into the Federation level of knowledge and technology. There are still going to be some people will evolve and some people will not. Now it's a cold statement and it's kind of harsh, but that's that same thing we were talking about earlier, where we have to have civilization forward and not everyone's going to be happy with it. So we all have to be forward thinkers and believe that we are earning our place in the future. And we have to look forward to it and be happy about it, and not negative and not cruel and not evil and not greedy, and because those are all the negative things that are going to keep us down.
Yep.
And we have to grow past all of that. And there's going to be a bunch of greedy people that won't. And of course, they will weed themselves out very quickly.
Well, we already know who they are. We just have to wait for them to collapse. But
we always hope for more. We always hope that this person or that person is going to maybe change their ways or their spots or whatever you want to call it. But I'm hopeful, but and I don't want to be in the negative, but there are a lot of people that won't. And we've lost Rebecca again. I was hoping she was going to show us something. Okay.
She's probably trying to load something, and she always goes out and comes back in again.
Well, when she came back last time, she had a different look on her face, like she was either tired or there was something going wrong. Maybe Taylor didn't bring her dinner. I'm joking. But anyway.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, now we sound like Teletubbies.
Nibiru System Skywatcher. What happened? Sam began sounding like a robot. Yeah, I believe it. When I say important things, we get screwed with. I've had a bad internet. That could be the sun too. My internet is horrible, which is why you see my little picture with a circle around it instead of running my camera, because I can't keep my feed long enough. It would keep booting me out of the StreamYard and I'd be off the show more. So this way I get to stay on the show and not get thrown out every 5 minutes because of bad internet connection. And then StreamYard loses me, and then I got to come back and sit in the green room until Rebecca notices that I'm gone. And you're back.
It was lagging really bad. Anyway, had to reboot. Well, close out and start back. Okay.
Yeah. I was just talking about that. I was blanking out apparently, so I was filling time. Anyway, I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Gillian sent me a picture. I think it's from Kenny. I'm not positive. Is this from Kenny? No.
What, you mean the sun thing? No.
I don't know who it's from then, but here.
A guy called Douglas.
Yeah. No. All right. Well, here it is. Okay. Well, they wanted us to see this, and I don't know. I would say maybe that's the lead object. Maybe.
That says January 15th, 2022.
Yeah.
Down the bottom.
Maybe.
January 15th, 2022.
Yeah.
Okay, let me blow that up. Well, all right. This is Ben Davis.
Because if you go to
Suspicious Observer, by the way. Was an incredible solar event.
Yeah.
Okay, you said it was 2022?
Down the bottom, 15th January 2022.
Is in the
It's
center
the same
of
day
that
as the Tonga eruption.
It's the iris. That is the Norway spiral orb.
I was going to say, isn't that the Empire orb?
No.
You can see the iris in the middle shot.
You can see the iris.
Yeah.
And it's not the blue asteroid, because the blue asteroid, the iris of the blue asteroid is larger.
Yep.
Interesting.
Size, location, people. Well, yeah.
Because that's very much like the Death Star. It's got the iris, it's got the band that goes around it.
Recharging its fuel, pulling in stellar material. up its batteries.
Plasma.
And we miss you.
Plasma.
You went corporate and had to buy that big mobile home that was $150,000. You know, one of those caravan things. And he went public, and then him and I stopped talking, and then we didn't talk about Nibiru anymore. But I believe Ben was on board because I do know Ben.
Yeah.
Miss you, Ben.
I guess
I
that's why he was upset then when that dude got bounced.
Well, Ben had a family forming. They had a child, and then they bought this unbelievably expensive land yacht and caravan or Winnebago or whatever you want to call it. And I guess they moved to Arizona or something and lived in that for a while. I couldn't afford the payments on that. And right after that, he went kind of corporate and stopped talking about Nibiru. But he didn't publicly talk about it, but we did. We were discussing it in the background. And I actually knew him when he was new, before he got famous. And have spoken to. I reached out to everybody. I mean, I know I don't know if you guys remember Marshall Masters, but he was out there in the early days, and I chuckled. I reached out to him trying to stop him from. They stared at the same volcano for like 3 years every day, and well, there was a planet above this volcano, and it was amazing. And they missed the whole ball game of arrival from Antarctica and everything. I tried to get people on board with this information. All you have to do is look to the south. Once they got here in 2011, 2012, you could actually look south and see them, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger. Yep. And because we're looking up, I'm up here on the in northern Montana, and I'm looking south, which means I'm looking down the edge of the planet Earth and looking below us. And it's how you stick your brain into what your reality of outview is.
Yep.
And I watched these planets in 2011, 2012, plain as day. I watched the orbitation of Nana and Amelsaru, the moons of Nibiru, and I barely even draw them in. I keep forgetting about them. And I was chiding myself as I drew it this morning because I didn't include them, and I should have. And God, people, this is so proven for so long. I
wish I could go back to the day when I seen the first one and see everything that must have been there as well, because it was just the fact that there was this planet sitting next to the sun, and it was brazenly sitting there for days and days. In the evening, it would come up, go down like that, and then the next day it might be that wee bit higher, and you could tell, like, gee, that thing's moving. It seems to be on its orbit, and I thought, nah, it can't be. I mean, NASA would tell us, the TV would tell us, somebody would tell us. Honestly, that is what I thought. I thought
that was
I would be told if there was a planet, like, why shouldn't I be told? Like, and then
it's almost like a betrayal. You feel terrible.
Yeah, and I was really, really, really upset. I mean, I wasn't upset with Sam, but he had told me, like, but this is, they're real. They're here. They're another solar system, and I was so upset. I literally cried for a week. It damages your sanity. It really messes with how nice and pretty the picture is that you've been taught. You've got this picture. You've got this belief system where you go to church. You've got this whole life pattern that is completely shattered when you find these things. And it was so upsetting, and I thought they couldn't do this to us. They could not do this to us.
Well, if you really want to go back to where a lot of this started that we're not being told, it goes back all the way to the Council of Nicaea in 325
and
AD.
That upset me as well, because I had to learn that for biblical studies, and I thought that was gospel, that it was honest, and that it was truth. And again, everything was broken, and I cried for another week.
this is also part of why, I've done a major deep dive into the quest for religion, and anybody who really knows me knows how deep I have studied all forms of religion. I have college degree, not degree, but I have college credits in religion, and I mean, I studied and studied and studied. I was even thinking about becoming a priest until I thought about girls. Anyway, Constantine of Rome formed the Council of Nicaea, and that's where they decided, in a level of control. Now remember, the Christ is the head of office of the religion of Rome. The Roman Catholic Church has instituted our entire way of thinking to this day, and has affected our society in so many ways. Now, if you go to Africa and look at their Bible, there's 81 books in their Bible.
Yeah,
and in ours,
there is all that stuff.
Right, Jubilees and
Jubilees.
Yeah, there's 50 chapters alone of Jubilees that are not discussed, and the other, teachings of Jesus, and even
by Thomas as well, haven't they?
Right. Yeah, and they have affected the information base so heavily that if you were to find out that there are other planets and the gods, like Kingdom Come has got here, it will screw with Rome, and Rome is still running, calling all the shots in most of our governments today.
It's very hard.
That is the overall why.
It's very hard for when I think about how I felt back then. It's a very hard thing to hear this, Sam. I know you've been. It's been in your mind and in your soul and in your being since you were small, but for the rest of us and for other people who are coming after us and finding this information, it is really emotional. It really it takes a long time.
It affects the Catholics. It affects the Protestants. It even affects the Methodists or any of these other religions. If you go to the Reformation in England and all of that, and the changes.
So many of us were brought up with Jesus and with God being like certain shapes and forms, but now we're told something different, and we have to restructure this whole thing, but not lose our spirituality and our depth of connection to other people and other things.
The way I explain that,
it's hard.
The way
Please
that
explain
I explain that to people that are really searching for the answer to that is Jesus. Let's examine the Immaculate Conception. Let's just start right there. How today would we have an Immaculate Conception?
Artificial insemination.
Correct. And we know that Jesus performed miracles and wisdom and behavior that was so separate of his fellow man that he became noticed as the Nazarene, although the Jewish folk had a different Messiah. So and then John the Baptist chose Jesus. So because he could do curing, where he could lay on hands and actually heal people, and quote unquote, he had a multitude of genome towers. He had like 12 DNA strands instead of our 2. So let's look at that scientifically. How would we describe this Immaculate Conception? How would we describe this genetic alteration?
Genetic engineering, almost.
And why would that occur?
Why would you want to bring a being like that into existence?
Go for it, Christopher.
Come on, Christopher.
Sam is saying is that, I mean, it's the only way. If it's genetic engineering, then somebody had to put the box together. It's just.
So okay, supposedly you have a race of people that are placed here, these self-replicating bioengineered tools, people. slaves. I hate to go there, but that's what it is. And they lived and they lived and they lived, and yet you see the upgrade, but you want a larger upgrade, and you want to change this because there's a decree from some other race that says, you should stop treating these people like slaves and raise some of them up because they're really cool, awesome people, and they've lived here long enough and they deserve to be elevated. Well, that's what happened 2,000 years ago. Jesus was not a religious figure. He was a human genetic upgrade that has taken 2,000 plus years to reach fruition. And that is what's going on. And this is not a ending of your religion. This is an addendum to your religion and showing you there's much, much more going.
You just have to plug into
it. They don't teach you about how deeply connected you are to your planet, to your fellow man, to your, to your planet, and therefore to the stars as well. And that connection goes all the way through you. And with the electromagnetic binary concept, that fills it out a bit better for you. You understand more that everything's electrical and therefore connected.
Now is the time for some of us to evolve. And some of us won't evolve. And we talked about the November 2024 step into the opening of the sixth seal for those of you who wish to study Revelations. This transition into the darkness that we have stepped into is only going to last for a brief period of time. And they will have control over the earth from greed, which we are fully all aware of right now is taking place and transpiring, and bigotry and hate and fear. And so we have to rise above that and actually allow ourselves to evolve forward, regardless of what happens. We have to believe that, to an extent, which is long story short, we have to believe that some sort of mothership has come to already save us and change us. We're already changing right now. Didn't claim to be the son of God. He claimed to be the son of man. And the son of mankind. Well,
that
hi,
goes
Blackberries.
back to the bloodlines, doesn't it, Sam?
Please
goes
do
back to
continue.
the bloodlines. Well,
right.
Are you talking about?
Correct.
This is why they're so inherently looking for that direct bloodline, so they can reconnect up to those 12 DNA strand.
Right.
This is why this transhuman movement is a big thing right now, but they want to do it from a technocratic point of view, not from a natural upgrade.
So how do you explain the concept son of man to son of God?
Well, son of man,
the son of man.
The first genetic beings here were what? The Anu. And the Anu were the ones who genetically modified us to the version that we are now.
And placed us, quote unquote, into the Garden of Eden. And then, of course, there was Adam and Lilith. Do not forget Lilith, people. Very important. And then Lilith didn't get along with Adam. And then there was Adam and Eve. And then the story goes on and on and on and on.
She was also one of their children.
Adam and Eve were originally both hermaphrodite. And
remember we had that story? They split them down the middle.
And Lilith didn't agree to the deal.
Being subjugated.
Right. And so Lilith went off into the forest. And that's an important information to sidebar of all kinds of things that I could go on and on and on and on about, including Jewish magic and all sorts of stuff. You wouldn't believe what Lilith is up to today.
Yeah.
The apple.
He's getting zapped out again for saying that.
It's important. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did I get blurbed out?
Yep.
Yeah, it's cutting out.
Yep.
So Lilith is still around. So was Lilith like she didn't get clipped telomeres in the age department?
Yeah, Lilith and friends are still around in ways. And it's a genetic story that took generation after generation after generation to build to today. and there are members, and we talk about the Teutonic Knights all the time, and there's been an argument between the church and the French king that decided to wipe out the Teutonic Knights, and then they transitioned into other groups which are still in effect today, and there's still factions that are opposing each other, but basically we're being run by Rome overall, and they don't want this information because it will be the destruction or the antichrist of their stable base of immense power and immense money. They have all the money and all the artifacts stowed away and all the power, and they control everyone around the planet in governments in ways that they don't want known. And I hope I'm still here tomorrow after saying this publicly, but I love their effort. And I'm not saying it's the end of the church. I'm saying it's the transition of the church. And you know how everybody, including me, hates change. And we are at that. We talked about the doorstep. We're through the doorstep. We're in the room. We're now looking at the furniture, people. We're in the room, and it's changing right now. So either have a chair on that really fancy, beautiful red velvet chair, or run the hell out of the room. It's time. It's now. It's happening.
Yep.
Kind of metaphoric and vague, but wow, where we're at, it's just amazing, brain-wise, what's going on in my head included. I'm all things are weirdly easily answered, and it's like, I'm comfortable. What? This is strange. Why am I comfortable? And when I shouldn't be. I'm never comfortable. That kind of thing. And what's going on?
Yeah, but
did I get an AI link?
That's what the shift was. For weeks and weeks, we've all been on edge. And now that's abated. We don't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, I've got ChatGPT in my brain, and it's working. It's like, I took my download. Great. Yeah, finally, it's now finally running. Resetting. I'm not putting the cat in the refrigerator, I swear.
That little piece of code helped.
So we got more pictures, Rebecca.
Yeah, we do. I was just now trying to decide who to play next. I think let's go ahead and do Jason's video. Let's do that one because it's good stuff. So
yeah.
Well, tell everybody who Jason is.
Thinking.
Yeah, Jason is.
Or no, our Indica Land. Yeah, right. Indica Land 68. Our very
Mr.
own
Tasmania man.
Yes.
Who just had his birthday.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
This past week. Well,
a couple of days ago.
Birthday. Nice.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jason. I'm going to refill. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Okay, Sharon. All right. Here we go, guys.
Oh, cool. Wow. Look at that.
He never a dull moment where he lives, Tasmania. Never.
Look at that. Wow.
Every single day he posts, and it just blows your mind.
What's that, Rebecca? Look at that. Look at that thing. What is that?
Well, Saturn's moon.
Look at that thing.
That's what is right there. Yeah, in front of Saturn.
Yeah, it's all the ways on the right as well. All the way over to the left. Look at it.
Left is Uri. Left is Uri. See the stripes of Uri. Right is the Saturn's yellow moon, the lead asteroid, and the green asteroid. And again, the green asteroid is this time, and I didn't draw it right. I caught myself in a boo-boo. The green asteroid is closer to the sun on the left, like we discussed last week. It would be, and there it is. And I didn't draw it in there, although I did move it from where it used to be in the last few months. Yeah, that would be that pre-carnival ride.
Yeah.
That, of course, is the site of, that's the tan asteroid dead center above the trees. And there is lead asteroid, is Saturn's yellow moon, and the ion tail, just like I sight drawing right there.
Peekaboo, guys.
And the green asteroid is the blue blob just above the tree on the left.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like shadows, that, isn't it? Because you get the blobs,
Yeah, remember,
and
there's
then
many
there's the whiteness.
little other dotty things in there, along with the green asteroid. And that's always how you can tell the green asteroid, because it's an asteroid, but it has many little surrounding asteroids. Man, my ears are ringing.
Look how big that thing is.
I get dizzy at times from the ears ringing outside thing, and I've been noticing on TV programs on YouTube and stuff that they've also got noises in the background. It's like the harmonics are going on again. There again, the Tan asteroid, Lorraine, Pappy, side of Uri.
Is that gold glowing little ball?
Casper, green asteroid, lead asteroid.
All those
See that
glowing little yellow things are asteroids, aren't they?
Yep.
Just tell people that. Yeah, look at those things.
And the white ones as well.
Oh, that's very elegant. Look at it.
Sublimation. That is probably the long box cube sublimating. See that blue?
Yeah.
The dark blue square right there. See that line? That's weird.
Yeah.
Maybe
Strange
that's the bottom of a
shapes,
planet. I could be wrong. I don't know exactly where the sun really is, apparently.
Where's the sun in this?
Yeah, I need to distinguish where the sun is first before I make a call, because that could be the side of Uri for all I know. And I did a terrible skull drawing this week. I laughed at myself later going, dude, but that's because the angle of the chin is different.
Right there. See that? That round
Sweet blue ball. Look at it.
I know. It's just like waiting to be seen.
That's the lead asteroid again.
Yes.
That little circle just above the dead tree area there. That's the lead asteroid in front of a Saturn full moon. Now that straight line is off of the long box cube somewhere in there. But the dark blue smaller circle in the center of the photograph right now is the lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, which is on the right hand side. And you can see the wispy white going to the right. That is the ion tail coming off of the Saturn's yellow moon. And if you look, Saturn is the blue area, say just above the center as well, just like this month's sight drawing, where Saturn's yellow moon is farther to the right, and we're seeing more of the side face of the Saturn.
Yeah, it looks like those little dark circles might be its craters and stuff.
Yep, stuff.
Stuff. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Trying to be a good girl.
Right, and Sarah was behind both of those, but it's a sky pillar as well. God, my ears are ringing. I am almost dizzy from. Heck, I am dizzy from it. Wow.
Sometimes it's like you're going to fall into the picture.
Look at the light pinch. See the shaft lighting on either side, right? Horizontal shaft lighting. That's a light cutoff coming in from him on one side and the Saturn on the other. And Matim is white in the upper left of the sun. You can see that big size of a tangerine. It's that white area where the blue...
Big round ball. Look at it.
Yep. It's going to be cool. I can't wait to see what Matim does. Because it's headed toward us just like Saru is. And she's going to be over us in a few months and maybe spring, or I don't know. We'll see. Because every time I guess, it's always faster than I assume. Of course, that blue dot just to the right is lead asteroid. Now, you may notice that I drew in a whole bunch of small... This is, of course... wow. That is definitely Matim-like.
And that... something. I mean...
Well, I'm torn between red asteroid, but it might even be Matim and red asteroid.
Yeah. But what about a cube in there, too? I don't know.
The cube should be over the top of our heads in this shot. Because the cube is beside Atu's moon, which is behind us.
Yeah.
Look at those things like fingers going up.
I know. I was at a loss on that.
Yeah, look
That'd
at that.
be the side of Well, that could, yeah, you are right, Rebecca, when
Wow.
you said cube because of those straight lining. Yeah, you could be right. Now,
Yeah.
notice this is not a sundog. This is a stellar halo. So that means that this is being cut off from the upper left by Matim, which is causing this malformed halo, which is also drawn in on this month's site drawing, by the way. You may notice that the right-hand drawing is kind of muddled in with a lot of lines and a lot of drawing and a lot of mess. Because there's a lot of mess going on the right-hand side. God, I am absolutely, I apologize, I am dizzy. You hear a loud thud and I don't say anything, you'll know why.
Crash.
Look at that golden color around it. That like
The halo. That's a stellar cutoff halo. Because something is cutting in front of the sun. So the viewer is seeing a light halo from the cutoff. And look how small it is. A sundog would go all the way below the horizon to the viewer. That's the side of Uri and the Tan asteroid going downward.
Jason said his trees are dying. Notice the trees are dying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, we had a storm, a big storm, and everything in the yard blew around. We had a big, huge tree crash the other night in the middle of the storm, and all of our cottonwood trees near the river have died, and because we are in climate change. Yeah, that's the site of Uri with the Tan asteroid right there. That's awesome.
Wow.
See that white thing with stripes at the bottom? Just find the little gray clouds at the bottom. That's the Tan asteroid.
Look at the ripples. Look at the ripples.
Yeah. Movement.
And look at the other stuff on the right here is different to that. That's more straight across.
It's going going overhead and vertical. We're seeing it vertically going downward, but they're actually, wow, I wonder what's up into the upper left up there. That's cool. I wish it was almost live, like, go up there, I want to see that.
Go up there.
Just right there,
like
just up left. I want to see what that is.
All right. And it's got wee fluffy edges.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's the side of Uri for sure.
Yeah, the gray clouds. Look there.
And then look at the light blue at the horizon compared to the dark blue. And there again, right there, same thing. Nighttime, daytime. There it is. Asteroids, Uri. I mean, you couldn't have laid those two over each other better.
That's just like America. Wow, Jason, that's cool.
And this is see the red? That's
Wow,
straight
the white.
down shafting, or Nebesity.
Oh, look at the beams.
That is Sarah from side.
I'm guessing where Jason is, there's very little light pollution as well.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, he's about as south as you can get.
Yep. If I recall, he's in town near Franklin, which is down the lower bottom half of Tasmania.
Yeah. What a place, Tasmania. What a place.
Beautiful place. Nothing like it.
I think if I went down there on a plane, I think I'd actually be afraid to be on the bottom of the planet, because I'm used to being up here in the northern hemisphere, all the way up here by the Canadian border, and it just strikes me as weird being on the bottom of the planet. Claustrophobic. I don't know. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto.
Well, if all these soothsayers are saying the pole's going to flip, who knows?
Those aren't
you
stars.
Might be on the bottom. You might be on the
well,
bottom.
we've already moved. Thank you, Jason. We've already moved. We've already axis tipped on our planet. But when they leave, we don't know what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to do any spiral, weird, crazy shit where the oceans are going to come out and do a Noah's Ark thing. But you never know. God, I ponder that stuff all the time. And it drives me nuts, and I don't want to believe something negative like that. But we've already, our weather's already changed. It's only going to get worse. When we get warmer, the warmer we get, the worse our storms are going to become. You know,
Yep.
we are climate change, absolute climate change is going on right before our very eyes, people. You better get used to it. And I do not and would not be surprised if next year we are going to fry our asses off. And I don't want
Oh.
that to be the case. I believe that's what's coming.
Rebecca,
Yes.
I've sent you pictures. Kenny sent me
Okay.
some pictures. He
Neat.
wanted to ask about these few little pictures.
Okay.
Well, 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah. We can do that. Also, I think it was Kenny. No, who was it? It was DJ. DJ had a comment, and I just wanted maybe you could clarify because I was curious the answer too. But he said I had to go back and look it up, and yes, Jesus did claim that he was to be the Son of God or God in human form, and he didn't
Okay.
understand where you got the information about him being a
Okay.
super.
My first question always is where did you look that up? I mean, did you go to King James? If you went to the King James version, well, then you better throw that out.
Is tainted.
Go look at the Colburn Bible.
Right. Well, it depends on there. I have a parable Bible, the same one that Indiana Jones uses in Raiders of the Lost Ark, with the buckles and the clamps and all that. Mine's a parable Bible. It goes 1880 or 1880, 1880 something to on one page, and on the other page is 1632. And so I have copies of the 1632 Bible. So I now remember the King James was the Reformation rewrite of the Bible from England, and oh boy, did they change it. So if you and I never reference anything out of King James. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I always ask which. I mean, there's even the New Era Bible that the United States of America put out. Oh my God, did they change the words on that one? Which I was forced to study out of and actually take notes from, and I had arguments with my teachers over that because I did have a copy of the Parable Bible, and I went, "That's not what the Bible says," So you have to be careful who you look up and where you. Again, always with everything. I don't know how many times I said "according to whom." Not arguing with you, but thank you for looking it up. But if you are looking up out of St. James or King James version, I would ask ChatGTP to go through older texts, please.
And you got to look at the motivation. Why did King James change the Bible in the first place?
So he could get a divorce.
A lot of these,
Exactly.
a lot of these guys did it to suit themselves and their lifestyles. I mean,
well, not only that, the great era of the Reformation in England took huge amounts of land and tilery and money from all the churches, and they destroyed monasteries throughout England, and it was a horrible period of time. Although I must absolutely admit that the Roman Catholic Church kind of did deserve it in a way. They had way too much power, and that the Rome jumped all the way from the Holy Roman Empire in Germany to the Holy Spanish Inquisition, which happened twice. Oh my God. And the papacy has jumped all around the planet, but yet they've got all the money, they've got all the cards, they've got all the control, and not only that, they've got the greatest excuse that ever was. Well, the church will damn you if you don't. And they're going, oh no, I got to get right with Jesus, And if you give to the church, they're selling salvation that they don't own. It's the greatest Ponzi scheme that ever was.
Yep.
It truly is. If you help build my Sistine Chapel, or if you help build this church, you're going to get closer to God. Well, that's not how it works. I always love that. It's the greatest con job. That was like, if you give your pennies to the church on Sunday, you'll enter heaven. And like, that's not how it works. So sad. Right. It's really it's a huge sadness.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that
Well,
Oh,
okay.
it's the
Regardless.
Septuagint.
Well, that's
The
Greek next
Septuagint.
to it.
She's trying to say the Septuagint. He or she is trying to say the Septuagint, I think. And sometimes when we're typing stuff into our predictive text, does it all wonky like that. The
So that's Greek
Septuagint. If you type in the word
regardless.
Septuagint.
Yeah. Deep sight, John
Epsilon and theta are
10:36.
there.
Okay. Regardless, we all are the son of gods, plural. Mankind is a genetic manipulation in a petri dish. Okay. God did not make man. God did not make Jesus. Jesus was an intentional placed upgrade by the Anu because they were being forced from a higher faction to follow a decree of evolution that was forthcoming regardless of whether or not they did it. So therefore, in order to have a receptive host to the decree, an immaculate conception was laid into the human genome over 2,000 years ago to facilitate this upgrade transition, because you can't do it overnight. It takes generation after generation after generation for the corrective coalition of genetic structure to be able to handle the transition. You can't take a caveman and put him on the deck of an extraterrestrial landing craft and expect him to drive it like a car. So you've got to be able to build up the capacity of the human mind, the human genome, to accept it. I mean, they might, be able to thrive, but if you want acceptance and growth, you have to be prepared for it intellectually. All of us on the panel have been fighting and arguing with that same predication of all of what we're dynamically trying to jam into our own brains and tolerate and understand in very uncomfortable manners. And we're all suffering. But we're trying to get this message out to you guys because this is what is happening. This is the upgrade of man. Question is, are you going to get on the subway or not? Are you going to transition to the next station, or are you going to let that reset send you back to the cave?
So are there people out there who are unaware, transitioning naturally without knowing about the binaries? Can they transition without knowing?
There are, from my understanding, is there's multiple, this is like 7 puzzle pieces that you have to have. And there are people out there that would have 2, and there's people that have 5, and people, I don't personally believe I have all 7. I think I'm probably somewhere around 5 or 6. I have most of the puzzle pieces genetically, which is my ability, which is why I have my abilities to understand and perceive in the manner that I do. My far remote viewing skills, my science, chemistry, theoretical physics skills, which is so basely obvious to me that I don't understand how everybody else doesn't understand this, because to me it's just normal. And so I have some of those pieces. I don't claim to be the all-knowing everything, although I know a lot. I've been shown that because of my 15 years of dealing with average Joe Facebook. And I'm not trying to brag, because believe me, most of me would rather get back into my cave and hide and not say a word. But this is so damn important that this is my thing where I have to tell mankind, this is my legacy. This is my one thing. This is my job. I was told by the Pleiadian that apparently, I like 3 days ago, I ran it through my, only you can do this. Like, oh, come on, give me a break, And this is where I started arguing with the Pleiadian. And by the way, don't argue with ET, especially when they're from a higher race. And yet here I am, 15, 20, 30 years later doing. So I'm shaking my head, going, God, I was kind of stupid, wasn't I? And I wish I'd had a notebook to take notes with. But here we are, people. You got to listen to this shit because it's really, 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 really happening. It is. It's happening.
What about all those other people out there that are dropping nuggets about Nibiru and all that kind of thing, claiming that they've got the same sort of information that we do, but not on the same scale? but they're always talking about
Ask any
Nibiru.
one of them if they have off-world information or not, and not one of them claims that.
No,
And that,
that's what I
you know,
mean.
I mean, I was prepped, however, uncomfortably, illogically, to, so, you know, because the guy, the student, the Pleiadian, during this abduction went, God, who the hell are you? Because you sit up on our table and humans can't do that. And then he went, who the hell are you? And they put me aside. And then he came back and he actually did a personal conversation with me and handed me all this information. And so apparently, you know, it's recorded because they're for Pleiadians are supposedly from the future. And how else would they look me up? So he had all this information about my life and including my relationships and, you know, my children the whole night. It was like unbelievable. And 90% of that stuff to this day has come true. And it's like, so it's beyond denying for me anymore, which is part of why I do what I do the way I do it, with the assurity, the knowledge of that, yeah, this is correct. And which it gives me a platform to stand on a base of information, because I can no longer argue with it. Because this culmination of history, from going back with the government telling me I'm not allowed to an event that happened even as a child where people tried to have me offed because they didn't want me to do shit in the future, blah, 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 on and on and on. There's been so many examples of that this has got to happen and is happening. That's why I feel comfortable in my status of knowing that I have a level of information that's very important for everyone. Now, whether or not you want to listen is up to you. I have not tried to sensationalize any of this. I've not tried to sell. I've not profit off it. I place real name in order for a level of credibility, and I've been hard at it ever since literally April of 2010, trying to warn everybody the information. And again, yep. Sharon and Gillian are here, and everybody else is gone. You haven't found any holes in my story yet, have you?
No. And it doesn't matter how much you research. Again, this is what I'm saying. Other people that have come out and claim to be whistleblowers or contactees, they mention Nibiru in passing, but they don't talk about it in the same manner that we do and how important it is.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Yeah,
I can tell you exactly where Nibiru is currently, and no one else can. They go, oh, you know, it's on the other side of the sun. And you see the video, you know, 3 weeks ago. Oh, it's beyond Pluto, and it's like, and they're handing you information that goes all the way back to 2008.
Yep.
Did you get the pictures,
why?
Rebecca?
Well, I haven't got them yet. I was saving a video, but I'm getting ready to do them now. Hey, Ninja's here.
This is the reason I typed this: the view past Earth, opposite of the sun, facial illumination. Nibiru has already gone by us. It was here it came up from below us in 2010, 2011, 2012, and then it went far away in the distances as the entire solar system changed in front of us. And Uri came from the right-hand side and then went to the left. And then we spent several years staring at Uri, blah, 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 close to Uri. You know, as that whole system rotated and rose and rotated and rose, and it came spiral, then it went right, left. And then over the years, now as of about a year ago, Nibiru went over the top of us and beyond Earth into the light, being facially illuminated, because it's now beyond Earth where we can see its face. Attu's moon has also done that, and Pesity is directly over the top of us and is also being facially illuminated in the months to come. So this is beyond. So if you're looking at this drawing here, just imagine that the sun is directly behind you. That's the best way I can describe it. Opposite of the sun.
Yep.
Right.
But my point is we're observing these planets in our skies, and everyone keeps saying Nibiru is the destroyer, but we understand that it's the second binary sun that is doing all the major damage that we're seeing around us right now. It's got nothing to do with Nibiru.
Yeah, and if you look at the representations going back through Egyptology or Mesopotamia or any of the stelae, from like Göbekli Tepe all the way to Viking ruins, or here's a good one, Pictish art. Oh, I want to do a show on Pictish art alone. They were carving representations of the second sun in everything, and the warnings to people that the second sun is coming. And this is why they've got two suns in a lot of stuff, and one's larger than the other. And example, Japan, the rising sun. What are they showing you?
Yeah.
They're showing you a red sun. They're not showing you a yellow one. They're showing you a red sun. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what, boys and girls? This star that's headed towards us, that is very big, that we see it. And if you look in the sky, how freaking large our sun is right now. Warning, hello, red flag. We're staring at that standard red star, and everything that those people have carved in stone to warn you about is happening now.
Yep. The sun's not this big anymore.
And I don't want to chicken little. The sky is falling. The sky is falling on you. Damn it, people. That freaking star in the sky is so freaking big. It was never like that when I was a child. I am warning you. No, I am warning you that the larger star is closer than our star right now.
Yep, you could watch it come up through the horizon and go across the sky and then set again. Not now. Not now. As soon as it hits the horizon, it's just white out. It's so big.
Hey, Breezy.
We're in trouble.
Here.
We've got a larger star, and I think what NASA is showing us. I think they're showing us the standard red, because the behavior and the geography of the sun that I've been staring at for the last 15 years is no longer what I'm staring at now. And excuse me, the only excuse would be, did they switch suns on me? Yeah, they did, because they're showing us the closest star to us, and it is burping and behaving. And those coronal holes, oh my God, that we went through for this summer. Never in our entire life have we seen coronal holes on the star that freaking big. Ever. No. Not even close. They're like 50 times the size of what they would ever been. No, we're not looking at our yellow soul. We're looking at the standard red star of Nibiru.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, I without a doubt, you can't change 15 years worth of study and then boom, it's something completely different and go, yeah, that's normal transition. No. And these burps, X-class players. Go ahead.
Do you have a relative size comparison of what you believe this star size is like? Because it's
a standard red. It's a standard red. And the best way to do is go to YouTube and look up different sizes of stars, and then do a collective search of what a standard red or a standard white or a standard, blue stars are different size. Different stars do different things. Like Betelgeuse is like, they're like trying to distract everybody with Betelgeuse, and Betelgeuse is in Orion. And if Betelgeuse goes, I think the Pleiadians are in deep shit. I don't even want to go there. Maybe it already blew a long time ago and we don't know it.
Didn't they say that they were predicting that it was going to go?
But they're waiting for it to go.
It's like that theory of the speed of light.
They've been
how long does light take to get to us?
About 2 years now that it's going to blow any day now, and if that thing goes, we're going to everybody day and night. If not feel it in one way or another, if not, life ending for regions. I don't know. Mankind's physics is so full of shit. I laugh, and what I see is basic. I don't think they'd let me talk too loudly to them. I'd probably piss them off like I did the last time I was in Langley. But I would love to go to a conference in Helsinki and tell them what I know. But then again, you can't get any of those 100 people in the room. 5 of them won't agree on anything. So, which amazes me about empirical English standard known science, and I'm not mocking the Nobel Prize people, love them, but wow,
Oh, did you
we're
see?
so
Did you
wrong
see one
about
of the
so much.
Nobel Prize winners this year? Oh my God, the woman that found something in relation to our problems from 5 years ago. She got awarded a prize.
Well, we don't have any mega scientists anymore because unfortunately we're all being, the independent thinkers are being slapped down by tenure problems and money and
And then
getting along.
the inventors go bye
Yeah.
bye.
Well, I was watching a new robotics show where the robot decided to fall over on presentation, and they were so thrilled about
That
it. But
was
then,
China.
it, yeah, it didn't make 5 steps out onto the stage and then went down. Like,
Oh
oh, okay.
gosh.
I think they're doing that as a misinformation because they've got. God, you should see the robots the United States already has that's classified.
Yes.
And they
Scary
were
shit.
here, and
I don't want to look at
yeah,
those
and it
things.
was
Those are
public for a
scary.
while, and then it got buried. It got buried. Those techno robots with that have machine guns and all sorts of shit in their armor, and they're giant, and they had them walking around in public for a while. Yeah, and they're like 8 and 10 feet tall, and they're
I was
literally
just going to ask you, how
like the
tall are they?
Transformer bot. They're huge, and I bet you they got flight packs, and God only knows. It's just like anything that sci-fi could come up with in the comic books, DC world or whatever. No,
Yeah.
there is rumors that technobots have been used in foreign wars in remote locations to do certain things. And not only that, there are multiple platforms in space that people with secret agencies from the Earth already are existing on, with God only knows what space. And the question is, are we mining things from space already without being told? And where does all our money go? And not even
We
get me
have to
started
look at
on.
some of the sophisticated alloys that are in some of these
Yeah,
objects.
where's all this
Where are they getting
titanium
some of
coming
those?
from?
Yeah,
Where are they
that's
getting all
my
these?
point. Where are they getting it?
Yeah, they're talking about titanium steel cages inside these F-36 fighter craft, and where they're coming up with that much titanium, and unless we're not being
Makes you
told. But of
question.
course, the Bureau of Land Management's got all the mineral rights sewn up in the United States anyway, and the little guy gets the scraps. But anyway, I'm going to go to the little scientist room, and hopefully Rebecca has something for us.
Of course, yeah. And DJ has a question for you when you get back.
Oh, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, well, he wanted to know what do you think about the Saturn death cult people, aka Purple Dawn? That's new for me. I don't know.
That's a good one.
And then after this, I'm going to play Alexandra's video.
Alexandra's.
It's Alexandra. Like
Alexandra. Yeah.
Right. I know. I had to practice.
Enunciate.
I know.
DJ,
boy.
the Saturn death cult. Oh my gosh. Well, that goes back into the mix of those that practice those dark arts and Luciferian stuff. And it all came about because if you have a look at history, prior to the Egyptians being sun worshippers, they used to worship Saturn because that was all that they could see in the sky back then. They couldn't see the sun.
I wonder why they would say. I mean, does that mean that Saturn was right up there, like in that other, that song, with the dudes with the cellos like that big, was Saturn like that big? And Thunderbolt's project had it that. I can't imagine that our own planets were that close that we would see them. And you know how everybody goes then.
You caught me on a subject. I don't know anything about the Purple Dawn at all. Not a thing. I've not even heard of it.
From what I can work out, and this is what people like Jason Brashear says, that prior to all of the floods we used to have a vapor canopy and it used to block out the sun. This is when we had all the giant animals, the dinosaurs and things. This is where our oxygen levels were at 21%. Higher oxygen, but bigger cell growth, better growth in all areas. So if you follow the narrative of all the stuff that's in history, he believes that there was a vapor canopy, and only during those vapor canopies, only at night time when it came down, the vapor actually landed as a form of mist, could they see the stars. But there was no sun. And this is why we had accelerated growth also, because of the UV that was being blocked because of the greenhouse effect. And the only things that they could see at night were the luminaries. That's why they call them the luminaries. And Jupiter and Saturn were the luminaries. And why was Saturn so predominant? Because back then they could actually see the hexagram on top of Saturn. You got to remember that Saturn used to be tipped over. It's now becoming aligned. If you have a look at pictures of Saturn over the last 10 years, it's actually gone from an inclination like this to an inclination like this. So if they were able to see the top of Saturn and the blue hexagram from the auroras, that's why they started worshipping Saturn. Does that
Not
answer
only
the
that,
question,
but
DJ?
when the arrival of the second star comes into play, the magnetism and the battery power of each of the planets, their poles also hyper illuminate. When the tipped axis occurred in 2010 and 11, and all the normal planets in our solar system tipped to meet that arriving second star. It's like, magnets pulling on each other. They bent over to face each other.
Well, look at how it affected some of the moons, like Eucephalus. It's giving off gases now. It's an icy planet, and it's actually giving off gases.
Yes, it's sublimating. Venting gases because, basically, they're saying, everybody says climate change is only Earth, and that's not what's happening. Our entire with the arrival of this second larger is, it's like putting a space heater in front of your chair. It's warming up the whole damn solar system, people. We got a bigger secondary star in our solar system. Of course, everything and all the planets are having climate change. So there's drastic change all over the place. And then we go back to 3i Atlas, and I love it. I'm terraforming where we go. And Mars is heating up, it's warming up. Now, with this, the hairdryer that's on the way, going to go past, and it's, is that HCN, the hydrogen cyanide nitrate, going to sink in and build the atomic beginnings of life in the soil in Mars? And are we going to see in the next 10 years, are we going to see a green Mars where their plants are growing and it's putting off oxygen?
But if there was life on Mars previously, there must be some residues left in the soil layers or even underground.
Well, there's plenty of water underground. They have proven that the soil on Mars is on the surface is one kind, and then you go down a few inches and it's something else, and you go even deeper, and they know there's water, subdermal, subterranean water on Mars, especially in the pole region, especially the South Pole, which is why I think India landed down on the South Pole. All of that.
How do most reactions start?
And again,
with water.
How much CO2 emissions when it did pass through the tail of 3i Atlas, because it was a very large tail. So I imagine the whole planet was enveloped into it. And being that it does have a low atmospheric magnetosphere, that material's filtered down into the soil. And I even looked into the study on that compared to Earth, which it would be less likely to than. And I'm wondering, if that 3i Atlas passes close to Earth, are we all going to get gassed, or are we some of us going to live and some going to die? I didn't want to go there, but
that's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down, Matt.
Yeah, and I don't want to scare people, but I mean that would be gnarly and nasty too. And are we being terraformed for the good or for the bad? Anyway, all of that. So the question is, are we going to see it soon, or is Mars going to turn life within our lifetimes or the next 10 years, or Many lifetime. I don't know, but I truly believe that going through the tail and the aurora borealis on the backside of Mars on October 3rd tells me that it is electrical as well as chemistry induced gases. So I'm heartened by that. Yeah, did they jumpstart?
How did they get Frankenstein off the bench?
Right. Exactly. A Tesla coil, boom, here you go. And did they revive Frankenstein the Marster, Marster?
Who knows?
Yeah, I'm highly excited by the nickel, and this is an industrial output. You can't, comets don't make that, asteroids don't make that. The output of that nickel, carbon dioxide, hydrogen cyanide output is industrial. You can't make that unless you want.
No.
Yeah, that has to be made on purpose.
That have been forced to interact with each other under different conditions that you'd find here at Earth.
And not simple conditions. This is a complex industrial scenario in order, especially with the iron content. That was the thing. That's the big thing that separates everything inside of our solar system to outside our solar system. Because if you talk about the dagger of Tutankhamun, that is a nickel, very low carbon, low iron content dagger, and it's never rusted, and it's still sharp. And that is from an asteroid from outside our solar system because of the nickel content. And it is so highly refined that we can't even do that on Earth.
And if you were to cut that nickel in half and have a look at the crystal structure, you will see that the crystals are so tiny because of the trajectory that it's traveled through the solar system over a given period of time. And we all know that if they're really, really small crystals, they've grown over a really long period of time. Big crystals, quick growth.
Yeah, we're not talking a single proton. We're talking a hexagonal 5-connected cyanide, hydrogen cyanide nitrate is like this complex building structure that you can only make through some series of complicated chemical equations. This is not something that is produced in a one-off. This is something that takes 5 stackings of 5 atoms. This is intentional.
Oh, and again, the chemistry behind it and the way in which that they're in their arrangement is so complex that we wouldn't know how to do that if we were to try and reproduce it.
This is the kickoff to this startup of building amino acids in barren soil.
Yep.
The building blocks of life.
Correct.
And you can't fabricate that. That takes millions. That takes millions of years to create, and it's done it in one passing within 6 hours.
Yep. We'll call that the Genesis effect, shall we? Just like Star Trek, the Genesis effect.
Yeah, I remember that episode. I mean, that was a really profound story, because I remember back in South Africa watching that one, and how the thing flies down into the planet, and then of course they speed it up and they show you all the incredible things, but you don't perceive the science fact when you're watching a story like that. But it really is takes a lot of time to create like that.
Sharon, I think you just won a cookie, and as a matter of fact, I think you just won the baker's dozen.
I'm so.
The Genesis
she
effect.
got a naughty badge today. Well done, girl.
I absolutely love how much you use Star Trek, and you're so basically patently correct, and it's simplistic and awesome and brilliant. Thank you. The Genesis effect, exactly.
Yeah.
Because not only was it chemical, but it was electrochemical.
exactly. It needed, remember, in the Genesis effect, they needed the detonation for it to start the
The
effect, the
spark.
chemical reaction.
Yeah, the spark, the electric.
Exactly the same thing that's happening here. Star in a jar.
Yeah, like a
You have
little,
that light?
buggy bug thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just cool.
Hello,
It's actually so
Egg.
exciting to think
Egg's
about
here.
it like that. Hi, Egg.
There she
Don't
is.
forget to get your
Yeah.
copy of the latest drawings.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am unable to. I'm unable to send it to everybody like I used to. I have been flagged so many times for my side drawings being nudity, and now they're
Crayons.
Naked
kicking me out.
planets.
Yeah, because I drew a planet with maybe a dot in the middle. It might look like a nipple.
you
or,
ever
I don't
seen-
know.
A magic pencil.
Is that one with all the different colors in it?
Yeah, you get another cookie. Jeez, you've got both of the boxes this time.
Yeah, they're good. They're good for the young ones because it means they don't have to have a whole box of different colors in front of them.
At
They just
one
turn the
point
pencil.
during lockdown, I went into
You
an
went-
art phase. Now I've got a whole bunch of like these kind of pencils that look like
You're
stuff
prepared
that
for
you-
Dracula, then, aren't you?
it's like I know, I'm in
Alexandra,
that
we
job.
would love to hear your opinion regularly. The fact that you're in Croatia is very important to me and us because
Yeah.
perhaps you should think about starting your own sister site on Facebook, and we would love to add you because we don't have anybody in your area. And every time I see your posts here that Rebecca brings up, I'm excited because we need more sister sites, and so in your area. Please do continue to communicate with us. We want to hear. I'd love to hear your village stories down to your economy or what's going on in even your political system. We won't need to talk about it on the show, but we want all of the information that you could possibly send us. So please stay in touch. It's very important to have friends like you in Croatia. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and play her video while we chit chat.
Awesome.
I sent you a whole bunch of other pictures, Rebecca. You're probably gonna you're
Oh,
probably
boy.
gonna explode because
I know.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and now Sam has said what they are. I can't believe that I've seen them, and then Sam's drawings look exactly like what I've just
Yeah.
seen. Like,
Nice.
I totally understand that.
You know,
All right.
I'm good at this, and I love Croatia.
oh look,
I've taken many a vacation in my mind there. I watch a lot of travel films. I spent this week looking at castles in Rome and the picked warriors, all kinds of stelae and archaeology and I did an architecture dive this morning while I was drawing the drawing.
look at that thing. Wow.
We are glad that you are here, Alexandra. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Look,
that is, of course, a planet over the top right there at dead center. That is most likely a Saturn's yellow moon, very over the top. Look, you can see the backlit crescent flare of Matim directly above that building is where Matim is.
Yep.
Wow.
That is the red asteroid in front of Atu's moon.
Yep.
That is the bottom of Atu's moon and the red asteroid again, which is the middle left above the telephone pole and the roof. Again, red asteroid, and the cube is in this shot, and so is the skull, but it's higher up dead center.
Yep.
Red asteroid again.
Yeah, it's been really dominant this week.
Yeah.
Well, it's over the
Been
top
doing
of
it
us a lot, and
slowly.
it's coming and going and coming and going. This is the tan asteroid at the bottom of Uri, reaching all the way into. On the right-hand side, however, is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Yep.
Now, look at the sky. Look at the yellow-orange. That's the real sky. Everything else, purple and blue, is planet. Sea trail.
How convenient.
Well, they're covering up the edge of the side of that planet that's there on the upper
Of
left.
course. That's
Look
what
at
that,
that.
that sideways rainbow is the edge of a satum.
There it is again under the cloud.
Sublimation. Yeah, this is the backlit crescent flare of the edge end of a satum, which is the dark gray area just to the left of the sun and the upper left of the sun.
Yeah, look at the trails. Another one.
Cover it up.
Across.
We don't want you to see it. We don't want you to see it. We don't want you to see it.
Yeah, but it's probably because it's got two suns in it or something.
That's Casper.
Ooh,
Under the
nice.
sun, cool angle. That's Casper.
Yeah. That's been appearing quite a lot this week. All the
Casper's getting bigger too. Yeah, Casper and the green asteroid, I think, are going to start doing a little more cameo role here. It'll be a little bit more predominant
at the moment.
No, they're doing the long reach out orbit from underneath Uri, going all the way across our view to the right hand side, and now they're about to start hooking back to the left at a distance away from us.
Top.
Just like the lead asteroid is doing still.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that. The sea trail shadowing on the bottom of the planet.
Yep. Undeniable. Is that our sun off to the right?
Yes. Left. Well, I'd have to go back to look at that. I saw it on the left. That is the bottom of Batu's moon.
Yep. All that puddingy stuff underneath it.
Yep, bubbly. Longbox.
Oh, look at that.
Again, the bottom of Batu's moon.
Yep.
That's where the light is coming from. Upper right.
Yep. Looks like my milkshake.
Yeah, Batu's moon is doing a close pass again. This again is the bottom of Uri, and the blue area is Batu's moon.
Yeah, Batu's moon's been so predominant.
Okay, this edge on the left is very large now. Matim cutting in to the left side of the sun. Matim is getting big quick. This is the red asteroid going vertically almost. And little sister is the little one in the front at the bottom. What's
the flaring?
I need Rebecca to hit pause and slow this down. You're going too fast. You're going too damn fast for me. I can't keep up, laddie.
Push the stop button.
I wish we had greater control, and I wish I had control of my little arrow mouse here that I could lead you guys like I used to do back in the day when I was doing the Understanding the Sky series, where I could actually use my pencil or my really fancy Chinese chopsticks to point out everything and to show you the rounding of everything that I see automatically. I've been doing this so long. My brain, I swear, I have entered a level of beyond obsession, beyond obscenity, into neurosis. That is the bottom of Saru. Yeah, I am now neurotic. Is Saturn yellow moon, lead asteroid, long box cube, and the green asteroid.
Look at all the chemtrails.
Oh, look, we're playing tic-tac-toe. Millions of dollars being spent on disbursements.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
And that's, of course, the sun shining on the bottom of Saru.
Well, yeah, beautiful.
I would say most likely normal club, possible not. That could be.
There's been a few of them lately.
Depending on where Batu's moon is at this shot, but this is over the ocean. Or one of the, like the Red Sea or something, Croatia. I have to look exactly where she is. That is the side of his satum. Again, the side of a satum, and then if you look halfway in the top of this wiggly cloud thing, which is plain like on the right hand side, you're seeing a Saturn's yellow moon and a satum, which matches, by the way, this month's site drawing that I just put out.
Yeah.
And the edge right there, that white line going from the lower right to the upper left corner, is the edge of Saru. And again, this could be the Texas cube dropping down to say hello. And look, maybe a Star Destroyer on the left right there with the conning tower. And ships. By the way, people, there are cubes. We are embargoed from extraterrestrials just outside of Earth, by the way, people. Don't discount that. They're right here, right now. And I think everybody should be screaming that from the treetops and the hilltops, and you name it, like alarm, alarm, alarm. But nobody listens to me. So, oh, Rebecca.
Well,
I love that she's. I love that she stuck in the intro all of those Star Destroyers coming down, over the pyramids and all of that.
Yeah.
Because that's literally what's going on just outside of space right now, people. We've been watching them for years, every day.
You only have to watch that show. What is it called? There's something of Egypt, and that's got all the craft and all the magic and all of the stuff in it too. That's exactly the same as what we're experiencing now.
Yeah, and there's pictures in cartouches in Egyptian lore where they're showing the helicopter and the planes and all of that, and everybody goes, "Oh, that's really cool." I wonder if they, yeah, they know people.
Didn't they try to remove them at one stage? But because they're so high up, they can't get to them.
Well, you would be amazed what the British Museum has covered up. They have covered up information. They have intentionally broken artifacts to remove information, or covered it up with a semi-acceptable cover, similar paste in some cases on some artifacts.
That's terrible. Imagine breaking things like that.
Well, that's what they did with the Rosetta Stone. The whole top of the Rosetta Stone's missing.
Rebecca, you can hit pause anytime.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I heard you say that, and I'm like, I'm not there. Yeah.
Well, there are so many pictures that she's got that I would love to spend more time on.
You want me to go back?
Let's look at. No, we're fine.
No?
We can do that in the future. And she's got great captures, by the way. You're doing a wonderful job. Please keep it up.
Wow.
We would love to see you. Please start your own sister site, or we could, sister. How's your English? Do you want to be a guest on the show?
Gods of Egypt. Thank you, Indica Land. Gods of Egypt.
Yeah, I mentioned that a minute ago. Gods of Egypt. Very good. Very good movie. I recommend everyone see it. There's so many metaphors. It's you talk about Star Trek handing out information. Gods of Egypt is wow. If you look, there's a dark circle to the lower right. That is where the blue asteroid is. This diamond-shaped sun that you're looking at is being cut off on the left, in the upper left by Matim, and on the right by Isatum. The green asteroid is beside the blue asteroid. Look at the second sun is visible in this as a white dot, dead center right.
Yep.
The green asteroid is next to it. The spiral asteroid is above and all the way across the top. You can see the spiral asteroid coming from left to right. And the bottom of the light illumination is Saru. So all of this matches, you guys. And not only that, take a look all the way down at the horizon between the mountains.
I was going to say, what's that light source from?
Yeah.
Bingo.
What is
what
that?
do we really got going on? What do we got going on here?
Yeah.
Now, the tan asteroid and Lorraine and Pappy are occasionally illuminating. This is the bottom of Saru again. See those fingers? Those three fingers is Saru. Red asteroid.
Yep.
Yeah, but look at the wee blip up there.
It's a flare, lens flare.
Yeah. Bottom of Saru hourglass. The real sun is on the bottom. The illumination is in the core of Saru as well as with this.
Wow.
The asteroid in front on the middle left is Casper again.
No.
With the little nib on the right hand side. Yep, Casper's crossing the sun, invisible and changing places. It is more mobile.
Oh, there's that thing that looks like a ladder in there.
This is the bottom of Saru again.
Yep.
Again, the bottom of Saru.
They're usually all on fire.
Light
the top
green
ones.
blue. Now remember, Nibiru was deep blue. Saru is light blue. This is the bottom of Uri.
Okay.
Wow.
Bottom of Uri. 10 asteroid dead center, very large.
Yeah.
Ozzy.
It's that rainbow effect.
Christopher, I think your microphone is really low.
Yeah, Carol Ann was saying that too earlier.
Okay, now you're there. Why don't you start talking for a while? I'm going to do a Ricola.
Do you put your finger anywhere near the mic or anything
I don't
like
know.
that?
I'm always having microphone issues. So you guys can hear me now better?
Yeah.
Just fine. Perfect.
At least you're not Donald Duck today.
Are you using the laptop or a separate mic?
Well, the laptop's getting fixed. I'm using my iPad right now.
Oh.
Are you having trouble with the laptop? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, my wife's mother's dog jumped on it, and he's really fat, and yeah, I had to get the screen replaced.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, I found a
cube.
Yeah.
Not having much luck, are you, Christopher?
Oh, it's hey, whatever. You know?
That is oh man, that's the long box cube right there.
Yeah.
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 I really wonder when the cubes are gonna go viral. I mean, hello people.
It is crazy that they're there and they do the same thing. It's the same effect with the, I don't know if you call those ion tails coming off of the long box cube, but it's always leaving those big trails behind it. Well, and every photo we see all over the world is insane.
It's sublimation. When the cube, it is minus 440 degrees in space. Okay, and the cube comes out from behind whatever moon, because both cubes are hiding behind moons, right, or next to moons right now. They're orbiting along with those moons. So when the angle of light changes and the shadow comes off from behind the moon and the sun shines on the cube, the exterior of that ship sublimates and puts off gases from frozen frost that turns to gas. And that leaves a trail through space as they orbit around the main planet along with the moon. And that is why they leave ions, straight lines, 1, 2, 3, usually 3 to 4 straight lines behind them off the hull of these square objects, which is why we've always associated and affiliated the 3 lines. See those 3 lines? To the movement pathways and the ionization. The ionized sun particles hit and sublimates these gases to leave these trails behind them, which is kind of what the planets do also. They leave spiraling trails, which we have on the early days, in the early years, in the smaller pictures of the smaller planet. They would actually leave these rotational spirals, especially Nepenthe. It would leave this little ion pigtail behind it because the planet was spinning so fast, and there was this little ion trail that spun into these little circles that looked like a pigtail. Now that the planet got way much bigger, we don't see that as often. Speaking of which, Rebecca, have you got Christopher's video ready?
Okay.
I do.
For the lay person that doesn't understand what the sublimation is, just imagine you've just put a drink bottle, a water bottle of water in the freezer, and you've taken it out. You've taken that water out, and the condensation on the outside, you go sit it out in the sun, and that condensation gets hit by the sunlight. It turns immediately to steam. Exactly the same principle here. We're taking something that's really, really cold and hitting it with a light source, which is a proton energy. We're activating the crystals, which warms them up.
And it elevates in temperature over 200 degrees.
Correct, which then creates what we see as the cloud, which is water vapor. But we don't know.
And that water vapor filters out into space, and then when the sun shines through it, it turns into rainbow hue because it's broken down through the moisture barrier of a prism effect, which allows the human eye to see it.
Correct. Yes, thank you, Alexandra. Your pictures were amazing.
Aren't they?
Yes, they were, and please,
I'm a fan.
You got a friend in me. Oh, anyway, little Toy Story project going on there,
Tell your
Yeah,
friends.
tell your friends, get your people in your area.
Yep.
Please, yeah, start up a Croatia Facebook website for sky watching, please.
Yes, we need more Europeans.
Yes. Yes, we do. We have friends in France, and a lot of people out there, they're quiet, I mean, some of our best researchers, I mean, for an example, let's talk about Carol Ann. She was quiet for so many years, and yet she saved everything. And I mean, she was just diligent. And then she finally came out and started, because she was around longer than a lot of people. And so she started knowing things. And then she finally just stepped in and used her knowledge and influence, which is well deserved. And she earned her place that she's so aptly overdoing. I mean, she is such a super goddess among hard work. I'm still in awe.
Alexandra,
thank you.
I wonder, would you come on the show, Alexandra?
Yep.
Don't worry about your English.
Yeah, we love accents.
No, she says it is very well. My English is very well. So
well, that's what I mean. If you think you're going to struggle, don't worry. The pictures tell the story.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do a 2-minute cameo. You visit, be on the show.
We'd love to see you. We'd love to hear you.
Yeah, well, we invite people from California. We invite people from the East Coast. We invite people from all around the world. We usually have a little trouble when we bring new people on the first time. StreamYard can be a pain in the butt at first, and just
what it's doing now.
Good night.
It's ghosting me and Chris. Is that its way of saying your time is running out? You need to go to bed. Is that like
good night?
Yeah.
Maybe you're getting hit by that solar radiation.
Oh yeah, well, we have to keep that into account. I mean, we're in a solar crazy thing right now. This solar maximum that's going on. I would not be surprised if we're knocked off into the Stone Age anytime soon. I've always expected it for years. That is called a Carrington event. And, look it up in 1812 or 1820. God, I need to look up that date. Or 1850.
Somewhere around there.
It's an event. Where stellar material breaks through the magnetosphere of Earth's protective screen and wipes out our Schumann resonance beyond which we just went through. And wipes out the Schumann resonance and then fries all sorts of electrical wires and electrical this and burns car points and you name it and fries computers and phones and cell phones and radio towers and crap all over the planet.
Really strong EMP, guys.
Not good, as that man said in 2012 movie. Not good.
It could be worldwide. We could see a worldwide shutdown where nothing electrical ever works again.
Yep.
And people
Where
have to
did
really
I go to? I'm gutted, like I'm invisible again. Indica Land's going to rip me all week now, telling me about being the invisible girl again.
It's karma, Gillian.
Did you turn your camera around again?
Alexandra is saying that she it looked like she would come on. I mean, I know that Indica Land wants to come on too. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Well, look at it this way, Gillian. It's like my internet. Why I run only my microphone, because it tosses me out every 5 minutes if I don't. So the internet is, the internet's being messed with by the solar event that is still happening. We are in mega party mode in our solar system for stellar material right now.
Hey, Doobaloo. Our friend Doobaloo is here.
Doobaloo.
Yay. There's only one Doobaloo. I don't know any others.
So one. The odd thing is Kenny. Is that you, Kenny?
That's me. Let me go ahead and show his pictures.
Yeah.
And
are you ready yet, Indica Land? Are you able to get online?
Yeah,
I'd love to hear Indica Land talking too.
Spotty connection.
Spotty.
I'm sure we're all going.
Look at his pictures. Right, look at this picture.
They're from Kenny.
He's asking if there's a cube here.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
They look like regular clouds.
Yeah, mostly, yes.
Where's Kenny at, Gillian?
I think he's in Fife. That's south of me.
The color is interesting.
Yeah, he's got stuff that look like circles.
Clouds. These are all too small to be the cubes. They're all mostly normal. You might have an asteroid or two in here, but generically, this is all normal. I don't mean to be a downer, and I do apologize, but that could be an asteroid.
I like it.
Only by the color.
Yeah, only by the color.
Lovely colors, unusual colors. I'm still
You know what though? I'm gonna play Julian's her reel because I know it's getting late.
Yeah, maybe StreamYards put me on notice. 15 minutes to cut off.
Check your camera again, Gillian.
Didn't do anything to it. Why does it do that?
I don't know. Why is your home sign upside down?
Because they knocked it over. Look, see, no, that's the wrong one. That's the one where I planted Nairn right in the middle and forgot because I went, oh, crumbs, it's 22.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hear any music either.
Yeah, look at the other one. The other one's better. It's on Facebook.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, let's take this off. This is a tester.
Speaking of Scotland, Gillian, did you see the latest research on the DNA pool of the Pict warrior and Northern Scotland?
What you mean? Like, do I know that the top part of Scotland was cut off because of them being in the glens? So their ancient DNA is unchanged from God knows how many thousands of years ago. That story?
Correct, and they were also the offspring of the Doggerland folks, which is why they have and if you go into the stone carvings of the standing stones of Pictish warriors were highly more decorated than any of that which the English put up, or the Welsh, or many of the other previous, depending on which tribe you want to go back to, the origins of Ireland and the UK and all of that. But the Pictish pictographs, there's an interesting mouthful, are highly more decorated, and they also discuss, the passing of the two sons. And all you got to do is go and look into those and type it in on YouTube.
In this other video that I made that Rebecca's looking for.
It was always believed that it was from the original Picts, and I believe the people from Scotland are misnamed because of that. And of course, the term comes from Rome. They called them the Pict, being the painted warriors.
But guys,
the Scottish just recently fully jumped on board with the fact that the Scottish people are from Scotland, period. They didn't move in from Eastern Europe like previously believed, and having wars with the Gauls and all of that crazy stuff, only to move to northern England. They weren't move-ins. They are actually one of the oldest bloodlines to go on, which also shows in their stone carving. They had knowledge that goes back more than the last cycle. And anytime you look at a civilization, you have to realize, do they go back 4,000 years, or are they broken up and restarted 3,654 years ago? You have to realize that a great climate change occurred. Civilizations, the Mycenaeans, the Minoans, Santorini, all of this stuff occurred at the last passing of the Nibiru planets. And civilization changed then. Egypt changed, which was the Middle Dynasties. Look at the end of the Middle Dynasties of Egypt. And then you go back to the Old Dynasties of Egypt, which is another passing event of the Nibiru system. And the divisionism is throughout history. And if you start equating past history with the cycle date of 1650 BC, plus or minus forward of it or prior to it, and you start taking that history into account, it all fits, including religion, including, clay tablet recordings of civilizations, of the Mesopotamian, of the city of Ur and Uruk, and all, and the Sumerians, and the Arcadians and the Olmecs and the Mayans, and all of this all the way around the world. If you fit all of that into the time schedule, it all fits.
Yep. In the last 6,000 years.
And then
that's like 2 passings.
Yeah, that's right.
Then add to the equation that in the last 300,000 years, 400,000 years, this has been 100 cycles of this, and we're just talking about 3.
Yeah,
Noah's flood and all that. We're talking about 3 cycles that we know of, and yet there's been over in known recorded transition of the human race, according to gossip, unfortunately, there's been at least 100 cycles of the passing of Nibiru. And how many civilizations have transpired prior to that? Prior to our knowledge of 3.
The last 6,000 years. Who knows what happened behind that?
8,000 years, etc. Yeah.
A science paper I was actually reading yesterday was actually telling us how the Earth recycles. It doesn't go this way, it goes this way. So all this volcanic activity is what is churning the Earth over. So who knows what's 100 kilometers down that's been previous civilizations.
Well, not only that, the reason the dinosaurs are under the dirt is because we get space material and dust and debris that falls in from space all the time, and that's why everything gets buried. Earth is over the millennium getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger from particles from space. It may not be a meteor in your driveway, but there is dirt on your house that comes from space. Go ahead, Gillian. What?
Sorry. Well, it booted me out, and then the next thing it said, StreamYard has just reached Mars.
That sounds weird.
Actually, I mean, they have a new. They have some new features, and Mars is the anagram for it. It's a new feature with StreamYard, and they're calling it M.A.R. Anyway.
Yeah, I got like a picture of it, evidence.
Yeah, we have to give a call out to 3i Atlas. We hope you're listening and enjoying our content. Please share a copy with Voyager 1 and 2 and all your other fellow Facebook friends out there, and Instagram, TikTok, and everything. Because 3i Atlas, of course, is recording the entire solar system right now with all of its lovely everything. And it's done to Mars.
Wow.
They're pictogramming you. They're teaching you something. What is this teaching?
Just like crop circles.
That stuff, man.
Metaphors. Mankind is changing now. How do you choose?
And have you noticed that the main theme are always spirals?
Yeah, I put it in this one. I'm sure I put it in this video. Sorry about the upside down. The guys knocked it over.
I just looked at it and I thought, that's pretty much Gillian. An upside down house.
Like that. I like it.
Why I damaged the sanity of many who encounter me. What can I say?
We'll go along for the crazy ride train with you.
They'll never forget me. Whether you love me or hate me, you'll never
Newmeyer
forget
Station.
me. Look at the colors. Look at the trail guy.
Atom right there. That's a atom.
Yep.
Why it's red. Here it's blue.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a Saturn.
Yep. I've got a Saturn coming up this morning.
The closest it's ever been to Earth in recorded history.
Look at that. Look at the little. Yep. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the eye. Yep. That's the ion tail coming around Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah,
that's the pathway, just like I drew it in.
You could feel the ice of them being there, like the whole electric beauty of it.
Sublimation. I still wonder, how close Saturn's yellow moon is to a Saturn is what makes it the winged planet. and it does that wrap around on both sides. We're only seeing one side of it, but right now it's currently very huge, and you may notice in this month's sight drawing, I made it very large because it is going in a very large side visible ion tail that goes from one side of the sky to the other when you see it at the right time. It's just insane how very close. We've never seen a Saturn this close to us before. In 2015, 2016, she was in the lower off the horizon in the size of your fist if you held your fist out in front of you. And in the early years, she was small and tiny and red. And then you could see the yellow moon in front of with the ion tail wrapping around both sides. It was like, oh, good, look at that.
Look at that. Look, you can see the edge of it. Look.
Right there, yeah, on the lower right. Right there, just check this month's sight drawing, then you'll get a match right there. That right. I just drew that this morning.
Go outside and
I just drew that this
like
morning.
that.
Yep.
You know?
And there it is. And you can't argue with it. And it happens and it happens. And we know what's going on. And I'm going to do that, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Dance down the vaudeville stage with my little hat and cane.
Yeah.
Ta-da.
That's one of the best ones.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have I little sea trail for you and me? Breathe it up. Can't you see?
Yeah, but look, there was a little stripy thing right next to it. Like it's going across there. Why are they making a thingy-bob right across it?
Because they want to break your eye from the big round. They want to cut an edge so you don't see the rounded edge of a planet.
Right.
Like right there? How can you not?
Right. It's not like it's a coincidence. They're just flying right by the edge of these things,
And then it seemed to go out like that. So the thing was right on the top.
Right. And like Jesus says, we know they're there. We know they're doing it, but we just don't really need to talk about them because there's so much more going on behind all the stuff they're doing up there.
Yeah.
Oh. Gosh.
Huh.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Very cool.
I'm probably going to get shot for having that thing. There, see?
Okay.
Two solar systems with many stars. That would be Atu's moon right there.
Yeah, it's a cream
the white
puff
area.
thing. Yeah, the cream puff
and
thing.
Atu, and behind it is Nibiru.
And the things that look like Star
If you hit
Destroyers.
pause, Rebecca. If you hit pause, Rebecca.
Done. Yeah, it's
now you can switch over to the behind Earth third drawing for the sight drawing, and match that to this.
Cool.
Okay, now go back to the other picture.
It's left. Here we go. There it is.
See it now?
Yep.
Atu's white moon, Atu dead center. To the upper left is the edge of Nepacity, and behind over all that is Nibiru.
Yep.
How did I know that was something special? Because
it's illuminated and the sun is behind you.
Yeah, you're quite right, because that is at the back. It was sunset, so the sun was on the other side. Yeah.
If you look at this picture, it's white in the center, and that you can see a very large Atu's moon, and you see that little pink spot just above the second house on the right.
Yeah.
That's the red asteroid.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. I mean, sorry.
And behind it is a circular round basketball size Atu is behind it, and in the upper left corner is Nepacity, and behind all of that, at the far edge of vision, is Nibiru.
Nibiru, yep.
Wow.
Ta-da!
Aren't they beautiful? They are so beautiful. No wonder I wanted to go that walk right there with the boys. Like,
in my mind's eye, I know that to be exactly what I'm looking at, and I'm very comfortable with that. And that's what just blows me away about doing this, because to me it's so easy. I see it right away. But then I've been doing this for 15 years now. I guess, practice does make perfect.
Sure. And there's our planet.
The number one, I look at a picture and honestly try to judge everybody's stuff, because they're concerned. Tell me what you think, and I do try. And the first thing I look at is, where's the light coming from, and that tells me where I'm looking, sort of. And then I'll second question, well, what time of day is it? Where could I be looking at? But generically, the overall shape pattern goes boom instantly in my brain, and I automatically see what I'm looking at. It's just like, oh, that's evident. It's evident. It's this.
Yep. That's why I always put the time of day.
What's cool about it is we know that the red asteroid is just below and in front of us, Atu's moon, and then there's that little pink spot in front of the white thing right there. So
Yep, can't miss it.
Looks like Kenny sent some more to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and play Christopher's since he's here.
Yay.
And yeah, I think he maybe sent me one other thing. I'm trying to look and see.
Just now I sent you the video Sam was talking about.
Was it that short one? The 20?
Yeah, there's a short one. Well, I made a short one, and then the video, the actual video I sent afterwards.
I think I have the actual video on this.
Okay, cool.
So
The actual video.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Like on the front.
Okay. All right.
Look at you strutting your stuff.
Yeah. You better call an exterminator. You got aliens.
I know, right?
Oh, no.
Right.
Oh, I didn't get one. I better make videos.
I know you got a reel.
You live in a 7-2.
This was on the 11th. The day you went.
I love it.
Yeah, that was Wednesday.
If Rebecca hadn't gone live, I wouldn't have got these pictures. She encouraged me to go outside.
Awesome. Yeah.
And now notice Atu's moon is on the left here, but that has now gone beyond us, over our left shoulder, and is now illuminated in the light bulb. So I changed the draw.
You guys are getting the halos too.
Ion tail right there. That's the dark gray striping right there.
Yep.
Going all the way back to the bottom of Nepesity and the Saturn and the South Magellan moon, and all of that's in one view now. And then Uri, and then you spin around so fast. And it's going over the top of it. It's mixing in the top of us as well. It's really screwed up.
Yeah.
Out view. Uri, tan asteroid. And the tan asteroid is going more vertical lately. It was more horizontal just even like 2 weeks ago.
Oh wow, look at that thing up on the left.
Shadow up
top. That was the side of Uri.
Cool.
Because it too is now being visually different than it was even 2 years ago. That's just at these moon. No. Wow, trying to judge the light here.
It's coming over your left shoulder.
Some of this is Nepesity. Okay, that's tan asteroid and Uri again.
Yeah.
Tan asteroid Uri again. Tan asteroid Uri again. It's going literally vertical, but right in front of you. Lorraine, Pappy, Tan, the skull is all in there.
That's how our skies were yesterday afternoon.
Going vertical, going vertical, going vertical.
Vertical, right?
That was
and you can
this
see
is the Matin cut-in halo,
right, and then you can see the yellow moon and Uri's clouds like intersecting together overhead. And if you look past all that, you can see outlines of what's happening. I really the photos don't do the skies justice at all. You really have to watch it and watch
because
it with your own eyes.
You can't look out and up at the same time in photos, but while you're actually staring at it, you can look out and up at the same time. It's a freaky depth thing going on. I mean, we're looking at the sun between this whole tunnel of other stuff in between. Until
That's
your
why I
brain
used to call it the sun tunnel.
Yeah, there's this tunnel of crap in the way, and once you understand it and you get the 3D depth of it, it just blows your brain out. It's just unbelievable.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Side of Uri.
This video might actually be
Side of Uri, the Sand asteroid, the Salamander asteroid group.
Yep, they're all there.
Lorraine, Pappy, and I drew in a whole bunch more this month because there are so many visible. There's quite a few under Uri that I hadn't even drawn in.
like it just came out of nowhere.
What about all
Sitting
these
there the whole
extra
time.
meteor sightings, Sam? What are they attributed to?
Well, we are, there's fall off material. The smaller stuff can drop out of the Uri asteroid field. We're not only that, but we're also in the middle of the Perseids, or at the end, just past the Perseids meteor shower. So there's a lot of debris in space.
Yeah, didn't we just have the Leonid one as well?
Yeah, it was a bunch of them.
Yeah. Didn't we have just 3 in a row or something?
Yeah, a bunch of, never ending now. She showed the October drawing. The November drawing is closer, and the asteroids are moving, instead of from left to right, they are moving more vertically downward right now in this month's drawing.
Yeah.
That's the edge of this atom, and this is the cube, I believe. Long box on the left. I mean, on the right. I don't know my left from my right no more.
Paint it on your shoe. Left, right.
Yeah, 3-eye atlas done fried my brain. That's the edge of Uri on the left.
Cool.
And
Almost 4
asteroid.
hours in.
Oh, okay. I'm entitled. All right. Look at that blue. This dark blue right there. That is this atom.
Look at the curve. Oh my gosh.
And that's the ion tail coming around the Saturn's yellow moon and the cube involved. But that's basically the ion tail coming off the Saturn's yellow moon.
Great
Whistle
picks,
while you
Chris.
talk. I love these Star Wars references. I really do.
My favorite's the one
Call me
Rebecca made
silly,
with
call
the
me vain.
Ray-Ban
I do
glasses.
love it.
Right?
Rebecca has been called in her Jedi training to revamp the planet again, and she's going back to learning some more basics with the new master.
Yeah.
She now has her Jedi co-pilot Tanner, and we thank him for his participation.
I've got a picture
And the
like
great
that.
quest of the Jedi. Yeah, look at this.
I have a picture like that. I shared that with you, Gillian, remember?
What's that? Oh,
That
yeah.
picture.
I was also looking for my pictures because now of that other one. But DJ was saying something about Mary Tashton, the daughter of the pharaoh that was actually Scota.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Look at the water.
I know. Look how shiny everything is. Look at that
That's
thing.
the lead asteroid in the planet there that's being illuminated or under illuminated because it's being out illuminated by the sun.
Yep.
which is, by the way, not our star.
Look at that.
Here again, this is not our star, people. This goes back to about 2008. And this was in deep space. And this is, of course, 2014. And the self-illuminating lead asteroid and all the other ones are there as well. You can see the red asteroid is right there with Little Sister. And the green asteroid is in front. And there's a bunch of other stuff going on there as well, including Atu's moon. This is when the second star started to outshine. Excuse me?
Are these your picks?
Yeah, these are mine. That's when the second sun started outshining. This is the second star arrival with Nibiru, or excuse me, Saru is on the left, Nibiru is on the right, and this is their star shining between them. This is the same thing going on. This is in the early. If you could hit pause, Rebecca.
Yeah. 2015. Yeah, that's when we started seeing them.
Yeah, you have got our sun.
Is that from a plane?
The standard red star. Our star is the yellow little one.
Right.
Dot.
Wow.
This is the larger sun is the thing. That red blip is Saturn. The white blip on the bottom is Nepacity. The rounded edge from the middle left to the upper right corner is the edge of Saru, I believe. And this is all that stuff rounding the view of Saru in 2015.
Oh, it's massive.
Amazing.
And if you look at the light in the upper right corner, there's these funky little white lines.
Yeah, what are they?
Remember who got here in 2015? It's a box.
Yeah, look at it.
Guess who got here in 2015?
Texas Cube.
Or Texas
Correct.
Cube. Okay.
Yeah, check a little guy there. He's
Wow.
got a little shape.
I would have never seen it.
Now you're drawing on top of it, yeah.
Right.
That's why we need Sam. He's got good observation skills. Picks it out for us.
Right.
When it first got here, it spiraled up underneath us. When they got bigger, they went to the left, to the right, and then to the left, and to the right, and to the left, and to the right, and to the left.
Oh my goodness.
That is shining. The illumination in the center is one of the planets, but it's also shining next to Saru. That goes all the way back to 2013-ish.
Wow.
Saru on the left, Nibiru on the right. Uri was tiny back then. The black dot in the center is the Norway spiral orb.
Okay.
And I just caught that this morning that I spelled Nepacity with an M. Mapacity. I laughed. I never caught it before until today. I laughed.
Didn't see that either until you just said something.
Yeah, I never noticed the typo until
Very
now.
weird.
Brain doesn't pick it up.
Here, look at the brightness. These are your Kachinas, boys and girls.
Yep.
The blue is Matim on the bottom, and then the green is Nepacity. The red is Saturn. The white moon is Atu's white moon. Uri's there. Saru's there, Nibiru's there in all of that shot. This is Nibiru in the early years compared to Mercury and Earth. This is Atu arrival 2014-ish, 15. The red is Saturn. Matim is there, and Nepacity is hidden slightly behind Atu. This is Uri when it was small. When she first started approaching Earth, I remember those days. It was so cool. It's like we were first learning unbelievable things. This is like, 2009. Again, not our star. Not our star. Yeah, there's a pizza slice.
Yeah.
This is 2011, 2012 in Antarctica when the red is Saturn and the blue and green Matim and Nepacity were visible. That red
Same
thing
power.
was, believe it or not, early is Saturn with the yellow moon and the ion tail wrapping around it. That one right there. That's the Saturn's yellow moon in the early days.
Wow.
The Phoenix.
Illuminated ion tail wrapping around unseen is Saturn.
Amazing. That's what's in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. The sun with the rays coming out the top.
The red and yellow area are the smaller planets on the side of Saru, and some of the asteroids are included in that. And that is like 2012, 2013.
Who's that guy?
Okay. No, I'll get that. DJ.
Island Ray-Ban, man.
That's great.
I noticed.
Thanks,
I love the
great.
picture here. I noticed he's kind of stern, like, all right, who stole my creamer from my coffee?
Yes. Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
We got you.
We'll come back another Sam.
Yeah.
Just like four mittens. They done this.
I know. He's with
I'm coming,
mittens
mittens.
together.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
Baby mittens.
Yeah. There he goes. One more time. Yeah, they're here for you. Oh, bye.
Take me with you.
That's
It's
funny.
fun,
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Sorry, DJ, I don't see you yet. You said that you'd sent a PM, but I don't see you.
Yeah, I'll get
that's
that video, DJ.
That's a typical landing craft where, I've actually walked the deck of one of those, and the one I walked had 2 stories on it. And it's really a very cool visit, but it takes you like 20 years to get over it.
That's why I'm like, we can laugh a little bit, but this is serious. I can't imagine having to go through something like that. I do not want to go through anything like that, and I'm quite happy with my feet on the ground.
Yeah, you think going to a Circle K or a 7-Eleven is a weird experience, having to tolerate the people that were at the counter before you, the ones that were buying the Monster drink. And man, you should try walking the deck of an extraterrestrial craft and trying to actually understand.
I only have one concern, and it was raised by Princess Leia in her speech that she gave as a roasting, and she said that George Lucas said that she wasn't specifically allowed to wear underwear because there is no underwear in space. And I'm a bit worried about that, because if you're a well-endowed lady like we are, you can't not be wearing underwear. So keep that in mind, ladies.
Well, hey,
I
do not think Star Wars #1, the first release in 1980, would have got the ratings had he actually put underwear on her in the garbage room scenes or not, because the garbage room scenes was the teenage boy's dream during the first original serving of Star Wars people. So now everybody's going to rush.
Any boy that got to see it in 1979 and was very observant about the outfit that Princess Leia wore, as you can see, it is a very lycra cotton polyester, and once it got wet, it was see-through.
And I think it might have been a little cold in the garbage room. Anyway,
I think the water in the scene might have been a bit cold.
Cut. Let's do it again.
And he was a bit of a perv. Just look at what she's in the next series with Jabba the Hutt. That couldn't have been too comfortable.
Oh, I love that scene too. Yeah, that was awesome.
The bikini.
we got a free Sports Illustrated and didn't even have to buy it. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Well, you got to remember back in the 80s and 90s, there were scruples and morals that don't exist today on even our
I agree.
Victoria's Secret commercials, like you reach out and cover your kids' eyes real quick. Oh my God, don't watch.
And your dad kept his Playboys and everything in the last cupboard, right down the bottom in his workshop.
Right. Yep, for adult voyeurs only. Yeah.
Yep. That's why they said girls aren't allowed in the shed. This is guys' room only. Get out of here. This is a guy's cave. Get out.
The internet and the phone and the camera in the phone has sure changed our world very quickly.
Hasn't it? What?
Yeah.
And look at where we're at now. We're all around the world and we're able to talk to each other face to face. Amazing.
Well,
amazing.
C virus really kicked a boot in that one. My kids still run around, and when they go in public, they want to still wear their masks. And they
Blame
are
'em.
going, I don't, we talk about it when we go to the mall. Like, here we go. We're entering the sick zone. Are you ready? And you do the crucifix cross and kiss your two fingers and grab your Listerine, and then you walk in.
Yeah, well, I'm going to New Zealand in 2 weeks, and I got a declaration report from New Zealand saying that they have an outbreak of measles right now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So yeah, I've got to fill out all these declaration forms before I can go.
Yeah, I had the measles, and I even had my share of shingles. Thank you. I had
No
shingles
thanks.
early, like when I was like 35, and
Oh,
it
how
was
painful.
horrible. Oh, it was
That's
horrible. I had it
unusual.
on my. It was early. I had it on my
Yeah.
chest, and then it went under my armpit to my right side back.
Oh my
And-
God, that would have been like on fire.
Yeah, I went over 2 weeks walking around in a sheet that I had cut a hole in the center. I couldn't wear clothing.
No,
You
you
cannot-
can't have
you
anything
cannot-
on it.
Yeah, you cannot let clothing touch it
You
because
can't even
you're
sleep properly.
Yeah,
You
no, you
can't get comfortable.
you have to have you
It's
can't
like the
even
most
touch it.
wicked sunburn you've ever had in your life.
Oh, it's like wearing a porcupine.
What's that?
Shingles.
Shingles.
Ooh.
Yeah,
You two both
better
had
talk
shingles.
No,
Have
I
it
haven't.
so they don't
but I
touch
have
you.
friends that have.
and it usually manifests anywhere from 50 to 65 in people who have had the measles. It's a dormant thing. As well as in a lot of cases.
Chickenpox.
Isn't
Well,
it
you'd be
chickenpox?
amazed. You'd be amazed how many
Chickenpox.
people are actually exposed to tuberculosis and actually have tuberculosis within their system, and it doesn't
And don't
manifest
realize it.
itself forward. And Christopher, as a health professional, understands the percentage that is not discussed openly.
Yep.
When your system gets weak, you can all of a sudden develop tuberculosis that you have been exposed to years and years ago. And tuberculosis lives in wood and in dirt for up to 100 years, people.
Yep.
So if you're in a job where you're digging in the dirt in an old city where there was tuberculosis, or if you're mopping the floor on a wooden floor in a building, a hotel that's 110 years old, you are directly exposing yourself to the hand water. If you wet the mop and you get your mop in your hand on the mop, you're directly exposing yourself to any tuberculosis that was coughed onto the floor 100 years ago in some old hotel, some train side or hospital or anything like that. And that's what's, I think, going on in the hospitals as well today. They all have these paper ceilings in surgical rooms and everything, and a ventilation ducting system that pumps from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. And all of these people, anybody that coughs and has tuberculosis puts out sputum, and that sputum lands someplace and usually goes through the filtration system or is being drawn up into those paper ceiling tiles, which is where all moisture goes.
But it goes the same for any exosome that we spit out, breathe, sneeze.
Right. And that's
Doesn't
why
matter what we've got.
I mentioned that to a doctor once. I asked him, I said, well, when was the last time you guys cleaned those tiles and sprayed them with wastewater? And he went, I never thought about that. And I just went, duh. And you wonder why, hospitals and surgical rooms are sick zones. And that's because they don't clean the ceiling tiles.
Yep. My daughter, when she went into hospital, there was another girl in the ward with her. She contracted golden staph, which was going around the hospital because they hadn't cleaned the wards properly.
Microbiologically being circulated by the ventilation system and the paper product that is mildewing and molting off of the ceiling tiles, and everybody's breathing it, and there is no filtration. You know what an ionizer is? Those tabletop ionizer. Every hospital in the country should have 4 of them running throughout their system at all times, and they don't. And it's a simple, industrial probably about $5,000 each. And if you put one in 4 corners of the building, you would have far less people dying. Period.
Well, less transmissible occurrences because they go in for one thing and then they leave with something else, remember?
Right. Every
That's like
time I
my
go
daughter
into the
went into-
hospital to have some tests, I
Yep.
come out sick.
That's like my daughter went in hospital for kidney stones, and 2 weeks later she's got the flu.
Right. Because you're breathing it because
Especially
they
if
pump.
you're contained in there.
Well, they haven't even thought through the process of their personal ventilation of the hospital. If there's somebody in the flu ward and in the cancer department on the 5th floor east wing, they're all getting the same air.
Yep, that's it.
And it's dumb.
I think here in some of our hospitals we actually have some scrubbers. I have known some people to work on
Right.
some of the ventilation systems in the hospitals, and they actually do have scrubbers.
Well, yeah, but they
But-
need to be changed monthly and all of that. And
Correct.
Maintenance.
But remember, those cooling towers and all of those things too are responsible for Legionnaires.
Right. I was just
So you
going
get
there.
rid of one problem, you create a new one.
Yeah, you're always thinking the same thing as me, Sharon. You're exactly right.
Oh.
And that's where Legionnaire's disease comes from. Because they don't clean the screens and the filtration, the louvers on these filtration systems develop a bacteria and a mildew, and then that black mildew, black mold gets into it, and then it super swamps and turns into Legionnaires.
Yep, exactly. And it doesn't
All
take much
because
for a black
people
mold to
don't
start
clean.
going.
Well, anytime you're going to be in an industrial situation and you're having foreign diseases come into a centralized location, duh. You know, we need
But it
more
also-
mini hospitals all over the place.
But the other side of it is too, like we've been seeing with all this climate change and all the flooding and rain and impact too,
Oh God.
that's also stirring up all the bugs too.
Oh yeah, and growing more mildew and more bacteria and more typhoid and cholera and you name it. Dead bodies floating
So-
around. Other
Well,
countries
because-
don't. Other countries
No.
don't have the burial cement crypts that we mandate here in the United States now. I mean, there's other countries they put them in a hole in the ground, and when you get a flood, those bodies in the coffin have an air pocket and they float, pop up, then float down the street.
Hello.
You know?
Look at the Ganges in India.
Oh,
Oh my God.
They put
Oh, yeah. Oh.
everything in there.
Now let's all go to India and dip ourselves in that river that's so holy and religious. Why not? Right next to the place where they're burning all the bodies. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
want to go
there was-
swimming there.
There was a guy that went to India and actually got in the river. He was convinced by some of his guys to get in the river, and they splashed him with the water, and it went in his mouth. For the next 3 days, he was over the toilet. Over the toilet
Oh
with
yeah,
vomiting
know-
and dysentery.
when I was 18, I wanted to actually go and go become a Buddhist monk, although I was not allowed to leave the country, which is why I didn't.
Yep.
Uh,
Can't see you sitting there in the Ganges going, oh,
I would have freaking, as a Buddhist monk, you're responsible to absolutely eat anything and everything that they give you, that
Yeah,
people
that's
hand
right.
you through charity. It would have killed me. I'd been dead 15 times over just trying to live off the fare and the water. I really would.
I actually had a friend here that had I think she's Cambodian or something like that. She had a festival here where every year they go and celebrate the monks and they go and give them new robes and food gifts.
Right.
And you should see them when they open up these care packages, what's inside it. And I'm sitting there scratching my head going, you gave a monk a can of Spam. Aren't they vegans?
but it's yeah.
Well, it
A
depends
can
on
of
which,
Spam.
which
Special
tribe of
meat.
monks you're talking about. Yeah. Wow.
But
Yeah.
they also give money gifts and flowers and all sorts of stuff. But apparently the monks are revered, and we've got quite a few temples here, Buddhist temples where the monks
Sure.
live.
Right.
And you can see them going around particular suburbs. We call them the orange people because their robes
Right.
are orange.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not my color either. I don't think I would. I don't think I'd do well in a big orange robe. Thank you. No, orange is not for me.
Yeah, it doesn't go well with my complexion.
Right. I'm a summer, not a fall. Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you only have to look at the lifestyles that they live to see how it mirrors other lifestyles. And then in India, they eat everything with their hands. They eat everything off, palm
That's
leaves or whatever. You go to a wedding over there, they give you a palm leaf and they just come along and drop bits and pieces of food. The server is using his hand. Bang, 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 bang. So you're eating whatever the server has put on your plate too. How many hands has that food gone through in the kitchen out the back?
Oh, and you wonder why they put, these ungodly amounts of chili powder and chilies into it, because those
Spices
chilies
to
are
kill all the bugs.
kill all the germs and the
Right.
bugs. Yeah.
Well, look how much paprika and turmeric they use.
Well, you eat that out of necessity, because if you were to eat what they're handing you, I mean, don't even get me started about the Chinese industry of sewer oil resale.
No. Oh.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. But
Pretty
they've got
gross.
a lot of really how do you do methods over there too.
Well,
But
now
being a
after
poor
the
country
flood,
too.
imagine how well they're doing after the floods. Oh my God, the soup that they're pulling. Oh, yeah, well, China's in trouble. Let's pray for all the Chinese people. We don't like their government,
Yes.
but let's pray for the Chinese people. And
Indeed.
again, for the folks in Vietnam last week, and for the Philippines,
Typhoon.
God, they're going for a ride. Those folks in the Philippines, they have been for the
The week
last
before
2
that,
months in
Jamaica.
crazy hell. Typhoon and earthquakes galore and volcanoes for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And
Didn't they say that Santorini is sinking again? There was another quake over there yesterday. Santorini.
I need to look that up. I did not look. I did not do an earthquake
Wow.
report this week at all. Oh, look at that. That is the red asteroid. Oh,
Wow.
wait. Where's that Titan asteroid and sisters? Okay. Look at that light pinch. Holy
Zoinks.
deep dip.
That's different.
Crumbum.
That's the red asteroid.
Oh, and its little sister.
Yeah, and little sisters in front.
Right there.
Yep.
Perfect.
That is Satum's yellow moon. Now notice the Satum's yellow moon is farther over to the right, and the face, most of the face in the middle left is Saturn.
Whose picks, Rebecca?
All over. I don't know.
All over?
Yeah, they're all different people all over the place.
Submissions, yep.
That is most likely the lead asteroid.
How pretty is that rainbow?
Yeah,
I know.
that is most likely. That is most likely the lead asteroid. Or, question is,
Mm.
that we saw this last week, and I'm still wondering about that one, because that one's going the wrong direction.
Yep.
Hey, girls.
This is an older
Hey,
photo of Nepenthe. This has got to be older.
But we were only seeing 3/4 of it. It was going
This is
over more.
absolutely at the bottom of that too.
Yeah, the purple.
Look, clouds.
Beautiful
Probably
clouds.
Nibiru.
The blue.
Yep.
Wow.
Nepenthe. Excuse me, is Saturn.
There's that. Yes.
Side illuminated, the light coming from the left. Oh, look at that. view.
Fingers.
Probably the moon behind the clouds. I don't know.
I'm going to say the lights are
Or one of 4 or 5 other things. This is Saturn and the lead asteroid and the Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
After sunset, going over the top of us now. Thus, the deep red we're getting with the deep red is Saturn's red planet.
We've never had those kind of skies.
Nope.
Never recall anything like that as a kid, ever.
Nope. And, this is the closest that a Saturn has ever been. This is the side edge of a Saturn.
Oh, it's pretty colors.
That is the bottom of Uri.
Uri's like a spinning top.
That's Uri.
Yeah.
We had
The way-
last night. It was just like that, and the fingers look like Nepenthe, right? But it's just not Nepenthe. And I thought, well,
What is it?
that's odd.
That is a Photoshop.
Okay.
Yeah. Eyeballs.
Oh, double check that one. I don't know. It was actually zoomed in on a real picture, but I zoomed in on it because I thought it was cool.
It's Photoshop.
Whoa.
This is the bottom of a planet. I can't tell you which one exactly. I can't tell you because some of these pictures are older than each other. They're not all the same age.
No, they're not recent.
They're not. They're not. Yeah, not all of these are recent.
No.
Okay.
Note the blue light shaft. And it's not by the pine tree doing that.
Oh my goodness! They say it's going to be
Stellar.
Wow.
-10. Minus
That's
This is the
10.
bottom of Saturn's yellow moon.
What did you say, Gillian?
Sorry, I was like thinking out loud. I'm looking at
Did you say-
something it's our weather report for during the week. It said the Highlands Islands, Moray and Aberdeen. Snow showers will become more widespread Tuesday to Thursday. Several centimeters in places. -10 centimeters. -10 degrees Celsius inland by Friday.
It's about 20 degrees. That is the site of a planet being illuminated.
Oh, look at the glowy bum. Ah, hello.
Sorry, Gillian. We're sitting on 30 degrees right now.
Oh, jeez. Just send 10 here, please.
That's the bottom of that too.
No way. Look at that. Oh,
The bubbles. The momentous
Bubbly.
clouds, they call them.
bubble. That looks like aero bar. Oh, my goodness. That's hairy hat guy. Look at that. What's that, Yuri?
No, because it's behind the sun. I was going to say Nepacity. Boy, that's
It's
kind
some
of
zigzag stuff.
squarish looking. Okay, light is left.
Especially the way the feed's going the opposite direction.
Wow.
Atu's moon.
Boing.
Yeah, these are all. Some of these are older. This is the bottom of Nepacity, I believe. Some sort of weird thing in the middle there at the top. Yeah, what is? Looks like a spinning sea trail.
Yep.
Are they getting decorative? That is the site of Uri, without a doubt.
Beautiful. Look at those lines.
Yeah, this is old because look, that's the spiral asteroid right there, dead center.
Yeah.
That's like 2 years ago.
I was going to say, that's 2023, isn't it?
This is the bottom of Saru. This is more recent.
Mm-hmm. It was like a week
The
ago.
pinch between Uri and Nibiru a few years ago, or most recently, other planets. But that's a light pinch. Uri. You can tell by the illumination color in the background.
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah, I wish I knew when all, that's why it's important, people, to flag or tag or watermark, whatever you want to call it, your really good saved photographs with a date and your name and where it is, what direction we're looking, and whatever information you can put on your photographs would help greatly. That could be right there, easily Nibiru on the upper right.
Wow.
With
Yeah.
this is
It's weird when you see things like that.
this is an old Uri photo when this is like 3 or 4 years old.
It's got a rainbow,
Hard to say
Gillian.
absolutely, but yeah.
Sort of.
You go fuzzy wuzzy there for a minute, Gillian.
Yeah.
It's a rainbow.
This is Atu's moon and the red asteroid.
How red that is.
Yeah,
My
but
goodness.
that's, because if you were to turn around on your left shoulder, Saturn was being light shined on, and that light actually hit Atu after it was beyond facially illuminated, so everything's red. This is really old. God, this goes back to 2018. I remember that photograph, and that was the side illumination of, I think, Uri at the time with debris. The bottom yellow illumination is the bottom of Saru. And that was like a year ago.
All them asteroids. Look at them. Beautiful.
Asteroids. Again, the side of Uri.
Oh my goodness, look at the time. I think I better go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a really
1
good
in the morning and I have work.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you got commitments again. Good night, jelly
He's
beans.
man, Uri.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. It's beautiful.
I'll pause
Yeah,
this.
right.
Say goodbye.
Yeah.
Night, night.
Good night, jelly
Bye
bean.
bye.
Why does the time go
Good
so
night, Gillian.
quickly?
I know. 4 hours later.
I know. I
Hope
blinked
you
my
got-
eyes.
Did you get enough therapy?
Hmm. No, not even nearly.
Come back next week to catch up on version.
I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you further later.
Be sure to like, subscribe, rewatch, come back, make a comment on the
Indeed,
comment.
indeed. Like make views and comments and stuff. Night,
Yeah.
night, people.
Good
Yeah.
night, Gillian.
Night, guys.
Good
We only got
night.
7 comments last week
See you
on
later.
Oh man,
YouTube
7
feed.
comments. That's not
Only
good.
7.
Where did the people go to?
I don't know.
Small crowd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Night,
See you
night.
in a
And
whole week. We'll be here before you know it.
still trying to figure out where you sent the message, the PM to DJ. Sorry about that. Night, night.
Night night. Bye bye.
Find the out button. Put me out, man. There we go. Damn, where is it?
You have to downsize the screen and then hit the green button.
That's okay. I got it. Night, night.
She did it.
Bye.
Yay.
Maybe. No, that was another one.
I know. That's funny.
DJ, I don't know where you are, but you said you sent me a PM, but I don't know where that is. Ta-ta,
Yeah.
everybody.
Bye bye. Again.
Bye-bye. Again. How many times do you
2
ding
hours
this thing?
later, here we are.
Still trying to ding.
Kick her
Long
out,
conversation.
Rebecca. Kick her out.
No, it's
I
all
know.
right.
I hate to be rude.
Sam's brain's
Yeah.
going to explode. I could hear the sigh.
Okay.
It's like
I found the
conversations
red
with my
button.
parents.
Bye.
You did it.
You say goodbye and they go, oh, but hang on a minute. After about the 10th time, can we go now?
There she
did it.
is.
Yeah,
You
Gillian.
got it. She got it.
That's fun. Wow. Okay. So, DJ, I found your videos and I'm downloading them from YouTube. So we'll look at those in a moment. He wanted you to see, or I'm sure you've seen these before, Sam, but they're from Antarctica, Newmar Station, and they're older. But I think he had some questions for you. I think.
Okay, I'm getting called to cut pizza, so
Oh, well, good.
perhaps you might want to wait a minute and you guys talk about something else for
Still downloading.
it'll be about 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're fine. It's
Take your time, Sam.
it's downloading.
What's your YouTube channel, DJ?
You just went soft again, Chris.
Yeah, I know your sound. Yeah, that's better.
Better?
Uh,
No.
Yes and no. Drops in, drops out.
yeah,
Weird. Let's see
yeah,
here.
it's better now. It's better, but
Okay.
it kind of like goes distant.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
You and Tech don't like each other, do you?
We're gonna look at some old world structures. I don't know what to call it. You know what? Me and the old rocks. I like them.
Ooh, India.
I like it. Yeah, it's like this is a variety pack today.
You're talking about ancient civilizations. here.
Ancient artwork and
And a lot of these are 800 years old plus. But how did they carve them with such laser precision? These are cathedrals, fancy
I mean, they had
houses.
a hammer and a chisel and a wagon. That's about it.
Yep.
It's like,
But look at their cathedrals and their churches. And
yeah.
Yeah.
An incredible
Something's up.
dedication and patience.
But how many hands at work here?
Probably
Is it one guy or is it
one
10
guy,
guys?
I would think.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's
just one
obviously
guy.
had some sort of religious symbol in there and they've removed it. And you have to ask yourself, what religious symbol was in there that they had to remove it? So what are they pointing out here?
Looks like there's a cube right above the door.
Wow. You see, that one's been excavated from the top down, not the other way around.
It's incredible.
Look at those.
Beautiful. Cypress trees don't look real.
And by the columns, they look like they're Corinthian, because they had all the curls. And then you've got Gothic, they were straight up and down.
Okay.
This is Egypt, I think. Eagle head there. Look at them. Oh my gosh. They almost look Sumerian. State heads, yeah. Could even probably use them to play chess with.
Right?
Yeah.
Look like
Mate.
Chess pieces, yeah, Harry Potter chess pieces.
I mean, it's possible,
And who's to
David.
say that
And I'm back.
Who's to say that wasn't once a cathedral that
Welcome
got
back.
melted by something like what Sam says, like a Carrington event? That's a big dull mine.
Yeah, and the monument is all set up on top with the.
Wow.
I can't remember. It's like gives with the sea. Top of this, in the middle of Turkish mountains, there's all these statues of all the gods. This, of course, is Petra. Yeah, they had running water. They had towered buildings with gardens on it in this city. Climate change happened.
Yes. Look at those mosaics. And they're finding new ones all the time. Because we are buried in what Sam said, layers and layers of dust and mud. Not just from the passing planets, but every time we have a volcanic explosion, the dust particles that go in the air, then the wind currents that pick up the sand from the Sahara Desert and dump it over America. There were times, probably 2 years ago, when I used to come out and get in my car and there'd be a really fine particular dust on your windows that you had to clean your windows all the time.
Most of
That's
us
how you know how much crap is in the air. And then if you go and scrape it up with a razor blade and put it near a magnet, you'll find that a lot of it's magnetic lately because of the chemtrail.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Refractive
Yeah.
material
Didn't know
being
that.
placed in the atmosphere to refract the sun, because the amount of this extra starlight.
Does that go Beckley Tepe? Look at him hanging on to his phallus. They all worship the phallus.
The winky.
Yeah, look at that. Amazing.
Seating for 5,000 or 15,000.
Easily.
And
Yeah.
you stand in the center of that thing and you talk, and everybody on the other seat can hear you.
Perfect acoustics. Yep.
Yeah, like can you say opulent carving? Like, who has money to do that, people? Unless you're a culture that is vastly wealthy with lots of artisans. We weren't cavemen in
time.
500 BC, people.
Nah. And the time it took to do it all.
There is a civilization beyond 1650 BC. There is knowledge. The breakup of the Bronze Age. You go back before then, another full cycle, and we're talking, the Doggerland and all of that is within the change of civilization. And they talk about, tribal villages, but not hunter gatherers and all of that. And then they're jumping back from 50,000 years ago, and they're stretching it even farther out in archaeologists, where they're talking about Clovis man and all of this coming across the land bridge from Asia into the United States. All wrong.
Yeah.
All wrong.
Bullshit. Yep. And how they put in the Denisovans in there, and they don't know where they came from, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, and wonder how the Egyptian culture manages to be in the Grand Canyon, and how the Vikings managed to be in Michigan and Wisconsin, 500 years before Columbus, stuff like that.
How we've got Egyptian hieroglyphs in Gympie, is it?
Oh, hey, let's talk about the giant skeletons buried all over northern North America, in the dome cities that are still underground, that are like the size of like Mexico City, all of those huge, the Temple of the Sun, and all of that stuff is buried underground in the country here, and they don't talk about it. They don't do archaeology to open it up, because they're afraid of what they're going to find, because there are cities of the giants, and the legend of Paul Bunyan. In northern Michigan and Wisconsin, they found these giant stones with a big square hole in the center by the thousands, and they were hammers. They were freaking hammerheads for giants.
Yep.
And that was 2 to 3 cycles ago. We talked about these explosions that happened that wiped out civilizations, these atomic explosions. That was, the giants that were doing a great deal of mining at the end of the Ice Age. And that way they would still do the production of the process of the commodities for the other races, but they were larger, and they could substantially deal with the ice cold temperatures, because they were giants, and they could continue mining underground and whatever. Even the Neanderthal had carts, and they were miners as well, and they hauled all kinds of stuff in their carts, and they had technology, and they had all kinds of stuff, and it's completely downplayed by empirical English European science. It's just amazing. We talk about
flawed, because they try and connect the dots with bullshit, and it just doesn't work.
Well, the cyclopic stones alone all over the planet that we can't possibly move. Why do you think the moai on, statues were made? Because they know about giants.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Olmecs.
Yeah.
They were actually recruited to carve those heads. History, the villages in that tell stories about how they were recruited to actually carve the heads. Look at this stuff.
Yeah, that's precise.
It's dolomite stuff. It is hard stuff.
Yeah.
It's Sumerian.
Yeah.
There's a handbag.
Enki and Elil.
Yep. The wristwatch. That's a lion, that's a lion.
Yeah,
so that goes to tell you that he must have been 10 foot tall.
Or 30.
Well, how big's a lion?
Well, there were many different sizes. There was like 80 and 90 foot tall versions, and 70 foot tall, and 50 and 30 and 12. All the skeletons in the Southwest were like 7, 8, 12 feet tall with reddish hair and all of that.
That's the Temple of Hathor. That's where those helicopters are.
And then of course there's all this crazy stuff that's going on in the Grand Canyon, and people are still disappearing in the Grand. Of course, there's crazy tribes of wild people that live in the Grand Canyon, believe it or not.
I'd believe it.
There's crazy cult groups that have been there for like 50, 60 years. They're just whack, and that's why a lot of people disappear in the Grand Canyon, and other there's other national forest regions where some strange people live out there, and you won't come back. So we really lost. Look at that, Ramses II.
I was going to mention, didn't they put warnings out about being very careful around some of your state forests?
Yeah, right. There's a lot of crazy people out there that have moved out there and living in off-grid and off rules. And yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah, crazy peoples.
Thanks. I'll stay home.
Yeah, we'll deal with the crazies here.
Angkor Wat.
Beautiful. I still reckon it was a transmission tower, collecting energy
Yeah,
and then transmitting it.
Yeah, I totally believe in broadcast power station.
Because their symmetry even looks like a microchip, if you know what I mean.
I have a harmonic resonance calculation, and I don't know how classified it is or not. But if you look at the pyramids, there is phi, phi, and pi stacked against each other, and it causes a harmonic resonance. And this is the equation that I have. And that harmonic resonance is actually, if you set a transceiver to pull in that harmonic resonance from the pyramid mountain stack, that whole stack of rocks is creating a receptive harmonic hum from Earth that it's direct current, but in cycles. And if you take it in cycles, you could actually power. Which is why all the battery stuff that was inside the pyramids when they first discovered entryways in, and the pots with the lime juice and the copper and the nickel.
Yep, the Baghdad battery.
The Baghdad battery, correct. And that's how they charge the Baghdad batteries, by putting it in, having to do with the broadcast power receptors, and the harmonics filled the electrical, and then you put the chemistry between the lime juice, the acid, and the two opposing base metals, and you got static electricity.
Yeah, copper. One was copper, and then it's lined with lead, and it's the ion exchange between lead, copper, and the acidic material that creates the electricity.
Right, and
anti-gravity beetles. They believe that bees give off a specific harmonic when they flap their wings. They give off a specific harmonic, and the beetles that you talk about are the ones that were revered. The scarab beetles, apparently they can levitate. That's why they were very interested in Egypt about the scarab beetles, because they could also levitate.
I'm sure that has to do with exterior body polarity.
It all has to do with the arrangement of their wings, because if you look at a beetle, they actually have two sets of wings. They have the over chrysalis over the top, the two guide wings that protect them in shellac. That's what we get our shellac from. And then they open them out, and they've actually got four sets of wings. So one set comes out, and then a second set. So while one is flapping, the other one's guiding. So you've got this neutral thrust happening, just like a helicopter,
like a drone, a four propeller drone.
Exactly.
The wings start flapping. Like, isn't a magnetic field created around them, basically, and that's how they levitate.
Something similar, very similar to that, because it's a
static
harmonic
discharge versus
the sound.
The positive electrical discharge on the top versus the negative discharge on the bottom, and wake eddy and thrust.
And think of and then look at what their wings are made of, and how thin they are. That's the other thing too, because they're so thin, they're also creating a distortion effect. So this is why they were so very well revered, because of this fundamental fact that they could do this.
Well, when you consider that bugs have been around us 3 times as long as we've been here,
and they're discovering new bugs all the time.
Perfect
They've just
design.
discovered a new honeybee here called a devil bee. It's a completely black bee, and it's got horns on it. So Australia now has a devil bee.
wow. Now, if you look at Egyptian cartouches, and keep in mind that every time you see a large sun and you count the rings around this sun, you will see that in a lot of cases there are 2 suns stacked on top of each other.
Yep, one behind the other.
Right, and you have to pay attention to what the It's a secret code, and once you take into account the binary and the rival, like with the Ra and the Sun God, that was the end of the first dynasty, and all of a sudden, boom! They're changing their religion from the multi-pantheon of gods to they're going to one God, and that was this big argument over that, and that had to do also with the subsequent arrival or the super gods that live where the early pharaohs came from, which is Nibiru and Saru. The early governors of Egypt were from other planets.
Look at all the gold in that place. My goodness.
They just
These were
refinished
certainly opulent times.
The British Taj Mahal. They've got this, I can't remember, it's on some seaside area, and it's just opulent as hell. Learn about cartouches and the Ankh and everything. Jillian was showing us a book with the Ankh.
Yep. I actually posted a picture of the Ankh somewhere as well, and it actually breaks down each individual component and what the importance is.
You know, those huge monoliths that were all over Egypt. Everybody goes, "Oh, well, let's read these things and let's read these things." But has anybody ever wondered that maybe they were laid out in a certain palace or a big, offshoot area where the observer of the stars could maybe all of a sudden, boom, has, because in Christopher's video, he showed that star with the shaft lighting, which is our earliest captures of Nibiru. What if the return of Nibiru would have shown up at the tip of those big monoliths that half the world stole from Egypt, like just like the Washington Monument? What if the Washington Monument also pointed it out?
Like pointers.
Sure.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about? The epitaphs that have been removed from Egypt.
Right.
I mean,
right, like the one that stands in St. John's Basilica and all of that, and all over Rome.
It makes sense because it's universal, these kind of pointers. Because when you go out on the ocean, there's usually the highest point usually has an epitaph on it too.
Now, if you're in the first dynasty of Egypt and that the pharaoh is actually an alien, he's got one of these elongated head, which is why his crown fits on him so perfectly.
Akhenaten.
Yeah, and this, of course, you're going to be longing for the return of the next cycle when your home planets and your home world comes back.
Yep. But why would you want to sit there and wait 36,000 years?
Well, look at the king's stelae, the list of king's stelae in what is it, Greek text? Is it in Greek? Yeah. I think. And it's talking about these 48,000 year reigns or whatever.
But there's people that now come out and look at that chronological sequence, and they say that the Egyptians used to record things by a calendar that they called the Shah, and a Shah was a day. So that 480,000 year cycle only
was
works
480,000 days.
No. They're moon cycles. They're broken up into days of 30, because this is what I was saying about the vapor canopy. Before that, they used to use the cycles of the moon. And look at the other cultures that used to look at the transit of Venus. They only followed the Venus.
Sumerians and the others used the cycle of 60. Right.
Right. So at some point in time, they weren't able to see the sun from where they were. So that's telling me that they were probably on a completely different equatorial plane altogether. If they couldn't see Sol.
Anyway, to get back, they would obviously be showing reverent respect to the gods, and as the first dynasty did. Now we know that the last cycle was the end of the middle dynasty, so there was probably a breakup in the dynasty prior to that, and I haven't researched it well enough. And I'm always looking for more information, but then half the time you can't trust what they tell you on certain videos. No. And I don't have, I suppose I could go to, Chat GTP weigh my information better than prior, but again, human
That's why I
information
like
versus reality.
joining library servers. Like what one have I joined now? My book search, and you can look up any books anywhere, and you can pull up whatever you like. So
try
very good.
to get any 3 sources to agree on the breakup of the Bronze Age dates alone. You'll get 3 different answers. And I'm going,
yeah, well, you only
I
have
know
to look
why.
at the ones that are out there now, like Richard Hoagland and all the rest of them. They're supposed to be the primary sources of some of the most accurate material, and yet when you go and examine it, they actually kick themselves in the guts when they say one thing and then double track with saying something else.
Graham Hancock, brilliant man, but and no clue about the second sun in the second solar system. The larger one. I mean, we're the backwater tracks here. We're coming to them. They're the main primary solar system, and we're the backwater solar system.
Yeah, exactly.
And no clue. And I'm going, God, I knew this when I was 17 years old, because I looked at the solar system and I just knew that what our structure couldn't be. And then this is way back in the Planet X days when Isaac Asimov and Velikovsky and a few others, were talking about it, and they were talking about, the Anunnaki and the clay tablets and all of those discoveries back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Yep. And that's when it all came to light, didn't it? The 70s with Sitchin and all of those guys.
Right. And I was aware of the science world and trying, and science was strong in my home. We were, my parents are educated Europeans, so
I had to fight for every book I could get my hands on. So
we had a house full of books. My dad was always, rather than talking to me, he'd hand me a book, and so there was.
It was opposite for us. Yeah, if I wanted info, I had to go to the library, and I was always at the library.
We did go to the library back in our era.
Well, we could walk to the library then, and it wasn't a problem. Now you can't walk down the street without someone going, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you looking at me for?"
I'm calling the police on you. You look suspicious. You're taking pictures in your own driveway. You're going to jail.
Yeah, you're sitting there going, spin, 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 taking a picture, and they're all looking at you going,
"It's true. It's unfortunate, isn't it?"
One. Quick.
Sometimes I would much rather shop in a different part of town. I've noticed that. Where my wife's mother lives, it's like a whole different experience, unfortunate.
That's why I like going to little country towns, Christopher, because everyone knows everyone. Everyone's, so pleasant and grateful that you're there because you're bringing livelihood to their town. Whereas you go to these commercial places and everyone's in such a rush, they're in bad moods, they've lacked sleep, their health is failing, and they're all angry.
They don't care if you shop there or not, because you just get the hell out of here. That way I can get through my shift, go away.
Yep. And then you got your self-service. Half the time you can't find anyone to help you.
I've had it with those self-checkout things. Really,
I had a friend post something.
Can't stand it.
I had a friend post something on Facebook the other day, and they went, "I had the rudest, meanest, slowest experience at the checkout the other day. I really need to pick up my game, don't I, at the self-checkout?" I thought, here you are criticizing yourself for using the self-checkout, but half the time you have to. There's nobody there to service you.
I mean, you think,
especially when you've got 100 or so customers in the shop and they're all waiting to get out of the joint.
Right. Maybe if they incentivized it a little bit, gave you a discount or something, or that'd be nice. You're doing your own work here.
If you have a prescription item, or if you have a movie item, or if you have an electronics item, you can't go through self-checkout. You've got to have somebody actually walk you through. We had one of those a couple weeks ago. There was a lady with a back issue at Walmart, and she was sitting on a chair and she wasn't standing up. But and this wasn't the first occasion that she'd treated us this way, but she literally, she was slamming stuff around and she was excruciatingly rude, and I couldn't even believe the level that I was witnessing. And I as a manager of both hotels restaurants. I've run a few restaurants. I've run a nightclub, and I have never experienced that level of, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me, rudeness coming from this one woman alone. And I don't do that. I don't carry it out and narc people off, but I actually stopped on the way out of the store and went, that lady needs a strong break and an HR meeting, because she's not happy to be here and she's going to kill somebody. I mean, literally, she was smashing our items into the bag.
But what triggered her is the point.
Well, she didn't want to be there. She's in pain, but yeah, she's obviously not in control.
Exactly. And for her to be triggered that way and take it out and express it in that manner to other people, there's something seriously wrong.
Right. Well,
so
I'm glad I'm not a member of her family when she goes home today.
Have a cup of tea and chill out for 5 minutes until you collect yourself.
I do have to address the fact that I think we've raised a generation of folks, both male and female, that have a strong habit of bullying their families.
But then a lot of things have changed over the last decade, where people have this idea of self-entitlement now. Remember, you're not wearing a mask. I'm going to be a Karen now.
Yeah, the role of I can be a jerk has been, somebody put water on it and they added plant food to it as well. Since I'm going to just call the sheep or the wolf the wolf. Since the Trump era, people have become publicly assholes and act like it's acceptable, and it's not.
And this is why I was saying, not only are we at a critical point and a tipping point, but how do we get those people to come back to our side now? Because they're the ones playing victim.
Right. And they don't listen to facts.
No. They're the ones that we have to crack. How? I don't know. Maybe they need a good couple of sessions with a psychologist.
Oh, this is why I was talking about
why they're out of control.
Earlier. There's a faction of America, and frankly, anyone who listens to Fox News. I hate to single out Fox News, but anyone who listens to Fox News and believes it is been introduced. I think a lot of it before the Esther, we're going to need a bigger boat. Yeah. A lot of the anger and a lot of the open public bigotry and easy violence that seems to be stemming so easily comes, I think, based from fear. I think we've been, for the last 5, 6, 7 years, handed a whole 8 years, 2 administrations. I think we've been handed a whole bunch of fear, and I think people are really scared and really worried right now, and I think they're lashing out in somewhat understandable ways. But we all have to take that special learning training session on how not to lose it on our fellow man. Because when we go all the way back to church on this one, and treat others like you want to be treated, and I think we've direly forgotten that.
Exactly, it's a fundamental lesson. But this is the thing now, because of virtual reality and all of these
road rage
games with violence in it, you can go and do what you want. Nothing's going to affect you.
Cool. Yeah. I watch,
so in reality,
on YouTube,
I'm going to come and pick up a machete and go, I can't feel it, but the consequences are, oh my God, what have I done?
Well, we have a serious problem going on in the Deep South, where there are a number of police agencies that are literally murdering people with high-speed pit maneuvers, where they're caught shoplifting, and then they drive these cars at 80 miles an hour, and then they knock them into the forest, and they all die. We're living in a police state.
Yeah.
I think that goes back to that fear again. The good old boy syndrome going on really bad, and it's covered our entire everything, our society, our television, our news media, the fear, the anger, the separatism, the finger pointing.
The sad thing is we're letting it. Letting it. We're not standing up, and we're not doing enough to tell them, bugger off, this is not what we want. even though we've got all these protests and everything going on in the world, they're not listening to us. They're working to a different agenda.
Oh, they're
This
already
is
getting
why
away with
they
so much
want
money. It's
fear.
unbelievable. Well,
That's why.
they're raking it in until they get caught.
Yep. And look how they dodge.
Yeah.
Just look how
Again.
they're dodging everything.
Again, well, we're right now at the release the Epstein file. So
Bullshit. That was 2 years ago.
No, we're still on it.
No, I know, but that was what they said 2 years ago. He promised before he even got into
Oh
office
yeah, that was
2 years
it.
ago.
It was campaign promise.
I'm going to release the Epstein files. That was one of his game plans. He's not going to release it because of his own personal ties and the people that it relates him to.
Guilty as hell. They all are.
Exactly.
They're now listing the side people like Chase and all this bank and this person and that Prince Philip and all. I mean, it's a huge PPP.
Yep.
Pedo protection program.
Yep. And that's what I mean. And we're the ones that are being kept in the dark.
Right.
Because they're so good at hiding it and covering it over. And
well, we all know. And I said this to my coffee maker the other day as I'm getting coffee. We all know that the rich people always get away with breaking the law.
Of course. Just look at history. The winner always rewrites history.
Including not needing to get permits for asbestos removal on the East Wing.
But that's how they operate, Sam.
Well, they went non-union.
How often do they walk into a town? They'll destroy it, and then they'll leave the cleanup for the people that are left behind.
Yeah.
The people are always the ones that suffer.
Yep. Oh, well, which proves, the same thing I've been screaming for years, is they do not have our best interest at heart, period.
No. This is why I'm hoping these people that are on our extra binary do take that chance with us and give us the benefits that we need as a human race and a human society to elevate beyond violence,
greed,
hatefulness, and
fear,
wars.
Bigotry.
Yep, the whole lot. All of those negative aspects, get rid of all of them.
Well, it's certainly time because, there's a whole small bunch of small children right now looking around going, what the hell's going on with this planet? And they don't have a prayer. And there's a lot of kids. And if you talk to generations, there's people go, oh, we know Armageddon's coming. It's like, what? When my young children are like 6 and 7 years old, talk about zombie apocalypses, and I didn't even know that they knew about it.
Again, our kids are so more informed than us than we are, and a lot of things. Like I remember back in, when was it, 1998, 99, Evangelion came out. Have you seen Evangelion?
I don't know.
It's all about, like we were talking about Lilith before, they're talking about the angels coming and fighting over humanity. And it's talking about the collapse of the existence of everything because these angels are having these battles.
Which was 400,000 years ago.
Exactly. And the Japanese have brought this back into this series called Evangelion, where they try and capture a human essence and put it into what they call the Eva, which is a suit, which has a piece of an angel in it.
Right.
So if you ever get the chance, ask your girls to look it up and have a look at Evangelion.
In actual fact, we were taken from the hominid that existed on the planet 400,000 years ago, which was most likely a lot more human-like now than we realize.
Yep.
And we were intermixed with a constructed genome, which added to the structure of our human brain, either for better or for worse. I can't tell you which. And with the genetic material of 12 other races, from what I'm told off World Information.
Yeah.
And then we were placed here and handed food, which we have proof of that wheat does not come genetically from Earth. It is from another planet. And they have proven that genome wise. And along with many other plants that we live off still to this day.
Yep.
We
were given everything that we needed to thrive.
We're genetic.
We were given everything.
Right.
Yep.
We were genetically placed here so that we can do the mining of the commodities that the other race, which arrives every 3,654 years and comes back and collects that stuff.
Yep.
And that's how it works.
Here when they come.
Hello.
And they have been here since, 2010, 11, 12. Depending on what you want to designate as here. They've been on arrival since 2008-ish, where they were visible in space telescopes and stuff. And in Montana Skywatchers, that first photograph that Christopher posted in his video was up in the left-hand side of all these captures that people were sending in over and over again on Montana Skywatcher 1 way back in the early days.
Yep.
And then we finally started blowing that. It kept catching my eye. There's that dot again. There's that. Oh, it's bigger. Oh, now it's shaft lighting. Oh, look at this. It's got a horizontal breakup of light. Look at this. And then we started focusing on it and then blowing it up. And that is one of the first larger blow-ups that I captured, and that's why I still use it regularly, because that was the beginning. Now, I had seen it on my camera at night, and you pull the camera up, and there it is. There's that blob. But then you pull it away, and your eyes couldn't even see it. And you put the camera up, and there it is again. And unfortunately, I lost those recordings long ago from, literally my second computer years ago.
Yeah.
And so it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And of course, 15 years later, here we're sitting there saying the planets are so big, it's hard to tell what's what. So they're so on us and over us and past us and going past us. And now we're dealing with the star and the asteroids and the aurora.
Yes.
Space aurora.
We're seeing all the phenomenal stuff now that nice and close.
Well, the aurora borealis goes around Earth as well in the circular atmosphere, magnetosphere. That's what it's glowing. All the electrons are humming in our magnetosphere. Those planets next to us also do that. That's where that red is coming from. That's another planet doing that. That's not ours. It's theirs. Yeah.
It's like the visualization. If you look down from the top of the planet and you see the auroras around the top as a ring, the same thing is happening with the rest of the planets that are around us right now.
When you have the aurora borealis and it goes way south, it's actually sort of like putting your hand over the top of a ball reaching down. And all of the atmosphere above us and the ionosphere,
it's coming
way high. All of those electrons from space hit our atmosphere, the protons in our atmosphere, the oxygen and all of that gets bouncing into each other, and it accelerates. And that's
because they're circular too. So every point of contact is another surface.
Yeah, just like your plasma ball that you use at your house, Sharon. Yep.
Yeah, and there's another one. As you can see, the light refracts and bends as it goes around the surface.
And the shaft light comes out at the center from the opposite direction.
Where the that's where the rainbows happen. Yep. Anyway, guys, I've got to run away again.
Ready for you tonight, Sharon.
No worries. Thanks for having me here. It'd be always a pleasure. Eyes to the skies. Keep submitting all of those wonderful shots, guys. I love looking at them. And I hope everyone has a wonderful week.
Chill.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Have a good week. Bye, Sharon. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk soon.
I'm talking away. Nobody can hear me. Oh, bye, Sharon. I'm like, blah, blah, blah. Bye-bye.
The mystery mute button brought to you by.
Wow. Okay. My brain is like doing 10 things at the same time, and my eyes are doing this. I'm like, what am I doing? I have no clue. I don't know. I got so much still to.
Yeah, stop posting on Facebook during the show.
I haven't yet, actually.
Sam, she has to post on Facebook during the show.
But there's still other needs, But anyway,
I'm teasing.
I know.
I was missed. She's so busy doing so many things. Always.
It's time.
Yeah.
There is no rest.
Oh, DJ's has is DJ
Okay.
here?
Mhm.
Is he still here?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Well, he posted. Now I found two. I don't know if there was others, DJ, but two videos from Newmeyer Station, like
Oh, yeah.
2011,
Cool.
and I think he has questions about it.
Okay.
I'll say
Okay.
that.
I remember
Yeah,
Newmeyer in
that's right.
2011 quite well.
Right. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Let me get that pulled up.
Back when they had cameras that were actually live, you could link into live cameras, and they were only like
Yeah,
5 minutes.
back in the
It was
good
like
old-
5 minutes off real time, and yeah, and actually you could see the sky as well as the station. And then in later years, they changed the cameras and angled it down where you could only look at the station and not the sky.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Awesome.
Yep. Oh man, the hours I spent in this view. This is like crawling in an old warm bed right here.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is during the period of darkness.
Be thinking music.
Yeah, and I don't even remember the last time that I even went back to check Antarctica, because there's supposed to be a period of time during the year where Antarctica is black for many days,
Right.
like a month, 2 months. I don't remember how long it was. But during the arrival of the second solar system from underneath us, that period of darkness did not occur for several years. And that was part of why we spent as much time watching Newmeyer Station. So this is January 28th. Yeah. Now, here, are we seeing examples of that illumination when it's supposed to be pitch black? I'd have to actually go back and research exactly when and where, but that was a great deal to do with why we were so interested in why it was sun shining at the bottom of the planet when we knew it was supposed to be, winter blackout, and what was going on.
Wow. Imagine being down there
No, thank
and exactly right. No, thank you. But still, imagine being down there. You're supposed to have the blackout occur just as it always does, and then this star pops up, and you know.
Yeah, well, they did move. That was part of why the SETI Alpha project went down to Australia to start with, because they were going to go down there and visibly put up, their equipment to be able to watch the arrival of this. And if you go back, SETI Alpha project was run by Dr. Harrington, and there's a research topic for you. You can turn up the music if you'd like, Rebecca.
Yeah, I can.
Barely, I know it's there, but
that's what people be able to hear you too.
yeah, most of the during nighttime scenes and when they've got lights on. And there were, this was again why we started paying attention to Newmeyer Station, because there was daylight down there when there wasn't supposed to be. And we all started paying attention, like something's going on with the sky. And then we were, checking the Mexico, and we were checking Jamaica and Bermuda and, South America and all of around the world, and, Paris and Germany and London sky cams. We were all watching and waiting. Okay, now that is a horizontal light. Question is it snowmobile traffic, or is it horizon? Yeah. Okay, so I think these are sunrises. Now remember, it came from the left, so we are seeing one of them's a lens flare on the right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just like the sun's coming up and then peaks and then goes back down.
Right, and I think this is
not going to rise too high.
This is during the period when it might be when we were noticing that there was sunrise at the South Pole when there wasn't supposed to be.
Oh, here
And this could be the arrival of the second star from underneath us. Question: is it a lens flare that they're focusing in on off the ground floor of the station? We have to go and look at that size comparison to see if this is a lens flare or not.
Okay.
Now,
Why would they focus in on it at all?
If it's not, it could be. Back then, the lead asteroid was about that big.
Okay.
Hey DJ, are you saying there's another video that you posted?
God. Wow.
What is that? It's tiny.
The back.
Backlit flare, maybe a little bit.
What is that?
Looks like something was right there on the right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rare tunes. 2011.
Oh.
Camera's pointing the wrong way.
Mm.
Yeah, at one point in time, they could have been pointing to Nibiru because, as you see, the sun did come up in the shot toward the end there, briefly.
Wow, that was weird.
I've just never seen the sun rise on the horizon and make a left.
No, if this is 2011, Nibiru is on the right hand side of the sun. And this isn't. I remember when this happened because we were watching it, and boy, did that add to the hype and us paying more attention. That was in the early 2011, 12s. Back when Montana Skywatcher had 50 people, 50 members or so, or 80 members, or 1,000 members. Yeah, it goes. I can hardly even remember how awesome that was compared to what we're doing now. It's still awesome, but oh God, it was so exciting, brand new, childlike exciting back then.
I bet.
Which is what increased
watching that footage before. It was great.
That's where we kept watching the live cams for the longest period of time, and it was a huge, serious red flag that during the dark period of time in Antarctica, when it's supposed to be absolutely dark, that there was light coming up. Yeah, see that little round circle right there?
Yeah. What is that?
That would be Uri.
Wow.
No.
Yep, and Nibiru is behind it. Big compared to Uri.
Wait. Nibiru is bigger than Uri.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow. I thought Uri was like.
Yeah, well, Uri's supposed to be a gas giant, but how giant is gas giant?
Wow.
I've never, compared a water planet before, so.
Yeah.
It's not in our solar system.
So you see the dark going across the sky, where it turns darker. Is that a planet or?
No, sort of take into the circumference of the smoke coming out of the stack. There's that sort of a rounded. I would say Nibiru back then. Remember that 2012 picture of Nibiru on the right, Saru on the left, and Uri, a small circle in front next to the sun?
Yeah, I think. Let me get it.
That would be right after this. This is 2011 something, February 2011. And
something. Oh, they're keeping it a secret, DJ.
Yeah.
They're not going to show us.
They're pointing at the oncoming second star that isn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Because they're on the bottom of the planet looking up, which is down. Think of that one. Because it rose up from underneath us.
I can't.
Well, take a ball,
Okay.
point your finger as where you're standing on your latitude, longitude on the side of planet Earth, and then go to the bottom of the ball and touch it, and then flip it upside down, and then look up, which is down.
That works.
Me, Ryan.
Let's see. Oh man, hang on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, they're out view. If they look straight up, they're actually looking down. By our point of view. If you're standing on the bottom of the planet and you look straight up, you're actually looking down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That works, Sam. No doubt.
That's a whole new meaning to piloting your ship, and whether you're
No kidding.
Whether you're 180 or 360 or in vertical feed. And I've seen robot movies where they talked about that, where excuse me, I'm flying 180 degrees off mark, and it's a sci-fi joke. Anyway,
Right.
means you're flying upside down and you don't know it.
Again, I haven't seen that footage yet. That was awesome. I really love looking at all the older stuff and getting to see what actually happened.
And it's been definitively harder to find all of that old stuff. And it used to be,
Right.
I mean, we typed in these code links that we'd saved, and we'd go right to the live feed, and it'd be 5 minutes to 2 hours old, including the old satellite weather satellites and stuff, and you could link in and directly type in and watch real-time stuff. Yeah, there you go. And this is let me blow this up and give you the date on it. Wouldn't you know it? Come on, StreamYard thing, go away. That is 2017.
Yeah. No.
Now Nibiru, where it says, you can see that yellow line, that's Nibiru. The green blue in the background on the left is Saru.
Okay.
I thought that was older than that.
I think it says
2012.
Yeah.
2012. Okay.
Put your glasses on, Sam. No.
That's all right.
I'd see it as 2017, but I was kind of surprised at 2017 myself, so I'll take your word over it.
Yeah.
We're at 5 hours. I'm getting minutely brainy occasionally. But yeah, 2012 would be way better to reality. But Saru is the green blue that you see on the left-hand side. Nibiru is in front of it. Yuri is in between them in this shot.
Wow. Okay.
And still the size of a small tennis ball or an orange or a mandarin.
Wow. Look at that.
Okay.
And then as time goes, and you can see the base cloud of Saru popping down there. It's smaller, but it's light, skippy yellow. And then it's amazing how this doesn't work with the brain, that you're seeing this large right now this time, and then they went away and then came back, and it's insane.
It is.
It hurts.
You'd think that they were a one-time pass, and when Nibiru went away, I thought, okay, that's it. But Nibiru went away, and Saru went away in 2015, 16, 17, started going away, while Yuri came from the right side and started coming at us. So this whole rotation crazy thing went on. And the star placement and the joining and the, back below CMEs of the star and all of that, it just got confusing as hell. Hell, I'm confused now. And now they're back again and going over the top of us and beyond us. And this continue year after orbit model that comes and goes with a 180-day cycle, and then the adjustment of the Earth in the winter orbit versus the summer orbit. Oh, it's just wow. momentarily spitting out my Ricola so I don't talk and choke at the same time. It's hard to talk with a cough drop in your mouth.
I bet. Oh boy.
I did that once with a vapor, one of those vapor
yeah,
cough drops, and damn near died on. Remember, it was like our 4th or 5th show. I learned. So when I switched to a nice round Ricola instead of the square guys.
Okay.
Yeah, your mic is really not your friend tonight, is it, Christopher?
Me? No.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
Now it's working.
It comes and goes. Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, Caroline was
telling me to maybe get closer.
It patches in and patches out. Do you have a auto adjust on your mic, or I would just manual?
Yeah, I did turn it up a little bit. Let me see here.
Run it on manual at about 160.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like his mic is picking up.
Yeah, when he's far away, it doesn't pick it up, and then he gets closer, and then it activates.
Moving around.
In and out.
Audio.
Okay. Here I have pictures.
I remember they have an auto setting and then a manual setting. And I when I first started, I had to go to the manual setting, otherwise you couldn't hear me at all. Oh, technology, we love so.
I know, right?
You guys remember Windows 8?
No.
I miss Windows 7 and Windows 8 because I could do stuff.
Oh.
I did my Understanding the Sky series on like Windows 8.
Yeah.
And everything worked, and I used, Show More and all of this, and I could, do points and do. Of course, those were recorded shows, instead of live.
Right.
And you couldn't do live back then. But
that's true. No, that was way
Is that better?
too soon.
Working. So far.
That's good. That's better. Right.
Now sit back and talk.
Right? Better? 1, 2, 3?
Yeah. Working.
Okay. Great.
Magnifique. Très bon. Oh.
No, I got him, Tara. Yes, I just about have him saved. They're all lined up and ready. I was trying to do one other thing though, but let me think. While I finish getting her pictures saved, we'll look a few minutes at my live the other day on YouTube.
Cool.
That Sam, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch it myself. The way around for so many years.
There you go.
Like 10 plus years, but things change.
See the blue on the left?
I don't know how, but they flipped, and that's why the sun is hotter,
Mud, Tim.
and brighter, etc. Is because the binary sun is way larger than our sun. So wow, that is.
There's a huge chunk of Tim cutting in front of the sun there.
Yeah, sure enough. It's very green or blue around it, and usually that.
If you look in the lower left, there sits Mary Moon with a white dot on front of it.
Wow. Okay.
The blue asteroid is closer.
The blue asteroid is just to the right, lower right of the sun.
Here, I see 4 people. Okay, I don't know who they are yet, though. Hi.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and look
Wow.
this way. It's blurry, but does it look blurry to you guys, or is it just me?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened to you a few times, and then you wiped it, and then it straightened up. I did watch your video, so.
Why would it wet?
I love
Well,
it.
Duff fallen, correcting,
Something.
focus correcting, something flies by, the focus goes out. Ghost.
Yeah.
Look at all that. Even just this little streakiness. I see 2 planes out there at a distance. Okay, that's the first ones I've seen, and I've been up here about an hour. So you all know that is not, what we see in the sky mostly anyway. I love it when I go on YouTube because I feel like I'm talking to experts already. Like you guys are as knowledgeable as anybody else. So Look at that. Definitely.
Oh, Tara.
What is going on?
Wow.
Me too. Yeah, look at that.
And it's kind of flat right there. I'll do the Jesus move. Okay. It's still too big. I
Yeah,
can't even
what the
cover
heck
it.
is
You know
that?
what I mean?
That straight line thing right there at the bottom
Okay.
left. That
Okay,
is
so we know
weird.
without a doubt, especially when the sky and the sun looks like this.
What the
is
hell is
planets.
that? Is that?
Oh, breezy.
That's
Are
just
cutting into the
huge,
sunlight. Okay, we got
huge.
Yuri
huge.
cutting in from the left.
Huh.
Saturn
What is
cutting
on
in
Dark.
from the right. And
where at? Which
Tim,
side?
top left.
The lower
Yeah,
left of the sun. I mean, lower right. Excuse me.
That pointed.
The sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that square corner
That's
is
why the
just
sun
insane. It,
looks so
it's like,
strange.
What
is
could
that
it
the
be?
long box
A sun
cube?
simulator, okay?
Is that
No,
the long
that's
box
not
cube
it.
being right there, that close to in front of the edge of
So
the
we go
sun?
right in here. You back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Or is
I
that
think
higher up
the
over
ice
there
out
to the
moon.
right? Like, is that the long box cube right there, up at the right corner, right
So
there?
it's Saturn.
So I mean, what the hell is
Right by the
that
sun,
dark
but in the
thing going?
afternoon
Or
or
is that the
sunset,
edge of
it
it
comes in
sap
at more of an
cutting in?
angle, a slant.
Right.
Yeah.
Dead,
Well, okay.
it's
Now look
almost
at
like
it.
hugging,
Hmm.
Yuri and
The whole right
Saturn.
side of the sun is a
Back
dark
up a
rounded
little
shadow
bit,
edge
and
of the
there's
Saturn
Saturn's
cutting in.
moon. And probably a
Oh,
long box
what
cube
about
right in here. It does look
what
kind of,
about ion tail wrapping around the other
that's where it
side of the
belongs, at
Saturn?
least. And
Wow.
green asteroid is
Dang.
usually
Okay.
there.
Sure.
And the lead object,
Neat.
you're going to see it. It's usually like right here.
I'm guessing.
Maybe why it's so extra fuzzy.
Right.
Well, keep an eye on it. You can look at that. It's so translucent right now. Man, I
Yeah,
got here
that's
right
it. Saturn, the
in time.
Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid and
Okay,
all
so
of
to
that
the
over there.
left, look at that.
And then over here, you got the
Yuri.
tan asteroid in the side edge. You got Matim,
Neat.
and right there is a
I can
very
barely
large
see it.
tan asteroid right in front of your
Asteroids.
face.
Okay,
And
salamander
that's
asteroid
Yuri.
Wow, okay.
starts right in here. It drags. Look at
Yuri's
it.
right
Here
there.
it
See
is,
it?
and
See
it keeps
this
going,
edge?
and it always ends up just behind Atu. And what do you know? This is where Atu and its moon is. So that's
And the
why
sun
it's
is behind her.
curved down here. So there's a planet right there, and Atu's moon is up high. Like right, that's about right there. And you notice how Atu and its moon is, especially at midday, is
Hey,
completely
Sharon.
the opposite
Good to
side
see you.
of Isatum and its moon, or maybe Isatum's moon, but you know what I mean. They just
Yep, know what
are
you mean.
opposite of each other. Okay.
Yeah.
So what leaves is this direction, and we already start to see the band of Nipicity. It's usually just past Isatum, okay? Starting far left or right, far right. Okay.
And the big three asteroids.
Nipicity going across the sky.
Cool.
So we'll keep an eye on that because I believe it's going to become
Right there.
more pronounced in a few minutes. I hope so, because that's my favorite planet. I love it.
Cool.
And then
now I'm looking
Atu's
for
moon
comments.
and Nibiru behind it.
Hey y'all, how are you doing? Good to see you. And Rob, cool.
Wow.
Surfaces of the
Alexandra,
planet
3 in the
above us,
morning.
Right.
You're
Man.
testing me.
Right, yeah, that's right. I mean, they're all around us. Yes, above us, beside us, every direction.
I'm glad you're still
you
here.
look. They're just wrapped around us. So this information follows the heliocentric model. You know, if you don't know what that looks like, there's examples here on YouTube. But, and I do see, plenty of evidence that really supports that. I'm not saying I know for sure what is what, but what I
But
do
you
see
do.
is in
But
time-lapse
you do.
videos.
Right, but you do. Right.
There's Casper right there.
You can see
From what
them
I
as they move
see,
across the
yeah.
sky.
You see Casper just in the lower, right next to the lower left of the sun. I mean, lower right of the sun. God, I can't tell my rights from the left today. Jesus. All night, wrong side.
I'm just like a normal person. I'm not, a chemist, scientist.
My
per
other
se,
left.
But you know how it is. We've got things figured out, and I love it. I love, seeing it and talking about it.
Yeah, you do have it figured out, and that's why I was going, I'm so proud of her.
Still out there
Right,
spreading.
thanks.
I don't know. That might be
Yeah.
a contrail. It's not leaving much of a hint of, streaking.
Can you believe
But
in
yeah,
that field right there,
definitely
they're going to
they're
build an
trying
apartment building?
to
Oh no,
Yeah.
they just won't leave
mimic
your
I just,
field
I
alone.
know. And then the other
asteroids that
field
are
has the
there.
Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
I was just
Yeah.
going to say,
Ah,
first it was a damn Chick-fil-A, now they're kicking you out for.
Another one, man. Okay.
I know.
Well,
I'm going to go stay
Heck,
on the
they have
sidewalk, I
it.
guess. I
Look
can't.
at the
I'm not
edge of
on the
Uri
sidewalk.
right
still
over there on the
doing a
left of
lot
the
since I
sun.
turned around a couple of times. Wow.
Sad.
And it just becomes more
There's another
magnificent
one
as you
straight above
film.
me.
It's just like,
We just got to put
wow.
concrete everywhere.
It's
It's just,
interesting
I don't
how
want to
they
see any grass.
Right?
coordinate
None.
that. You know, I
Right.
just am like, how do
You're
they
gonna
know
have
I was
to.
getting ready, like,
We're
you
gonna
know,
have
do this
to
and
like
that? I have
write
no
to the
clue.
builder,
But
see if they can put a observation deck on that apartment for
just to
you.
give the impression,
I know.
Right?
I'm in several,
Yeah.
you know, chemtrail and
You
Rooftop.
geoengineering
can't steal
groups.
my last refuge for filming.
Right?
No.
Man, you cannot change their minds.
I mean, that'd be ideal.
And you know what?
Oh, God,
And
DJ,
this is the
thank you.
crazy part
Cats
is
versus
I used to
Grizz
be one
next
of those
week.
people.
Yeah.
I was in those groups posting on
I have mercifully not
chemtrails
watched
long
any of that
before,
in a few
you know,
years.
anyway.
But yeah, the whole town has got Grizz
So,
glued everywhere.
yeah, if I can, you know, get out
And
of it,
then, you know,
anybody
it depends on
can,
where it's
but
going to be.
man,
You
you
know, if it's going to
cannot
be in
usually change
Missoula or it's
anybody's
going to be
mind.
Bozeman.
They don't.
Who's where this year?
And so, you know, that's exactly what they want.
That's a local Montana football rivalry, by the way, college football, between University of Montana and Montana University.
Wow.
Bobcats versus the Grizzlies. Missoula has the Grizzlies.
Hey, I wonder if Sam is watching. Hey, Sam.
Yep, he sure is.
If you are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What I said the last time I watched it.
I can't get the comments up. It's like, wait, is it? Oh, there it is. No.
Yeah, look at that. You tell me that's a normal
For like a
sky.
few seconds when somebody says
And there you got side of
and then
Uri,
they're
and
doing
the
it.
asteroid, salamander asteroid group, and the tan asteroid, and all of that
Definitely
shit
not.
going on right there.
I want to turn it this way a minute.
It's
Look at it
friggin'
that away.
I'm going to fast forward.
Okay.
That for a second, because there's what is this? Something there. Definitely something in there.
Yeah, you can really see it
Wow.
now. Wow.
The small
Yeah.
asteroid and all of that, and everything's all right there.
Look at that. Look at that curve.
So weird, but so cool.
Oh yeah.
And there's the ion tail off of Saturn's yellow moon right there, and it's going to go all the way to the right,
Hey, Michelle. You're still here?
just like the monthly site drawing.
Making sure I stay caught up. Yeah,
That's
that's
cool.
you know, I mean.
And you get the green asteroid in there, and you get lead asteroid in there. Of course, it's farther left.
Yeah.
What was what. You know, and now I'm just
That's
like,
the
I
back
can't
of his
believe it.
Saturn, and then you come around and you see the bottom of Nepesity
Figure it out. But
and Atu and Nibiru.
now I'm just like, most of the time it's like this. That's what I was trying to say. When I just described the locations of the planets. Now, Atu and sunset time, Atu and its moon usually split apart. During the midday, most of the time, Atu's moon is right in front of Atu, just right in the middle, up high. And then at sunset, they pull apart, not too far, but a little bit, kind of overlapping. Atu's moon overlaps Atu. So there's small changes here and there, but
And it's just insane to think that you're looking up at
you
planets.
know, of course, Sam's drawings. I know you all
Yeah.
know. So
Yeah.
That are absolutely huge.
And they go off into
people
the
that don't
distance
know,
beyond
you
your
know,
sight,
information about that, but they're very
slowly into the depths
accurate
of darkness.
drawings.
And it's like,
Drag
oh my
marks,
God, look at that.
asteroids, that's what this little stuff is usually. It can be crafts,
Yeah, look at that. What is that?
like
I can't.
what Sam calls star destroyers.
Yeah, I looked at that one, and I wonder if I took notes on
Sorry,
that.
I was looking at the comments. and then
I don't have the time log
I
on the
kept going
lower.
back to that.
I'm
I'm
not
like,
sure what that is. It's so weird looking. It's something. It's not a cloud. It's not a sea trail.
Well, it's definitely,
not
yeah, it's
dark
definitely
or
space
ruby.
related.
It's
That's
it
not
was in
cloud,
front
no.
of Nepesity
I would say
area.
Okay, well then, remember the big 3 asteroid group is right
I'll
there
keep an eye on it. But
Okay.
probably an asteroid.
on the
Same
lower
for
left
that
of
right
Nepesity.
there.
Yeah.
like which would be, you know, like right there.
This
Is
is
it
just to
pointing
the right of
Is that-
Saturn's moon.
That way.
Well, then it, you know, long box related. Let me see. Where's that log?
Well, further right.
You know, and it's following behind all of these
Like-
other asteroids in the salamander.
2730, you had asteroids.
It's hot and heavy here.
2943, you had the ion tail.
Oh, that's like even better now.
It was like almost directly across from the sun.
Look at that dark shadowy ion tail going off right there at the below
Yeah.
view
For a
right
minute
there.
it
That
was
whole
like
thing turned
phasing
dark.
Out. I thought it was over. It's back.
And it's just amazing.
I wish I could put Sam's drawing up just to help anybody.
Look at Tim on the left of the sun.
Visualize, you know, we got two big planets, big ones, like that could be start of the curve right
It's
there.
not even close to the sun
This side,
right
here
now.
it is.
Weird.
Right?
Okay, and they're, you know, both
The
by
big rounded
sun.
thing right there to the
Yeah,
left
yeah.
of the sun.
Okay, that's why it's
Yeah, yeah, for real.
definitely
Then,
think
wow.
the lead object is right in here.
See it really good.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I
I
bet so.
I don't know
I'm
what
talking to
it
myself.
says, you know, it says on Facebook,
Yeah,
but
it's hard to
Okay.
figure.
they kept
it's
asking
amazing.
about telescopes, and I kept saying, you
Hey,
know,
Robbie,
there's no need. I
yes,
kept
this was-
leaving all
mhm.
these pictures and examples in the comment
Yeah.
section. I'm like, there's really
3
no
o'clock.
need. Like, you can see, you know, most of this by eye. I'm not sure what he wants to see with a telescope on it, but you obviously you don't need a telescope. Once you know the round objects are there. So round and. He just said it looks like clouds, and I'm like, there's no such thing as a round cloud, you know, not over and over and over and over and over. It does look like clouds. It's their clouds, like as in clouds from these other planets. Now that is true. It is clouds, you know, but these other planets have atmospheres too, and they're passing so close that they do this in our sky, right?
Yeah.
There's another plane. I wish I would have kept count.
There were so many
I would say at least 10.
that day. That they just kept
And
really
I see,
passing by. Yeah,
it's blurry again.
yeah.
Why is it? It's not. I don't know. It's like the focus is issue, but you can still see the band for an opacity has 3 stripes in it when it's, you know, up close and looking good. But yeah, it will just fill the whole sky.
Hi,
I love
Robbie.
it when, you know,
And those
there's a
white
storm
blotches
that's
are
really
also
storms. I don't love them.
the
but
white
oh,
blotches
yeah,
right
I
there
love it.
are also indicative of Nepesides
Years
dots.
ago,
Remember, it has these
Okay.
weird little
close, you know,
outward cloud patches, like we always thought it was
visit
some
from
sort of like
Nepesites.
volcanic
Oh boy.
display on the, you know,
It's beyond the
subdermal
world, that is.
atmosphere. That matches. And we should probably, as Nepesides getting smaller and
It's funny how
smaller,
you
we
can
should also remember
you know, just
that.
memorable picture days.
Yeah.
Even, but I do.
Okay.
I would say this.
Robbie is right. It's like
Okay, sorry. That is
nails
that
on a
object
chalkboard
again.
right now. I'm just
No.
like,
That's
is
why
rough.
you do the lives, Rebecca.
Yeah, I guess.
You know?
I would not. I know.
Let me
I'd
get
be-
in there.
Why
Oh,
would
no.
I say that? That
No,
sounds
I-
dope.
Curve
We'll say
behind
that.
I've done so many shows. I hate listening to myself talk.
That's embarrassing. I know. I didn't say that.
Also, it can tell
Yeah.
changes in the colors of blue, how much lighter blue versus the darker blue. It's darker because there's something there. It's, you know, a dark side of a planet. Triangle crafts, I guess Star Destroyers with
Yup.
electricity.
Yep, bingo,
So-
pizza slices.
And he also, well, the green asteroid, but things have changed since then. How cool. Well,
Okay, I almost have Tara's
okay, let's look at that.
pictures ready.
Oh yeah, there's something right there, in there. That's why it's, wow, what is the world? It's
But Tim and Mary Moon and Pappy and Lorraine and that dot right there is that dark area is the tan asteroid.
But yeah, look, that's why all those streaks are happening.
Big dark tan asteroid there with the little eye right there. That is the tan asteroid and a smaller one in front of it. And if you look on this month's site drawing, that too is on there.
Really?
Yeah, wow.
Mhm.
Was that again? What was by the tan asteroid?
The dot. I'm sorry, chewing a cracker.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that something? I mean, you know,
There's a
when you
dot
look
in
at it,
front of the tan asteroid on this month's site drawing, which you were just displaying.
Okay.
If you go back a couple of frames to the left of the sun. Okay, right there. You see that circle? Yeah, with your fingers pointing to the smaller dot in front of the dark circle.
Yeah. Yes.
And if you bring up this month's site drawing for Yuri,
Yes. Get it.
dot in the middle of the tan asteroid.
Oh.
I put two little micro asteroids in front. I put in more asteroids.
Okay.
Because there's more, and it's at a different angle. It's coming in. It's going almost vertically. It's going over the top of our heads now, and then crossing our view, and going literally straight down. And wow, you know, the darkness of the pen lines did not do well under this bright light. I did increase my light, and I'm paying for it in this picture, and I didn't realize it until just now.
Huh.
They look a little gray. They should be darker.
Oh, I see. I was like, it looks good to me. Good
Well, the
night,
asteroids should actually be darker, and I'm surprised that they aren't, because they
sorry, I didn't get
black
pictures shown.
pen turned out gray. Okay.
But I'll show them next week. Sorry.
Well, anyway, there are more
Yeah,
small
they look good.
asteroids in front of everything, and there's different groups of them going different direction.
Right.
the lower
I would have
one.
not guessed. But yeah, I would have. I mean, yeah.
That's why
but-
all those streaks
okay,
are
so-
happening.
So that darker
Dead center,
circle is an asteroid.
Darker circle right there. Yeah, that's the tan asteroid
That's the
encased in
tan.
around a white clouds, and then there's a little dot in front of it there, which is
Yeah.
smaller asteroids crossing in front of it, and there's a whole bunch of them. That is the site of Yuri, and Pappy is the asteroid just above the left tree, and tan asteroid is between the two big
Wow.
trees,
Yeah, wow.
and Lorraine is up there in the west beyond the white cloud.
Isn't that something? I mean, you know, when you get to looking at it, I wonder
Lead asteroid in front of us,
the
Saturn gentlemen.
percentage of people out there that would, you know, look up at this, something like this right now, and be suspicious. 'Cause I'm suspicious. Look at that.
I wish
No.
they would, but they're not.
Tails and streaks dragging
That sounds
around.
silly.
I just wish.
man.
I just
They're
wish.
just right there.
Well, you know, it just looks. It does. It looks just like clouds, but we've been staring at it for so many years that we recognize what we're looking at.
Right.
Especially those square ones. I still chuckle back to show 104, 4 hours 20 minutes. You know, Christopher's taking his photos, and we all freak out and scream, "Yeah, there's the Texas cube!" And it's one of the best captures we've had in a decade.
You can see there's something in there. And you can see a
That night was
really
weird,
dense
too.
line. That's
Definitely a weird,
sorry.
weird energy vibe.
The edge
Yeah,
of Yellow Moon.
that was something else.
That right there.
Yeah, one day I watched the long box cube directly overhead, and I stood outside leaning on my car for so long that I had a stiff neck. And I mean, I had a seriously stiff neck when I went back in the house. But it was blatantly there, and there wasn't a cloud around it. It was an absolute. There's the cube. There's like a Star Destroyer there, and parked next to it. There's the
Right.
side arm. Holy shit!
That's neat looking.
and it was directly straight above me. So I mean, I would have been far better off if I just laid on the ground and looked up. But no, I'm standing there holding on to the car, looking up for damn near an hour. It was unbelievable, and you sit there and you stare at it, and you just. It's like you're watching a movie 1 second and then your brain goes, no way, no way, no way. And then you go, yes way, yes way, yes way, yes way. Watching a movie. No way, no way, yes way, no, And it's insane. And yet there they are. And we try to tell people.
Yeah.
You tell somebody to get out. This is about aliens. It's out of his mind.
It's crazy because
Right. I mean, for somebody to come up with this
again, we got this
as a story or something, it's just.
I'm thinking definitely Atu's moon.
There's the Dan asteroid with the dot asteroid in front of it again.
Wow.
And then by sunset, that
inside of Uri, which he put together,
right
Uri.
Usually for me, Atu's moon at sunset.
The dark blue area is Uri.
Usually, it does move around, but most of the time, so that will shift over. Everything just follows behind the suns. Where I was, I had a member thinking they should flip the drawing upside down at morning.
Saturn's yellow moon.
It would put everything on the opposite side of where they
Green asteroid, dead center. The smaller area that looks sort of like a stuffed toy.
That's how they think it is. Anyway,
that's where the green asteroid is.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, cool, guys.
Okay. Kara's video is almost ready.
To look at. So if you do TikTok and you want to, continue seeing what's happening, then hop over there and join me in a couple of minutes. Cool. So, okay. Turn this around. Okay, so I appreciate you all joining me, and I enjoyed our view of the sky. So, sorry, my lips are dry because it's so breezy, but anyway, thanks for being here. And
it's true. I had windburn on my, the wind just never stopped.
Yeah, your lips don't want to move, and your face doesn't want to smile, or frozen.
Right, they were like.
Yeah, just try ice fishing in Minnesota. There you go.
That would be different. I've never fishing. Yes, I don't know about ice fishing.
Yeah,
I haven't been fishing in years.
Yeah, right.
Last time I went fishing, I got in trouble and I got a gigantic ticket because it was like 4 of us. No. 4 of us.
Fishing license.
Maybe $1,000.
But $1,000. Yikes!
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, you don't just go fishing. You have actually got to buy a license and all of that.
Yeah,
study the rules. And it's like going boating when you have no knowledge of how to sail.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That
was the last
I remember
time.
when. Right, I went fishing. I went with my uncle or something, or all I remember was I had this I was a kid, so it was like a kid's fishing pole. It was in the shape of a killer whale, and we put it on the side of the lake, propped it up with some rocks, and I caught a fish, and there goes the fishing pole into the lake, and it was pretty funny. But I don't know, an hour later, it was my dad or my uncle, I can't remember, but they pull in the same damn fish with the fishing pole on it.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's good karma.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I many a fishing license in my time in Montana. Because you have to have a fishing license because the fines are too huge. And boy, I tell you, our fishing officials, rangers or whatever you want to call it, I don't even know what we call them, fish wildlife and parks, are not friendly. They own the forest. They're rednecks and they're vigilant about their forest and their fisheries. Anyway, Yeah, you don't screw around with that.
I bet.
Right.
Nope.
Yeah. I normally don't get caught.
And Carol Ann has hundreds of fish.
Okay. Man, busted.
But there be fishing country. I remember I lived in Minnesota for a while.
Okay.
And anyway.
All right, here it
We're
is.
at 5 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds, and we've all lost our minds. I look back to show 141. And again, for the record, no gerbils or hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Where is it? Here it is. It's supposed to say in Texas, and it just could not get it straightened out.
I like it.
It's still cool looking.
Look at the lighting.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, if you go back and you watch video from 2015, 2019, the sun completely looks totally different than we have it today. We don't even realize how limited our sunshine is right now. All that dark blue area on top, everything, the reason that that blue focal and everything that's going on is because there's a light pinch going on. And when the sun is not blocked, it's massive, very large, very hot. Again, it's 50 some degrees in Montana when it's supposed to be 20.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally right after Halloween, we get snow.
Right.
We have no, it snowed here like a week or two ago, but it briefly on the ground melted when the sun came up. We are unseasonably warm. Again, I will reiterate, I wonder if we're going to have much of a snow year. I hope we do, and we need the water. Everybody, you know, it's snowing in California right now, I can tell you that. Up in the Mammoth Mountain Range.
Okay.
And you may get some more of that, Christopher. We may get the lightning part. Yeah, look at the size of that sun.
Yeah. Wow.
That is too big.
Okay.
I mean, are these people, are these captures from Mexico? No. Dry throat. You know, when you go down to Mexico, the sun used to get that big when I was a teenager or a young adult. And now this is in the northern hemisphere. Guys, the size of the sun, something's wrong. Hello. You know, do the science.
Well, people are noticing that there's something weird going on. Like I've seen people post, they're not asking questions on my YouTube channel or TikTok channel, but they're posting their own videos and saying, you know, things like what's going on with the sky, why is the sun so big, stuff like that.
No, these are all today.
Yeah.
Boy, howdy. Yeah, look at that cut into the light from the left. And then this is the dark area on the right is insane as well. That's the shadowing of his saptum. That big blue area on the right is his saptum. And remember, it's red, so it's dark shadow of that planet. And then on the left again is the edge of Uri. Which is getting smaller too, and rising up and going over the top of us. It's so weird. What time of day was this? Okay, this is sunset, I believe. Boy, I noticed last night here in Montana, it got really dark very early.
Yeah,
I was wondering on
looks
what
like it's
planet.
5:18.
what planet illumination in the west wasn't going on as it had been recently, and all of a sudden, boom. I should have looked actually to the southeast and seen what was going on, see if there was still light going on there, which is the opposite direction of what one would expect, but I kind of think that's what's going on. The real sky color is the yellow area at the bottom. Everything that's blue that you're seeing right here is planet related. Saru and Isatum, and Isatum's yellow moon and lead asteroid. And the long box cube, right by your finger.
Cool.
And that is on the left of the sun. Wow, that's insane. Wow, look at the dramatic color changes in just a few minutes of time.
Wow.
We're gonna fly through it so you don't see it. Too late. We already see it. I've gotten to the point where I barely even notice sea trails anymore. I just automatically just completely discount them from existence.
Yeah. And yet there's some people that's all they can focus on.
Right.
That's like
Exactly.
Right. That is the idea.
plan. Yeah.
Don't mind the cube and all the star destroyers right there. And there's nothing to see here. It's the plane going across the sky. And there's still people that are out there arguing the difference between contrail and chemtrail. This is Yuri, Atu, and Atu's moon. Again, Atu's moon, Atu, Yuri. Oh, you can see the stripes of Atu very well. This is lead asteroid, the bottom of Neptune in the upper left, and then is Saturn. Again, lead asteroid. Saturn's yellow moon is on the right, and his Saturn is going all the way up over the streetlight. Bottom of Yuri. Bottom of Yuri, Atu's moon in the red asteroid. These are nice. These are beautiful.
Karen knows her stuff.
That view she has, I mean, that's
Right?
everything.
Overhead illuminated past sunset, passing planets. Can't make this stuff up, people. Atu's moon is in the upper left corner. It's the only illuminated light thing there. Rarf.
That was it. Thanks, Tara. Thank you.
Clap, clap, applause, everyone.
Right.
Hey, you've got that button, you know.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, that's a delayed reaction, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It won't do it.
Yeah, it did. I heard it.
You hear it? Because I don't hear it at all.
I heard it briefly once. There you go.
Oh, there. Okay. There. That only took like a minute.
You know, we'll get it right about our 200th show or something like that. You know.
Sure.
And then they have laughing.
I know. I dress funny, but okay.
Right. And then there's get booed. I think that's it. Oh, actually, there's others.
Donald Trump goes to a football game. Boo.
Yeah.
You hear that last week? Oh, my God. I have never in my entire life seen a president booed so publicly in my entire life. I just, wow.
Boy, I don't like that one.
Yeah. Hey, remember when we used to respect presidents?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more said needed. Okay. Oh,
I don't know. Like back in the 70s and 80s, it was like more, people had more class or something. Not so much.
I remember John F. Kennedy's funeral. So as a child, so shows you how old I am. Anyway,
that's old. I don't. I
know. It's so old. It's dusty, man. I'm telling you.
I'm going to show you all. I made a little TikTok using Jesus's some of his videos. So I'll show you.
Cool.
Yeah, some of his captures.
I like new stuff.
Yeah, something different.
Yeah, man. There you go. How's that guy do that?
I know.
It's that simple, people. Yep. It is that simple. Yeah, we'd be dancing, man. I love it. Yay. Excellent. Cool. Post that every day for the next 6 months. Everywhere, right? TikTok. Bomb TikTok with that thing. Just, go Robobot, man. So they mark you spam like me, man.
On TikTok. I know.
I don't know. You think maybe I just posted too much in 15 years that I've been marked spam for a reason? I don't know. Do I deserve
I've never had a problem with TikTok. This week they've gotten me like community guideline violations and all sorts of stuff. I got messaging taken away from me for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Chip off the old block, huh? You're catching up to me.
I guess so. You work so hard to get over, 1,000 followers, and then it's like, I don't understand. I saw an account the other day.
How many do you
have?
I
think it's up to like 2,600, something like that.
Okay.
In that area. I saw an account the other day. It had 2 videos, just random, ridiculous stuff on it. It had like close to 1 million followers on it. This makes no sense.
No.
It's like I don't understand.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Look how many times my monthly site drawings got flagged for nudity. God, that was 20, 30 times. And then they'd knock me out after 3 or 4 events, and then they'd knock me out over again. And somebody would report me, and then I'd spend a month in Facebook jail without even being able to answer them. And of course, fortunately, this last time they actually did listen and brought me back after whatever. I posted a couple of copies of something. I think it was our show. I don't know. And to about 10 different places, and boom, I think it was my 5th, maybe 6th posting. And they just flagged me, and off I went for 24 hours. Okay.
Well, you got people texting and wondering what's going on, and
hey, you ain't doing something right if you haven't been in Facebook jail about 20 times. Yeah. So.
Well, I haven't gotten Facebook jail yet. Not on Facebook.
God,
I know. Look at me.
I have lost count the number of times I've been in Facebook jail.
That's cool, DJ. He's keeping tabs on my views. I like that. He even got a screenshot. He said, to like
Awesome.
remember it in memorial. Or
There you go.
Look, it's important.
I know. That was pretty cool,
Yeah.
though. I mean, because I did have like 50, 60 some odd listeners at one time for a while. And,
Cool.
it was more than usual. So it's a good sign. So, and I picked up like 30 some odd followers in an hour,
Wow.
So that's nice also.
I
several
kind of stopped
had-
paying attention to all that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, pay attention to what the planets are doing and report it every week and get through the next week with, cooking for the kids. And
Right.
fortunately we have our Carol Ann who does a lot of the work that I used to have to do every day. And so I did get, of course, the opportunity to focus more on research than running the site. And I will admit to everybody that now that Facebook has limited my posting ability, I don't mind it as much because I don't have as much work to do because they won't let me.
Well, thank you, Caroline.
Mm-hmm. And man, my ears are ringing.
Yeah.
Really strange last couple of days. Just loud.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't hear ringing, but sometimes I hear like humming, just a kind of like like you hear a machine running in the background, but you can't place it. Yeah.
Your neighbor's warming up the car in their carport.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that the other night really bad. We had really big, huge storms come through. There was a lot of strong winds and stuff in the yard blew around. I got to go chase down the cat box as it is. I switch them out. I have two. I put one outside and it gets cleaned by the weather, and then the cat box is clean, and then I switch into the new one and rotate it. Let the rain clean the thing, and then I don't have to actually scrub the darn cat box. So on the one where it's supposed to be ain't where it is now. So, and then my front address sign on my porch was blown into my flower bed. So we had some wind, and then again, well, we had a tree down in the forest at night, and if the forest crashes or a tree crashes in the forest at night, will anybody hear it? Yeah, I did. My kid, Shiloh had her headset on, and she was playing on PlayStation 5. And she got up and shut her game off and came out and said, "What was that thing that I just felt?" And it was literally a block away, but this big tree fell and you could feel it in the ground.
Wow.
So we had strong winds the other night. And again, that storm that is hitting California right now, we got to see where it goes because it might either go north into my area into Canada, or it might come into your area in Utah and then go eastward. And if it does go eastward, it's going to cause a mega storm in the Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado area. If it,
what I did see is like 50 years. They're saying there hasn't been a storm like this one in particular on the West Coast for like 50 years or something like that.
Wow.
Let's see what happens. This is so sad. God.
Yeah, it's basically a back rotational on land and tropical storm, but they can't call it a tropical storm because it's in the northern hemisphere and off the Pacific Ocean. This is Vietnam last week, right?
I believe it was the Philippines last week, though.
Okay, yeah, they had the typhoon. I've got the name of the typhoon or someplace in my notes. Typhoon Kalang. Yeah, Kalang. Oh, the 183 plus unalive.
Wow. Oh no.
Yeah. I didn't take a very extensive notes, but that's where it was. Yeah. Yep. Wow. It was a very, very, very powerful typhoon, and it wiped out a lot of people's houses. And of course, as you see, it had a very strong tidal flow, tidal surge.
I mean, what are they supposed to do?
I don't
The
know.
whole
I was
town is
thinking
destroyed.
that you just
Do they just
have
leave
to
the
leave.
town and go build somewhere else, or?
Well, you wait for the water to seep into the ground and it to get hot and then float
Right.
back up in the air, and then you
Right.
clean up the mess and try to save what you can. And most of it is unsavable because once you have
Right.
items in flood waters, it stinks and it's ruined. And you literally start from scratch. And you buy brand new from the grocery store once it's shipped in. Because I mean, reality doesn't even start for a month until they get services and electricity and
sure.
everything else running yet later. Because everything they know, they've all just gone camping. Boom, whether they like it or
Right.
not, they're now camping in a swamp.
And yeah, I mean, look at the mess. And you're right. It looks like it's probably doesn't have a good odor going on. That mud looks pretty gross.
Now remember, tropical temperatures breeds smell, and you live in the desert and are not used to the smell of the ocean. A lot of people say, "Oh, I love the smell of the ocean." Not me, thank you. I'll pass. Yeah. And being I'm Dutch, I should say, "Oh, I love the ocean," but yeah, I don't care for the stinky smell of fish poo.
Or stagnant salt water.
Yeah, and there's garbage everywhere now, and they're going to be picking up garbage forever, out of everything. I mean, goodbye to the family car.
Right.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
It's like every other day we're seeing this.
Yeah, and this is happening all over the world to everybody over and over and over again. In the Philippines, they've got volcanoes, they've got mega earthquakes. I mean, Jesus. They had a 7-pointer or something go off, or even bigger, and the world forgot about it the next day.
It's rain now.
Jeez.
You want to get mega rich? Buy a car glass replacement
gosh.
service.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Honey, where'd you
I
park
hope
the
nobody
car?
was in that car. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Because that's what happened. They weren't there when that car vanished. I'm sure they came out of their apartment and looked over. Where's the car?
Where's the car? Right?
I've done that before. It was a sinkhole, but my car was gone. We were just like, it's not here. Somebody took it and set it on fire.
No.
Yeah.
God.
Ruby. That was my
Local
car, Ruby.
teenagers, I promise you.
Lit your car on fire, Rebecca?
I know.
No.
Bye, Ruby. Yeah.
That's so funny. Bye, Ruby.
I know.
In the age of DNA tests and all of that, so that the teenagers don't get caught.
Yeah, right. There's cameras everywhere, too.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, Tara? Yeah. It's a crazy feeling.
Yeah, and what's worse is we live in an era where our government no longer requires warrants to find anything.
And I was going to say, we had an SUV, and somebody broke in the back door and took the keys. I was not thinking straight. I had keys hanging near the door, but don't do that. But they got in and got the keys and took the car.
Right.
And we had GPS on the car, so we got the address for it. And we took an Uber and went and collected the car and brought it home.
Good.
Go, girl.
Yeah, we got
hello?
a bar, a club.
I'd like my car back.
You stole it back.
Yeah,
Huh?
we got the car back.
They brought it to the bar?
Yeah, I put a club on there, and I lock it now every time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we are about to see, again, I can't wait to see what this winter will do. And the Philippines, those poor people, they're going through it nonstop. Earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons.
No. Did they tear it up, Tara? Hopefully not. Maybe they were decent.
Well, if you watch YouTube and these case films, cops don't. If they do a pit maneuver on your car, you don't want your car back after they catch the thief.
No.
They crash, they wreck it. I mean, Arkansas has the worst record. They're killing people at 100 miles an hour. They're pitting these cars at 100, 120 miles an hour, and the occupants absolutely die every time. And yet they're acting like, yeah, that's a good job there, Wilbur. Yeah, that's sure. We got them. We got them. We got them suckers. And it's scary, man. Don't even drive through Arkansas, no matter what you do. I mean, don't even drive through Arkansas if you're wise.
Yeah. Yeah, the front page news today, there was a, hit and run. Somebody died. Like,
oh yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, get ready for more. Oh, yeah. And if you own that property, you're going, oh, shit.
That's
no fair.
Probably lived there their whole lives.
Yeah, but, I
don't know, right on the beach, but.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's, by now, if you live on the beach, you should know this is coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Because just knowledge of global warming and coastal ocean rises and everything else that is happening on a normal day. My Vespa.
Oh.
3 air conditioners. Only 29 payments to go.
Right?
Now, if you're a hoarder, this is a dream come true.
Oh, man.
Stop, dude.
Well, shoot, I can use that, and I can use that,
Man.
I can use that.
Right?
Someday.
Oh, look at that cabinet. Oh, that's nice.
There's a free gate, a free storm window, and there's a free
the lanterns. I'll take a couple of the lanterns.
I know.
A free fan. Oh, look, there's there's a shoe. I wonder where the other one is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, look at that.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Oh my goodness. I cannot.
It's big.
That's
Oh no.
I know, Carol Ann. I know. I cannot.
I believe they're moving up to the attic.
Yeah.
No, that's the problem, though. If you're, in a flood and you cannot see outside, you can't see an even larger wave coming. And you get on top of the outside of the building, because if that building collapses, you're going to go swimming.
Oh,
and it'll go downstream with you. And I don't recommend. I would rather sit in the rain and be able to see than sit in the dry and not be able to see. Because if you get swept away in this and that building collapses or just goes down the river, you're going along with it, and then you have to swim your way out. Yeah, he's going up. Yeah, there you go. Trying to be able to see. Boy, that is some thin sighting. Now, if you're a kayaker,
Right? I mean, you're right.
Vacation time. You know, look at that. Look at that. And this is happening around the world every week. This isn't a once every 6 months thing. This has been going on around the world, everybody, for years now. And we've already forgotten May of this year and April in the Midwest. And then June, July, and August in the East, in Ohio and Pennsylvania and Kentucky, Tennessee. And the flooding from, the hurricanes that went through Georgia and all the way up through Tennessee, and then the children that passed away in Texas from flash flooding. Monsoonal flow that they knew was coming and didn't warn people. And that was another rotational on land hurricane that's not supposed to exist. Anticyclonic tropical storms in the northern hemisphere on land.
Wow.
That's it. That was it. Wow. Yeah.
And it never used to exist, and it's happening all the time now. And these cutoff lows and these rotational, 950 to 1,000 millibar back rotational storms. And if they don't go to 905 or something, so it becomes a hurricane class 5 or whatever, then they don't really describe what's actually going on. And we've never seen this before. 2020, 2022, yeah, we saw some cutoff low occurrence, but they were rare. It was like one every 6 months. And now they're happening every week all over the planet. And again, look what's going on in the North Pole weather versus the South Pole weather. And like Tasmania, they're freezing their butts off because the jet stream around Antarctica is insane. And it's triple the size of what it was even 4 years ago. It's way, way covering, encompassing the bottom half of the planet. So God only knows what climate effect that's due to or what the outcome will be. Because, that used to be the North Pole, used to be the dominant polar Arctic jet stream rotation. And now it's doing weird shit all the way across the board, including last week's cold spell that sent cold temperatures all the way down to Florida. And again, we forgot to do the falling iguana warning last week.
Oh, yeah.
And I missed the golden opportunity to warn this. Yeah, they were putting out the falling iguana warnings again for Florida.
Yeah. I did see people talking about the grass having frost on it. It was like 38 degrees. Yeah.
Well, the iguanas get so cold that they fall from the trees. And Christopher originally thought I was joking when I mentioned that the first time, but no, it's a real thing.
I mean, I've seen the iguanas in Florida, but yeah, I didn't know that they got to the point where they just,
Yeah, that's the new climate change thing. I mean, that could be representative of one of the cartoon strips of climate change examples. Is watch out for falling iguanas.
Right.
And
iguana popsicles.
I wonder why they do that. Like, they can't hold on and be cold at the same time, or
well, they literally get frozen. Their metabolism next to shuts off.
Oh my goodness!
They slow down and then they become frozen and fall over.
Isn't that something?
Animals in the desert are flash frozen up here in Montana, where they're running mid stride and they're absolutely just freeze.
That's terrifying.
And we have seen that the last 4 or 5 years happen regularly around the planet.
I mean, what temperature does it have to be at for that to happen?
About 40 or 50 below, and then
wow.
I'd say beyond 50 below. But I mean, certain things you can hit 90 below in a matter of a half hour. Boom, you're gone. And we've had 45, 47 below here right where I live. And that's nasty. It's not fun, man. And your heater is running all the time. And if your heater goes out, forget it, man. Your pipes are going to freeze. You're in trouble. And then you pray on getting by with candles,
Right.
and lots of chili. So you have plenty of things to warm yourself with beans, anyway. That's a bad. Yeah. I would do anything crazy like that. But, I remember the movie 2012 and the, Freezer Core or the one where they go to the Statue of Liberty and the whole, damn New York City's frozen and all of that one. I can't remember what movie that was, but open core, drop temperature.
Is that something that could happen for real? Like, is that?
Well, now that the planets are no longer as close as they used to be, I don't see it happening. But,
yeah,
there's always the hint of onset ice age by volcanic, quote unquote, nuclear winter through volcanism. I don't see that happening if a super volcano were to go off like Santorini or the one in Sicily. Or Campi Florida or anything like that goes off, then we could be looking at a possible onset ice age, but I don't see it really coming. Or Yellowstone, which is doubtful, but they're still teasing about Yellowstone every other week. Will Yellowstone go off? Well,
Or you have 3 days left.
Yeah, I love those.
I mean,
Good old clickbait.
Right, exactly.
Okay, yeah. I'm like, what? We do? Oh.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah,
People in the comments, like, can I quit my job now?
I know, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We're like ready.
No,
ready.
We did not. No, please don't quit your jobs.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, maybe so.
Well, I do always say aloha from tropical Montana.
Sure.
DJ, and there's a joke behind that, but we had a ad campaign back in the 80s here in Montana that said, come visit tropical Montana. And so I always use that as a joke, plus the possibility that, our climate change, God only knows how warm we're going to be and what we're going to turn to. Again, we are watching climate change all over the planet. Grasslands are forming in pine forests, and trees are growing where they didn't used to. And North Africa is now turning green with lakes and all sorts of weird shit that is also not making the news, as well as the continent of Africa is moving quite quickly.
Good night, Alexandra.
Yeah, the world is changing right in front of it. How many years in a row have we seen swimming camels? That's just kind of a biggie. Swimming camels. That's a good one. And the world didn't make the national news. I was very surprised.
That's the one thing I don't like seeing. I definitely don't share is animals, in the water. I can't. I'm not going to do that to anybody else. I don't want to see them, but it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, and that's the huge part of the pity is that livestock has a tendency during floods to be the first things to die.
Right.
And they're gone. They're gone. We saw that at the Texas floods. There was a whole bunch of horses that went. There was some stable areas along that river, and they filmed it. It was like, not cool. Thank you. I wish I hadn't seen that.
Oh, right.
And then there's the famous one where the house is going. And we have that up here with the Yellowstone thing. There's that one house that went into the Yellowstone River that's still gotten popular, and the people still use it. Spooky. We're in a world of complete extremes, and people really, 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 really need to pay attention, especially if you're a homeowner or even if you're a renter. And it's I'm in awe that there's so much clown car circus going on the rest of the media that they're not covering the important stuff like climate change or peace treaties in the Congo or the Ukrainian war as much as it deserves.
Right.
And Russia, blowing the shit out of people and getting them all ready to have no power or no gasoline for winter, just like they're doing to the Russians. And it's pretty gruesome. And they're spending millions to do this, if not billions, all for land, greed.
I'm tired of it. I'm just so over their issues.
So tired of it. And these journalists, like, how do they continue to do their job with a straight face?
Well, it depends on which journalist you're talking about.
Sure.
There are good ones and bad ones, and then there's there's the tabloid journalist. There's the standard run-of-the-mill 3 media, which is basic media, and then there's the side media, and then there's the self-professed media, including ourselves. And I feel both good and bad about that. I wish I had that plaque on the wall behind me, but then if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you all these juicy little tidbits.
Right.
Ethics. We don't have ethics anymore. Standards of excellence. Honesty. Wow. I could go on and on.
Honesty is a big one.
Yeah.
It's all, I don't know. Well, you just can't trust what you're hearing.
It is annoying, and it's so annoying that people stop looking, and we can't do that. We can't stop looking. We have to stay informed. We have to keep the fight. We have to fight together. Nickelback. We must stand together.
Right.
But it was ringing in my head. But but I have to stay informed. I have to stay on top of things. I have to know what's going on, because if I get complacent and could you imagine me quitting tomorrow and not being able to tell you guys next month the December site drawing?
No.
I know.
Knocking on your front door.
I quit.
Right.
Yeah, it's spooky. Yeah. Well, anyway, we're at 6 hours, 15 minutes. I think we're kind of winding down. I know I'm brain dead. And
I know. 6 hours.
6 hours. Yeah, how'd that happen?
It went by fast today.
It did today.
It did. I mean, and I showed pretty much every video.
Okay, well, we could do the Hofman's Children Fund Christmas plug.
I sure could.
Everybody out there, remember, mail them in early, people. The sooner you mail your small donation, whatever you can spare, check, money order, whatever, Hofman donation, PO Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847. It's a real easy address. Please remember them in your holiday seasonal prayers as well. And
I counted. Sorry, Sam. I was going to say there's only 5 weeks, five Saturdays before.
Got to get it in early. Don't forget, get them in the mail. But don't forget, mail tomorrow. Mail by midnight, like they used to say.
5 Saturdays.
Yeah, and we'd appreciate it, and it really helps. And it's going to be tight this year because, of course, the government has done its crazy and cut everybody off on their benefits. So, wow.
Yeah, so, it should get a little better for people now, right? I mean,
well, they still have to vote for it, and they, they've given everybody time off again already. It's like, and they're all getting ready for the holidays, and so I don't know if anything's going to get done.
I mean,
they reopened the house, but I don't think they're doing anything.
Right. I mean, I got my food stamps.
Wow, we did not. We did not.
Mean, really? Wow.
Oh, man,
that's crazy.
So
No, I heard actually. I saw an article saying by Monday, but then we got ours like a
Well,
couple days
I'll
ago.
recheck. I'll call in again. But we're a red state,
check
quote
it.
unquote, and we got nothing. So or
Yeah.
partial or whatever. I mean,
Well,
so we'll see what
I
happens.
know
But
here in
yeah,
Nevada they were
no
doing
matter what, that's
partial
what
payments for people,
dent in
but
everything that we do. So,
right.
and that includes Thanksgiving at the end of the month and everything else. So people, get your donations
Right.
in while you can. Make the Hoffman Children's holidays better. I'd appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
yes.
Only way you can.
Hi, David. David's still here.
And I apologize
David.
for all of a sudden being spinny and dizzy, but 6 hours is a very long show already.
It's been
Yeah.
a good show, y'all. Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody being here for real. I always look forward to seeing everybody, and it went by kind of fast. Sometimes they don't go by fast, but this one did.
Right.
Yeah,
We had a good show today.
right. Hey, Michelle. She's been so quiet
Hey.
the whole show. She's like, yeah, she's still here. Esther
Awesome.
Colette.
And I hope everybody goes and likes and subscribes on
Okay.
YouTube. And, watch it again tomorrow, even for 5 minutes, and leave a comment. And,
Right.
and that way that'll up the algorithm because, we're still working on that plaque for Rebecca that she needs from
Right.
YouTube.
I know.
It's time.
Almost.
It's time. There you go.
Almost. Yeah.
Almost.
Thanks, DJ. Thanks, Robbie. Thank you,
All
too.
right.
Hey, Thunder. I didn't get to say it earlier, but Thunder is here, and she's, yeah, time for bed.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Okay. Yeah, and there's
Good night,
Carol
Carol
Ann. And Tara's here, and Michelle. Yeah, all the diehards.
Hey, Sarah.
are still
Hope you
here.
start feeling better.
We actually have a big crowd still, so nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well,
All right,
we'll
reaching for
All
the
right.
hit the buttons,
hit the button.
What
Bye.
happens next? Bye, Sam.
Good night, Rebecca.
Good
Good night, everybody.
Bye, Chris. We will see you next week, too. And make sure I got everything. There. All right, guys. All right. Well, I appreciate you all. And, hopefully I might see you during the week if I go live or something. So I'll be on the lookout for you guys. So anyway, y'all take care and have a good rest of your evening. Till next week. Bye-bye.